This is wonderful.
Audio Renaissance presents Plum Lovin' by Janet Ivanovich, read by Lorelei King. Chapter 1. People like shoes. Some fit better than others. And sometimes you go out shopping and there's nothing you like. And then, as luck would have it, the next week you find two that are perfect, but you don't have the money to buy both. I was currently in just such a position, not with shoes, but with men. And this morning, it got worse. A while ago, a guy named Diesel showed up in my kitchen. Poof, he was there, like magic. And 9 days later, poof, he was gone. Now, without warning, he was once again standing in front of me. "Surprise," he said. "I'm back." He was imposing at just over 6 feet, built solid with broad shoulders and deep-set, assessing brown eyes. He looked like he could seriously kick ass and not break a sweat. He had a lot of wavy, sandy blonde hair cut short and fierce blonde eyebrows. I placed his age at late 20s, early 30s. I knew very little about his background. Clearly, he'd been lucky with the gene pool. He was a nice-looking guy with perfect white teeth and a smile that made a woman get all warm inside. It was a cold February morning, and he dropped into my apartment wearing a multicolored scarf around his neck, a black wool peacoat, a washed-out three-button burgundy shirt, faded jeans, beat-up boots, and his usual bad attitude. I knew that a muscular, athletic body was under the coat. I wasn't sure if there was anything good buried under the attitude. My name is Stephanie Plum. I'm average height and average weight, and have an average vocabulary for someone living in Jersey. I have shoulder-length brown hair that is curly or wavy, depending on the humidity. My eyes are blue. My heritage is Hungarian and Italian. My family is dysfunctional in a normal sort of way. There are a bunch of things I'd like to do with my life, but right now I'm happy to put one foot in front of the other and button my jeans without having a roll of fat hang over the waistband. I work as a bond enforcement agent for my cousin Vinny, and my success at the job has more to do with luck and tenacity than with skill. I live in a budget apartment on the outskirts of Trenton, and my only roommate is a hamster named Rex. So I felt understandably threatened by having this big guy suddenly appear in my kitchen. "I hate when you just show up in front of me," I'd say. "Can't you ring my doorbell like a normal person?" "First off, I'm not exactly normal. You should be happy I didn't walk into your bathroom when you were wet and naked." He flashed me the killer smile. "Although I wouldn't have minded finding you wet and naked." "In your dreams?" "Yeah," Diesel said. "It's happened." He stuck his head in my refrigerator and rooted around. Not a lot in there, but he found one last bottle of beer and some slices of American cheese. He ate the cheese and chugged the beer. "Are you still seeing that cop?" "Joe Morelli? Yep." "What about the guy behind door number 2? "Ranger? Yeah, I'm still working with Ranger." Ranger was my bounty hunter mentor and more. Problem was, the more part wasn't clearly defined. I heard a snore and a questioning woof from the vicinity of my bedroom. "What's that?" Diesel asked. "Morelli's working double shifts, and I'm taking care of his dog, Bob." There was a sound of dog feet running, and Bob rounded the corner and slid to a stop in the kitchen linoleum. He was a big-footed, shaggy, orange-haired beast with scrappy ears and puffy brown eyes. Probably golden retriever, but he'd never been desperate breed. He sat his ass down on Diesel's food and wagged his tail at me. Diesel absently fondled Bob's head, and Bob moved a little out of head, hoping for a scrap of cheese. "Is this visit social or professional?" I asked Diesel. "Professional. I'm looking for a guy named Bernie Beamer. I need to shut him down." If I'm to believe Diesel, there are people on this planet who have abilities that go beyond what would be considered normal human limitation. These people aren't exactly superheroes. It's more that they're ordinary souls with the freakish ability to levitate a cow or slow pitch a lightning bolt. Some are good, and some are bad. Diesel tracks the bad. The alternative explanation for Diesel is that he's a rat. "What's Wiener's problem?" Diesel dropped a small leftover chunk of cheese into Rex's cage and gave another chunk to Bob. Gone off the edge. His marriage went into the shitter, and he blamed it on another unmentionable. Now he's out to get her. Unmentionable? That's what we call ourselves. It sounds better than freak of nature. Unmentionable. Bob was pushing against Diesel, trying to get him to give up more cheese. Bob was about 90 pounds, a mangy dog, and Diesel was 200 of hard muscle. It would take a lot more than Bob to bulldoze Diesel around the kitchen. And you're in my apartment. Why? Asked Diesel. I need help. No. No. You have no choice, sweetie pie. The woman Beaner's looking for is on your most wanted list. And she's in my custody. If you want your big-ticket bond, you have to help me. That's horrible. That's blackmail or bribery or something. Yeah, deal with it. Who's the woman? I asked Diesel. Annie Hart. You've got to be kidding. Penny's on a rant over her. I spent all day yesterday looking for her. She's wanted for armed robbery and assault with a deadly weapon. It's all bogus. Not that either of us gives a rat's ass. Diesel was systematically going through the pockets looking for food, and Bob was sticking close. Anyway, bottom line is I've got her tucked away until I can sort things out with crazy Bernie. Bernie is the, unmentionable who's after Annie? Yeah. Problem is, Annie's one of those crusader types. Takes her job real serious. So calling. So the only way I could get Annie to stay hidden was to promise her I'd take over her caseload. I suck at the kind of stuff she does, so I'm passing it off to you. What do I get out of this? You get Annie. As soon as I take care of Bernie, I'll turn Annie over to you. I don't see why this is a big favor to me. If I don't help you, Annie will come out of hiding, I'll snag her, and my job will be done. Hazel in response looked into his jeans pockets. His eyes were locked onto mine. His expression was serious. What'll it take? I need help with this, and everyone has a price. What's yours? How about $20 when you close a case? 100, and nothing illegal or life-threatening. Deal, Hazel said. Here's the sad truth. I had nothing better to do, and I needed money. The bonds office was beyond slow. I had one FTA to hunt down, and Diesel had her locked away. Just exactly what am I supposed to do? I asked him. Annie's bond agreement lists her occupation as a relationship expert. Diesel gave a bark of laughter. Relationship expert? Well, I guess that would cover it. I don't even know what that means. What the heck is a relationship expert? Diesel had dropped the bottle by the knapsack on my counter when he walked into my kitchen. He went to the knapsack, removed a large yellow envelope, and handed it over to me. It's all in this envelope. I opened the envelope and pulled out a bunch of folders crammed with photographs and handwritten pages. She's got a condensed version for you set for the fast forward, Diesel said. Got everything priority. Says you better hustle because Valentine's Day is coming up fast. And? Personally, I don't get turned on by Valentine's Day with the scrappy cards and creepy cupids and the hearts and flowers routine. But Annie is to Valentine's Day what Santa Claus is to Christmas. She makes it happen. Of course, Annie operates on a smaller scale. It's not like she's got 10,000 elves working for her. Diesel was a really sexy-looking guy, but I thought he might be one step away from permanent residence at the funny thing. I still don't get my role in this. I just handed you 5 open files. It's up to you to make sure those 5 people have a good Valentine's Day. Oh, boy. Listen, I know it's lame, Diesel said, but I'm stuck with it. And now you're stuck with it. And I'm going to have a power shortage if I don't get breakfast. So find me a diner. Then I'm going to do my thing and look for Bernie, and you're going to do your thing and work your way down Annie's list. I put the leash onto Bob's collar, and the 3 of us walked down the stairs and out to my car. I was driving a yellow Ford Escape that was built for hauling felons and hot dogs. Does Bob go everywhere? Diesel wanted to know. Pretty much. If I leave him at home, he gets lonely and eats the furniture. 40 minutes later, Diesel was finishing up a mountain of scrambled eggs, bacon, pancakes, home fries, and sourdough toast with jam, all smothered in maple syrup. I'd ordered a similar breakfast, but had to give up about a third of the way through. I pushed my plate away and asked that the food be put in a to-go box. I drank my coffee and thumbed through the first file. Charlene Klinger, age 42, divorced. 4 children, ages 7, 8, 10, and 12. Worked for the DMV. There was an unflattering snapshot of her squinting into the sun. She was wearing sneakers and slacks and a sweater that didn't do a lot to hide the fact that she was about 20 pounds overweight. Her face was pleasant enough. No makeup. Not a lot of hairstyle going on. short brown hair pushed behind her ears. The smile looked tense, like she was making an effort, but she had bigger fish to fry than to pose for the picture. There were 4 more pages in Charlene's file. Bobby Nolan, Brian Bean, Lonnie Bronowski, Stephen Klein. Reject had been written in red magic marker across each page. A sticky note had been attached to the back of the file. There's someone for everyone, the note read. I suppose this was Annie giving herself a pep talk. And a second sticky note below the first. Find Charlene's true love. A mission statement. I blew out a sigh and closed the file. Hey, it could be worse, Diesel said. You could be hunting down a skip who thinks it's open season on bounty hunters. Unless you really piss her off, Charlene probably won't shoot at you. I don't know where to begin. Diesel stood and threw some money on the table. You'll figure it out. I'll check in with you later. Wait, I said. About Annie Hart. Later, Diesel said. And in 3 strides, he was across the room and at the door. By the time I got to the lock, Diesel was nowhere to be seen. Fortunately, he hadn't commandeered my car. My car was still in its parking space. Bob looking at me through the back window, somehow understanding that the styrofoam box in my hand contained food for him. The bail bonds office is a small storefront affair on Hamilton Avenue, just a 10-minute drive from the diner. I parked at the curb and pushed my way through the front door. Connie Rizzoli, the office manager, looked up when I entered. Connie is a couple years older than me, a couple pounds heavier, a couple inches shorter, a lot more Italian, and consistently has a better manicure. You must be tuned into the cosmic loop this morning, Connie said. I was just about to call you. Vinny's bananas over Annie Hart. Vinny's ferret face appeared in the doorway of his inner office. Well, he asked me. Well, what? Tell me you got her locked up nice and neat. Tell me you got a body receipt. I've got a lead, I told Vinny. Only a lead? Vinny clapped his hands to his head. You're killing me. Lula was on the faux leather couch reading a magazine. You should be so lucky, Lula said. Lula is a 180-pound black woman crammed into a 5'5" body. At the moment, she was wearing a red skin-tight spandex t-shirt that said, "Kiss my ass" in iridescent gold lettering, jeans with line marching down side seams that looked like they might burst apart at any minute, and 4-inch high-heeled boots. Lula does the office filing when she's in the mood, and she rides shotgun for a woman in the back. What's the lineup look like? I asked Connie. Nothing new. Annie Hart is the only big bond in the wind. It's always slow at this time of the year. All the serious crackheads kill themselves over Christmas, and it's too cold for the hookers and pushers to stand on the street corners. The only good time we got going on is gang shooting, and those idiots get held without bond. It's so still, Vinny's going on a cruise, Lula said. Yeah, and the cruise isn't cheap, Vinny said. So get your ass out there and find Annie Hart. I'm not running a goddamn charity here. I take a hit on Hart's bond and I'll have to fake a stroke and cash in my cruise insurance. And Lucille wouldn't like that. Lucille is Vinny's wife. Her father is Harry the Hammer. And while Harry might understand about the need for the occasional illicit manner, he definitely wouldn't be happy to see Lucille get stiffed on the cruise. It's one of them champagne Valentine's Day cruises, Vinny said. Lucille's got her bags packed already. She thinks this is going to rejuvenate our marriage. The only way to rejuvenate your marriage is if Lucille brings handcuffs and a whip and marries to the lamb, Lewis said. So stormy, Vinny said. I've got eclectic taste. We all did a lot of eye-rolling. I'm out of here, I told Connie. I'll be on my cell if you need me. I'm going with you, Lula said, grabbing her Prada knockoff shoulder bag. I'm feeling lucky today. I bet I could find Annie Hart right off. Thanks, I said to Lula, but I can handle it. The hell, Lula said. Suppose you gotta go to some cranky neighborhood and you need some muscle. That would be me. Or suppose you need to make a donut choice at that new place on State Street. That would be me, too. I caught my eyes to Lula. So, what you're saying is that you want to test drive the new donut shop on State? Yeah, Lula said. But only if you need a donut real bad. 15 minutes later, I cruised away from Donut Delish and headed for the DMV. I can't believe you're not eating any of these donuts, Lula said, a bag of donuts resting on her lap. These are first class. Look at this one with the pink and yellow sprinkles on it. It's just about the happiest donut I ever saw. I had a huge late breakfast. I'm stuffed. Yeah, but we're talking about primo donuts here. Bob was in the cargo area of the escape. His head was over the back seat, and he was panting in our direction. "That dog could use a breath mint," Lula said. "Try a donut." Lula flicked Bob a donut. Bob popped the donut and settled down to enjoy it. "Where the heck are we going?" Lula wanted to know. "I thought we were going after Annie. Don't you live in North Trenton?" "It's complicated. I had to make a deal. Annie's heart is inaccessible until I wrap up her caseload." "Are you shitting me? And what's that mean anyways? Does that mean you're taking on her customers? Personally, I can't see you doing that. I read her file. She said she was a relationship expert, and I figure that's code for hoes." "It's not like that. It's more like matchmaking. First person on my list is Charlene Klinger. She's 42 and divorced, and we need to find her true love." "Oh boy, true love. That's a bitch. You sure she would be satisfied if we just found her some nasty, sweaty sex? I got a couple names in my book for that one." "I'm pretty sure it has to be true love." Chapter 2. Charlene Klinger was behind the counter at the DMV working the registration-only line. She was prettier in person. Her hair still lacked style, but it was thick and glossy and suited her. Her face was animated, and she smiled a lot. After 35 minutes, Lula and I had inched our way up to her. I introduced myself to Charlene and explained I was substituting for Annie Hart. "That woman is a nut," Charlene said. "I don't know where she came from, but good riddance that she's gone, and I don't need a substitute in that case. I'm doing fine. I don't want a man in my life. I've got enough problems." "Didn't you hire Annie?" "Heck no, she just popped into my kitchen one day. Happens to me all the time. The kids leave the door open, and the next thing I know, some half-starved cats wandered into the house and won't leave." "I was under the impression you wanted to find your true love," I said to Charlene. Charlene looked at the powdered sugar that had sifted onto Lula's chest. "I'd sooner find a bag of donuts. Don't have to shave your legs to enjoy a bag of donuts." "Amen to that," Lula said. "You're going to have to move along if you don't want to register something," Charlene said. "You hold up the line too long, and this crowd will get ugly." Lula and I left the building and hustled to my car. It was freezing cold, and we walked with our heads tucked down against the wind. "Now what?" Lula wanted to know. I slid behind the wheel and pulled another part out of the envelope. Lula picked a donut out of the bag. "Me too." "Yesterday you told me you were going on a diet." "Yeah, but it's something new. It's called the afternoon diet. You get to eat all you want until noon. Then the diet starts." Next up is Gary Martin. Runs a vet clinic on Route 1. Never been married. Looks like a nice guy. I passed his picture to Lula. "He looks like a dork," Lula said. "He's wearing a bow tie and he's got a comb over. He don't need a matchmaker. He needs a woman with scissors."
Okay, this client.
I put the car in gear and rolled out of the lot. According to Annie's file, he needs help getting his girlfriend back. "And we're gonna help him? Excuse me if I'm a skeptic, but it don't seem to me we're all that good at relationships. I only date losers, and you have commitment issues. Yes, you can't even make up your mind about who you want as your commitment recipient. You're double-dipping with Morellian Ranger." "I'm not double-dipping." "You're mentally double-dipping." "That doesn't count. Everyone mentally double-dips. Keep your eyes open for Municipal Animal Hospital." The Municipal Animal Hospital waiting room was bright and cheery and sparkling clean, and it was empty of patients. A young woman sat behind a big wraparound desk. She was also sparkling clean, but she didn't look all that cheery. "Yo," Lula said to her. "I'm Luda, and this here's the wolf's name is Stephanie Plum, and we're looking for Gary Martin." "He's in surgery," the woman said. "Office hours start at 1 o'clock. "Maybe you could squeeze us in between surgeries," Lula said. "It's a personal matter." "Dr. Martin doesn't like to be disturbed when he's in surgery." "See, here's the thing," Lula said. "I got a donut with my name on it out in the car, and I don't want to sit around until 1 o'clock. Maybe it's not like old Gary's doing open heart. He's cutting the balls off a cat, right?" I pointed skip on to the door. "Out," I said to Lula. "Just trying to communicate with me. Stick up her ass," Lula said. "Out." I waited until Lula left, and then I turned to the receptionist. "Maybe I could leave a note for Dr. Martin." There was a long, awkward pause, and I assumed the receptionist was contemplating hitting the police button on the security system, or at the very least unleashing organists from a holding point, as well as that. "They adult, right?" Finally, the woman exhaled and slid a pad of pen in my hand. "I guess that would be okay," she said. I was halfway through the note when Gary Martin burst from the back room and approached the reception. "Any emergency calls?" he asked her. Any, personal calls? She shook her head no. Are you sure? Not a single personal call? Gary Martin looked like a big 40-year-old cherub. He was about 5'6" with chubby cheeks and a soft middle. He was wearing a light blue lab coat that was unbuttoned with white slacks and a yellow button-down coat. He was entirely adorable, wealthy from the weather, and he was clearly disappointed that no one had come. I took his hand out and introduced myself. Fanning Hart is temporarily indisposed, I said. I'm her replacement. I wasn't sure what to expect after Charlene Klinger, but Gary Martin seemed excited to see me. He ushered me into his little office and closed the door. I've been waiting, he said. I was expecting Miss Hart, but I'm sure you're wonderful, too. I understand you need help getting your girlfriend back? I don't know what happened. 2 weeks ago, she just said it was over. I don't know what went wrong. I must have done something terrible, but I don't know what it was. But then she didn't marry me on Valentine's Day, and now I don't know what to do. She won't talk to me on the phone, and she won't let me into her apartment. And last time I tried to talk to her, she said I was a pest. A pest! I'm curious, I said. How did you hear about Annie Hart? It was odd. I found her card in my jacket pocket. Someone must have given it to me. It said Miss Hart was a relationship expert, and I thought, that's just what I need. So I called Miss Hart, and we had a meeting. That was 4 days ago. I took a photo of his desk and handed it to me. Miss Hart wanted a picture of Loretta. The sticky note attached to the back told me this was Loretta Flack, and Martin had neatly printed Loretta's address and phone number below her name. The front of the photo showed a smiling blonde with a Barbie doll shape. It had been taken at some sort of street fair, and she was holding a teddy bear. She's a bartender, Martin said. She works the lunch shift at Beetle Bumpkin. It's a sports bar just up the road. They have good sandwiches at lunchtime, but Loretta said she didn't want me in there anymore. She's pretty, I said. Yes, she's way too pretty for me, and probably too young. I don't know why she even went out with me in the first place. I thought maybe you could tell her I joined a gym, and I have a private trainer now, and I think my hair is growing back. I looked up at the 3 strands of hair plastered to the top of his dome. I thought I might have seen some fuzz this morning, Gary Martin said. Yeah, anything else you want me to tell her? I'll leave it up to you. You're a relationship expert, right? I mean, you know the right things to say. Oh boy, we were in trouble. I never said the right thing. Lula was right. I was a relationship disaster. Sure, I told him. Leave it to me. I'll get this fixed up. Lula settled her ass on a Beetle Bumpkin bar stool and looked around. Beetle Bumpkin is one of them new mini chains, she said. There's one just opened downtown. The sandwiches are good because they fry them. Everything's fried. That's the Beetle Bumpkin's secret ingredient. Loretta Flack was taking an order at the other end of the bar. Her hair was yellow under the Bumpkin bar lights, and her breasts were packed into a red Beetle Bumpkin t-shirt. I figured she was maybe 15 years younger than Gary Martin. Let me do the talking this time, I said to Lula. My lips are sealed. I'm over here in case you move back up. Like, suppose she tries some karate moves, or she puts a gun on you. I don't think that's going to happen. You never know. Best to be prepared, I always say. People are unpredictable. I learned that in my human behavior course at the community college. Did I ever tell you I took a human behavior course? Yes. It will help in this situation. It's just about qualified me to be a relationship expert. Plus, I got a lot of expertise all those years when I was a hoe. I bet I could relationship the ass off you. No doubt. Let me talk anyway. Loretta made her way down to us. Ladies, she said. Diet Coke and tuna on rye, I told her. I'll have the Beetle special sandwich and cheese fries and a Coke, Lula said. I looked at my watch. It was 12:30. What about your afternoon diet? It's more like a suggestion than a rule. And anyway, I thought since we're working on these cases, I should keep my strength up. I might get all weak and hypoglycemic if I don't have cheese fries.
Boss.
So, Loretta said.
Hi.
Working ladies.
How can I help you?
Yep, we're relationship experts, Lula said. We fix up relationships. You got any that needs fixing? No, I'm good with relationships. I'm in a dreamy one right now. He's a lawyer. You don't look like the lawyer type, Lula said. You look like some other type. Loretta drew my drink and slid it down the bar at me. I'm lots of types. This is a really good job for meeting men. I go out with them and get them to buy me some jewelry, and then when it looks like they're going to say the L word, I split. I got this necklace I'm wearing from a veterinarian. It's a good necklace, Lula said. And you look like a veterinarian type more than a lawyer type. Maybe you should go back with him. He was a loser, Loretta said. He kept talking about how he wanted a family. She wrinkled her nose. Ew! Kids! Ick! I hate kids. And he was always rushing up to save some dumb cat or dog. I mean, what's with that? Who wants a boyfriend who makes you rush through dessert just because some cat got run over by a dump truck? What a creep, he would say. Imagine rushing you through dessert. I wouldn't stand for that. The lawyer's a lot better, Loretta said. He has a wife and kids, so I don't have to worry about the L word. The L word is okay if it's insincere. Boy, you got it all figured out, Loretta said. Loretta moved off to the other end of the bar. What was that? Asked Luda. You were supposed to let me do the talking. Well, excuse me, Ms. Control Freak. It just worked out this way. You weren't taking advantage of the moment. Turns out it doesn't matter a whole lot anyway. I liked Gary Martin, and I hated Loretta Flynn. Loretta's laugh was pitch still. I couldn't in good conscience fix things so that Martin was stuck with them. The sandwiches and fries arrived, and we dug in. I'm liking this, Luda said. We didn't get spit on or shot at all day, and I feel like a big cupid. Of course, we haven't gotten anybody together like we're supposed to, but it feels like love is in the air. Don't you feel love in the air? How many more cases we got? 3. Next up is Larry Burlew. He's got his eye on someone, but can't get to meet her. I've already skimmed the file. Burlew is a butcher, works at Sal's Meat Market on Broad. The woman in the streams works in the coffee shop across the street. According to Annie's notes, Burlew is shy. That's cute, Luda said. A shy butcher. If that's the feeling about him. And I wouldn't mind some pork chops for dinner tonight. Chapter 3. Larry Burlew was a big guy. He was over 6 feet tall, weighed maybe 230 pounds, and had hands like handguns. He wasn't bad looking, and he wasn't good looking. Mostly he looked like a butcher. Possibly because his white butcher's apron was decorated with meat marinade and chicken guts. The butcher shop was empty of customers when we entered. Burlew was the lone butcher, and he was slicing ribs and arranging them in the display case. I introduced myself as Annie's assistant, and Burlew blushed red from the collar of his white t-shirt to the roots of his buzz-cut hair. "Real nice to meet you," he said softly. "I hope this isn't too much trouble. You're kind of silly asking for help like this, but he's quite came to the shop and left the card, and I just thought..." "Don't worry about it," Luda said. "It's what we do. We're the fixer-upper bitches. We live to fix shit." "I understand you want to get together with someone?" asked Burlew. "There's this girl that I like. I think she's around my age. I see her every day, and she's nice to me, but in a professional way. And sometimes I kind of talk to her. It's like people who usually never know what to say. I'm a big dummy when it comes to girls." "Okay," I said. "Give me all the necessary information. Who is she?" "She's right across the street," Burlew said. "She works in the coffee shop. Every morning I go in to get coffee, and she always gets it just right. She always gives me the perfect amount of cream, and it's never too hot. Her name is Jill. That's what it says on the name tag. I don't know her. She's the one with the shiny eyes." I looked at the coffee shop. It had big plate glass windows in the front, making it possible to check out the action inside. There were 3 women working behind the counter, and a bunch of customers lined up waiting for service. I shifted my attention back to Burlew and saw he was watching Jack, mesmerized by the sight of her. I excused myself and swung across the street to the coffee shop. Jet was at the register ringing up a customer. She was a tiny little thing with short, spiky black hair. She was dressed in a black t-shirt, a short black skirt, black tights, and black boots. She wore a wide black leather belt with silver studs, and she had a red rose tattooed on her arm. She looked to be in her early to mid-20s. No wedding band or engagement ring on her left hand. I ordered a coffee. "It's for my cousin across the street," I said. "Maybe you know him, Larry Burlew?" "Sorry, no." "He's a butcher, and he said you always give him perfect coffee." "Oh my God, are you talking about the big huge guy with the buzz cut? He comes in here every morning. He talks so soft I can hardly hear him. And then he goes across the street and he stares in here all day. I'm sorry because he's your cousin and all, but he's kind of creepy. He's shy, and he stares in here because he'd like more coffee, but he can't leave the shop." "Oh my God, I had no idea. That's so sweet. That's so sad. The poor guy's over there wishing he had a cup of coffee, and I thought he was one of those pervert stalkers. He should just call over here, or he could wave and I'd bring him a cup. Really? He'd love that. He's such a nice guy, but he's always worried about imposing. Jet leaned on the counter and did a little finger wave at Larry Burlew. Even from this distance, I could see Burlew's cheeks flush red. I brought the coffee across the street and gave. All you have to do is wave at Jet, and she'll bring you a cup of coffee. Then you'll have a chance to talk to her. I can't talk to her. What would I say? She's so pretty, and I'm so... Burlew looked down at himself. He didn't have words. You're a nice-looking guy, I told him. Okay, maybe the chicken guts are a turn-off, but you can fix that by changing your butcher apron before she gets here. And try not to stare at her so much. Only stare when you want a cup of coffee. Staring sometimes can be misconstrued as, rude. Burlew was bobbing his head up and down. I remember all that. Wait for coffee, don't stare so much, and try everything before she gets here. And talk to her. Talk to her, he repeated. I didn't actually have a lot of confidence that this would work, so I wrote my cell phone number on a scrap of paper and left it with him. Call me if you have a problem, I said. Burlew did some vigorous head nodding. Yes, ma'am. Before we go, I need to buy some pork chops, Lewis said. I have a taste for pork chops. Diesel was on the couch watching television when Bob and I got home. There was a six-pack of beer and a pizza box on the coffee table in front of him. Some of the beer and pizza were missing. I brought dinner, Diesel said. How'd it go today? What are you doing here? I'm living here. No, you're not. Sure I am. I have my shoes off and everything. Okay, but I'm not sleeping with you. No problem. You're not my type anyway, Diesel said. What's your type? Easy. I rolled my eyes. I'm a jerk, Diesel said. But I'm triple. This was true. I dragged Bob off to the kitchen and gave him fresh water and filled his dog bowl with balcony tea. I returned to the living room, helped myself to a piece of pizza, and joined Diesel on the couch. Eat up, Diesel said. We need to work tonight. I've got a line on Diener. No way. I'm the relationship person. I'm not the find the crazy unmentionable nutcase person. I need cover. You're all I've got, Diesel said. What makes Diener special? Can he whip up a tornado? Can he levitate a hammer? Can he catch a bullet in his teeth? No, he can't do any of those things. Well, what can he do? I'm not telling you. Just try not to get too close to him. The leftover pizza. I gave him a piece. He ate it in 3 gulps and put his head on Diesel's leg, leaving a smear of tomato sauce. Diesel scratched Bob behind the ear, the tomato sauce not worthy of registering on Diesel's slobometer. It was 8 o'clock when I parked my yellow Ford Escape in the small lot attached to Ernie's Bar and Grill. I'd been to Ernie's before and knew it was more bar than grill. The grill was mostly wasabi peas and pretzels. The bar was mostly middle-aged white guys who drank too much. It was just 1 block from the government complex, so it was a convenient watering hole for enslaved bureaucrats who were putting in their hours waiting for death or retirement, whichever came first. At 8 o'clock, the bar had emptied out of the merely desperate and was left to console the truly hopeless. Diener's been here for 2 nights running, Diesel said. He's in there now. I can sense it. Problem is, I can't approach him in a public place. I know he's holed up somewhere. Can't get a fix on it. I want you to try to get him to talk to you. See if you can find out where he lives. Just don't let him touch you, and don't get too close. How close is too close? If you can feel his breath on your neck, it's too close. He's 5 feet 8 inches tall, weighs 180 pounds, and looks late 40s. He has brown hair, cut short, blue eyes, and he's got a raspberry birthmark on his forehead that extends into his left eyebrow. Why don't you follow him when he leaves the bar? Not an option, unless he leaves with you. I gave Diesel a why not look, and Diesel mumbled something. What? Here. You want to run that mumbling by me again? Diesel slumped in his seat and blew out a sigh. I keep losing him. He's really sneaky. He turns a corner on me and he's gone. The stealth beaner, something like that. He scrambles my radar. You don't actually think you have radar, do you? No, but I have GPS, and sometimes ESP, and Monday nights, I get ESPN. Okay, he was a little nutty, but at least he had a sense of humor. And hell, who was I to say whether or not he actually had ESP? I mean, I sort of believe in ghosts, and I sort of believe in heaven, and I sort of believe in wishing on birthday candles. I guess diesel and ESP aren't too far removed, sort of in the area of radio waves, spontaneous combustion, and electricity. After all, I don't understand any of those things, but they exist. Sometimes you just have to go with it, Diesel said. I left Diesel on that note and sashayed off to the bar. It was easy to spot Beaner in the lineup of losers. He was the only one with a raspberry birthmark on his forehead. The stool next to him was unoccupied, so I climbed onto it and made sure there was some air between us. Beaner was drinking something amber on ice, probably scotch. I ordered a beer and smiled at him. "Good," I said. "How's it going?" He didn't return the smile. "How much time do you have?" he asked. "That bad?" He threw back the liquid in his glass and signaled the bartender for more. I took another stab at it. "You come here often?" I asked him. "I live here." "Must be hard to sleep on that bar stool. How do you keep from falling off?" That almost got a smile. "I don't sleep here," he said. "I just drink here. I drink at home, but that might indicate alcoholism." "Where's home?" He made a vague gesture with his hand. "Out there." "Out there is a big place." "My wife kicked me out of the house," he said. "Changed the locks on the friggin' doors. Married for 200 years and she kicked me out of the house. Packed all my clothes in cardboard boxes and put them out on the front lawn." "Jeez, I'm sorry." "What am I supposed to do now? Things were different the last time I dated. It was simple back then. You found someone you liked, you asked her father if you could marry them, then you got married and climbed on board." He took possession of his new drink and tested it out. "Don't get me wrong, it's not like I'm saying that was right. It's just the way it was, and I knew that way. Now it's all about talking and sensitivity. I've been married for all this time, and suddenly she wants to talk. And it turns out we've been having bad sex, and now she wants to have good sex. Do you have any idea how embarrassing it is to find out you've been doing it wrong for 200 years? I mean, how friggin' annoying is that? She said I couldn't find my way south of the border with a road map." "I might know someone who could help you." "I don't need help. I need my wife to come to her senses. This whole mess is a result of someone trying to help. Things were fine until some meddler stuck her big fat nose into my marriage. If I get a hold of her, I'll fix her good. It'll be the last time she meddles in someone's marriage." "But if she was trying to help..." "She didn't help. She made things awful." He chugged his drink, dropped a 20 on the bar, and stood. "I've gotta go." "So soon?" "Things to do." "Where are you going? Are you going home?" My eyes slipped to the bartender when he took the 20 in the empty glass. A beat later, I turned my attention back to Beaner, but he was gone. "Where'd he go?" asked the bartender. "Did you see him leave?" "I saw him get off the stool, but then he got lost in the crowd." I left money on the bar and went outside to Diesel. "He's gone," I said. "We were talking and he got agitated and he split." Diesel was lounging against my car. "I saw him for a second when he walked through the door. A couple of people came out with him, and somehow he disappeared behind me before I could get to him." Diesel pushed off from the car, went to the driver's side door, angled himself in behind the wheel, and turned the key in the ignition. "Let's go." "Wait a minute, this is my car. I drive." "Everybody knows the guy gets to drive." "Not in Jersey." "Especially in Jersey," Diesel said. "The testosterone level in Jersey is 15% higher than it is in any other state." Chapter 4. It was still early, so we stopped at a supermarket on the way home.
Okay, man, I was hoping
"What
you
about the
picked that
shopping
up,
cart?"
because
asked
that means we
Diesel.
get to
"Do
rub
you have to drive
elbows with
that,
Tony
too?"
again. He's
"I
gonna
get my
stash
nuts
away all that
repossessed if I
private
didn't
stuff.
drive the
So
shopping
how about
cart."
we go and
A
unstash
half
it
hour
like
later,
last
we
time,
loaded
huh?
our food
And
onto
get
the
this,
checkout
remember
belt,
when he
and
did that
Diesel
damn
gave his
community
credit card to the
service back in the
checker.
day? Well, this
"Boy,
is
you
the
got
car
lots
he
of
had come and
food," the
pick him
checker
up from the side
said.
of the
"A
road.
man's gotta
Can
eat,"
you believe it?
Diesel told
This
me.
thing's been in the news.
I took a peek
Houston's
at the
gonna want
car.
it so bad.
"There's no bank name on this car," I whispered to Diesel. "It's an unmentionable car," he said. "Good in 3 solar systems." I was pretty
I
sure
say
he
we
was
make
me. I crammed the last of the food into my kitchen. Ice cream, cereal, milk, orange juice, apples, bananas, bread, cream cheese, coffee, half and half, crackers, cookies, chips, salsa, carrots, mixed nuts, and God knows what else. Diesel put the bag of chips and a beer into the living room and remembered the television on. "This is great," he said. "I can catch the end of the hockey game." I settled next to him and reached into the chip bag. Bob had been sleeping in the bedroom, but the rustle of the chip bag was a bawd alarm, and in a beat, Bob was up and expectantly standing in front of me. I fed him a couple chips, and he plopped down on the floor with his head on my foot. "Peter isn't such a bad guy," I said. "He's just frustrated. He's been married for a long time, and all of a sudden his wife isn't satisfied with the status quo. I think Peter would like to fix things, but he just doesn't know how to get up to speed. He doesn't know how to go about talking to his wife, and he says, according to his wife, he sucks in the sack. So give him a pill." "It's not about that. You don't care about that. That's a man problem." "Yeah, I get it," Diesel said. "But a pill would have been easy. This is just plain embarrassing. Maybe I don't have to shut him down. Maybe we can reprogram him." "We?" "Unmentionables who cross the line aren't happy to see me. And bad things happen when Beano isn't happy. So either you're going to have to convince him to chill and talk to me, or else you're going to have to get him alone somewhere. I can't seem to follow Beano, but I can follow you." "What about a listening and understanding problem?" "I suck at that," Diesel said. "That's girl stuff. You're going to have to explain that to him." "Only if you help me with any types cases. I've scored a big 0 with 2 out of 3, and I'm not sure the third one will fly." Diesel thought for me. "Yeah?" Diesel said into the phone. "Now what?" He slouched deeper into the couch and listened with his mouth set tight. "Yeah," he said. "I hear you. I'm working on it. Send everyone a case of whatever the hell it is they need." "And?" I said when he disconnected. "Diener can't find Annie, so he's visiting her friends and relatives, causing havoc." The next call was from Annie. "I'm working on it," Diesel said. "I can't approach him in public and have him contaminate a room filled with innocent people." He nodded and listened. "You have to be patient," he said. "I have a partner. She's helping me with your cases, and she's helping me find Bernie Diener." More talking at the other end. "No, I'm not bringing her to you. You have to trust me." Diesel disconnected. "How'd that go?" "Does she trust you?" "Not even a little. She's coming over here." "What about Bernie? I thought it wasn't safe for Annie to go out because Bernie might get her." "She'll get help," Diesel said. "She'll be okay." I took another handful of chips, fed a couple to Bob, and turned my attention back to the game. A few minutes later, my doorbell rang. Diesel got the door and ushered Annie Hart into my living room. She was a little shorter than me, a little plumper, a little older. She had short, curly brown hair and lively brown eyes and a nice mouth. She smiled at Diesel and me, and the smile produced crinkle lines at the corners of her eyes. She was wearing a bright red hooded jacket, jeans, and boots, and she had her purse tucked into the crook of her arm. Diesel introduced us. "Annie Hart, this is Stephanie Plum. Stephanie, meet Annie Hart." I stood and extended my hand. "It's a pleasure." "Have you seen the files?" she asked me. "Yes. It's very important that you help these people have a good Valentine's Day, and it's so close. Today is Friday and Valentine's Day is Monday. Of course, the real goal is lifelong love, but truthfully, that's icing on the cake." She flipped her eyes at Diesel. "We all love Diesel, but relationships aren't his strength. Diesel runs on pure testosterone, and relationships need a little estrogen." "Pure testosterone? That would explain his wardrobe," I said. Annie and I took a moment to assess the grungy thermal shirt, beat-up boots, and 2-day beard. "Exactly," Annie said, "although it seems to work for him." "You have to go with what you've got," Diesel said. "I have a good feeling about you," Annie said to me. "You have a lovely aura. I hope you don't mind the intrusion, but I have to see for myself. I really feel much better now. Call me if you have problems, any time of the day or night. I've made promises to these people, and I hate not to keep a promise. I've really tried hard with Charlene Klinger, but I've been terribly off the mark. She says she doesn't want a man in her life, but I know that's not true. She's a good person, and she deserves to have a loving helpmate." "Can I get you something?" I asked. "Coffee, a drink?" "I'd love that, but I promised this would be short. Perhaps when everything is settled we can visit. I know you have some romance problems." I shot a look at Diesel. "Blabbermouth?" "Oh dear no," Annie said. "Diesel didn't say anything. I just have a sense of these things. What are you doing on Valentine's Day?" "No plans so far. I guess Diesel and I will be finishing things up for you." "My word, you're not going to spend Valentine's Day with Diesel, are you?" I hadn't actually thought about it. Not a good idea, Annie said. He's a heartbreaker. We don't have that sort of relationship, I told her. If you spend enough time in his company, the pheromones will wear you down. And the dimples. Diesel has dimples? Just ignore them, Annie said. And don't worry about your issue with commitment. As soon as I get out of jail, we'll have a good sit down, and I'll solve that problem for you. Goodness, the answer is obvious. Clearly you belong with... And Annie was gone. Did she just disappear? Asked Diesel. Diesel was sunk into the couch. I don't know, I wasn't watching. I got hockey on and the Rangers scored a goal. So, that was weird. Yeah, welcome to my world, Diesel said, returning with a bag of chips. Would you get me another beer? I opened my eyes and looked up at Diesel. He was dressed but unshaven, holding a mug of coffee. What time is it? He asked. And why are you in my bedroom? It's 6 o'clock. Rise and shine, cutie pie. Go away. I'm not ready to rise and shine. Diesel shoved me over a couple inches, sat on the edge of the bed, and sipped his coffee. We need to wrap this up before Annie gets restless again. What on earth are we going to do at 6 in the morning? I have plans. I pushed myself up on my elbow. You were a real pain in the behind. Yeah, people tell me that a lot. You look sexy with your hair all messed up and your eyes kind of sleepy. Maybe I should get under the covers with you. What about the early start? This wouldn't take long. Easy for you to say. Get out of my bedroom and put an English muffin in the toaster for me. I'll be out in a minute. And it would help if you feed Bob and take him out for a walk. I took a fast shower, blasted my hair with the hairdryer, and pulled it back into a ponytail. I got dressed in a t-shirt and jeans, and topped it off with a fleece hoodie. Diesel was going over Annie Hart's files when I got to the kitchen. I fed Bob and I walked him, Diesel said. Did you remember to take a plastic bag for his poop? Sweetheart, I don't do the poop in a bag thing. It's impossible to look like a tough guy when you're carrying a bag of poop. And you might want to think about feeding him less, because apparently whatever goes into a dog comes out of a dog, and it isn't good. I took my muffin out of the toaster and put it on Diesel's shoulder. He was reading about Charlene Klinger. I spoke to her, I told Diesel. She thinks Annie is a nut, and she doesn't want to get fixed up. Diesel flipped to Gary Martin. He wants our help bad, I said. Unfortunately, the love of his life is all wrong for him, and I really don't want to stick him with her. He deserves better. You're not supposed to change the world, Diesel said. We're just supposed to set things up for Valentine's Day. Valentine's Day isn't going to happen for Gary Martin and Loretta Black. Black has maxed out Martin's credit at Tiffany's and moved on to greener pastures. That's cold, Diesel said. He turned to Larry Bruley's one. What about this one? He's got a thing for the girl in the coffee shop across from his butcher shop. I arranged for them to get together, so with any luck, he's off the list. I didn't get to the last 2 cases. Diesel paged through the rest of the files. The 4th case is someone named Janine Chan, and all it says is she has a problem. Doesn't look like Annie visited her yet. No picture, no case history. And a tough guy himself getting married. His name is Albert Clown. I snatched the file out of Diesel's hand. I kept this in boyfriend. I remember now, Diesel said. Last time I was here, she found out she was pregnant. Baby, and they had a big wedding planned, and Clown had a total panic attack. He broke out in a cold sweat and hyperventilated himself into oblivion. They bailed on the wedding and ran off to Disney World, but he's never been able to bring himself to marry Valerie. How about we stun gun him, and when he wakes up, he's married? You're such a romantic. I have my moments, Diesel said. Now what? Now you put your boots and mittens on, and we go out and do our lame-ass Cupid thing. I shoved my feet into my boots, gathered up my mittens and scarf, and took a moment to call Morelli. Lots of rings. No answer. His answering service came online. Morelli was underground, working the sting. It's me, he said. Just wanted to let you know, Bob is fine. Charlene Klinger lived in a narrow, single-family, 2-story house in North Trenton. It had a postage stamp yard and a driveway, but no garage. A green soccer mom van was parked in the driveway. A big orange cat sat hunkered down and sooty-eyed on the roof of the van. Diesel parked my Escape at the curb, and we made our way to the front door. We rang the bell, and Charlene's youngest kid let us in, and then instantly disappeared, no questions asked. It was Saturday morning, and the Klinger household was in full chaos mode. The television was on in the living room. A couple of dogs were barking toward the back of the house. Rap was blaring from an upstairs bedroom, and Charlene's voice carried from the kitchen. "You absolutely cannot have ice cream for breakfast," she said. "And don't you dare put it in your orange juice." I knocked on the door jamb and looked in at
Alright,
Charlene.
so we didn't get them all, but
I
we
said,
still took
"Remember
down the
me?"
worst of their heavy shit.
Charlene
Should
looked
be
at
a
me
little
with a smile.
smoother once you're on board.
"What are you doing here? How did you get in?" "A little boy with red hair and a blue shirt let us in," I told her. "I swear, someday we're all going to get killed in our sleep. Don't open the door to anyone." "I was hoping I could have just a few minutes to talk to you." "I've got nothing to say. I don't want a man in my life. I don't have time to talk to you, and..." Charlene stopped mid-sentence, and her eyes widened a little when she saw Diesel. "This is Diesel," I told Charlene. "He's part of the relationship team. He's our, man specialist. Are you sure you don't want a man in your life? They can come in handy sometimes, taking out the garbage, scaring away burglars, fixing the plumbing." "I guess," Charlene said. "Is he available?" "Are you?" asked Diesel. "Not even a little," Diesel said. "You wouldn't want him anyway," I told Charlene. "He's got limitations. I mean, we wouldn't expect Diesel to put a new float in a toilet, right? Plus, I bet you'd like a man who could cook sometimes. And Diesel doesn't do that either." Diesel slid a look at me like maybe he could cook if there was incentive. "Please," Charlene said. Diesel crossed the kitchen, poured himself a mug of coffee, and slouched against the counter. "There were a bunch of rejected men in your file," he said to Charlene. "Why did you reject them?" "They rejected me. Too many cats, too many kids, too old, too boring." "So we need to find someone who likes kids," Diesel said. His attention wandered to a cat sleeping on the counter in front of the toaster.
Nice.
"And animals." "You know, Matt, what kind of man do you want?" I asked Charlene. "Rich? Would you settle for mildly successful?" "Here's the thing," Charlene said. "I don't want to settle at all. I was serious yesterday when I said I don't have the time or energy for a man right now. I have soup stock cooking on the stove and a week's worth of laundry sitting in the basement next to the washing machine. I have 2 kids upstairs listening to rap and figuring out how they can bypass the parental controls on the television. I have a pregnant cat that I know is in the house somewhere, but I haven't been able to find for 2 days. My deadbeat ex-husband has run into syrup and living on the beach in Santa Barbara and hasn't sent child support in over a year. So I'm working at the DMV instead of staying home and keeping my kids from turning into juvenile delinquents. I don't need a man. I need a housewife." "We're counting down to Valentine's Day," I told Charlotte. "Let's get the man taken care of first, and then maybe we can work on the housewife." Charlene turned the flame under the stock pot. "What would it take to make you go away?" "A date," Diesel said. "We find you a man, you go out with him, and we leave." "Is that a promise?" "Maybe," Diesel said. "You have to give us some guidelines," I said to Charlene. "Yes. What are we really looking for in a man?" Charlene took a moment. "A good man," she said. "Someone who fits with me, someone comfortable." The cat got up, stretched on the counter, turned, and attempted to settle itself next to the stove. Its tail flicked into the open flame under the soup spout and instantly caught fire. The cat let out a yowl and jumped from the stove to the table. The black lab that had been sleeping under the table lunged to its feet and went after the flaming cat. We were all jumping around trying to catch the cat, trying to avoid the flaming tail. The lab slid into a table leg and yelped. Diesel grabbed the cat and dumped a quart of orange juice on him, and I slapped out a burning placemat. "Hard to believe someone would think you were boring," Diesel said to Charlene.
"Something's wrong with Blackie,"
the red-haired kid said, looking into the table of the lab.
"He's making whiny sounds and holding his leg funny."
We all looked at Blackie. He was for sure holding his leg funny. "How bad is the cat?" I asked Diesel. "Could be worse," Diesel said. "We barbecued the tip of his tail, but the rest of him looks okay. Hard to tell, being that he's soaked in orange juice." Charlene wrapped a towel around the cat. "Poor kitty." The 12-year-old and 10-year-old ran into the kitchen. "What's happening?" the 12-year-old asked.
"Kitty set himself on fire and Blackie broke his leg,"
the red-haired kid said. "Bummer," the 12-year-old said, and he and his brother turned and went back upstairs, as if this happened every day. "Where am I going to find a vet at this hour on a Saturday?" Charlene said. "I'm going to have to go to the emergency clinic. It's going to cost me a fortune." "I know someone who will help us," I told her. "I have his number in my car." Charlene cradled the cat close to her and grabbed her purse off the counter. "Get your coat and hat," she said to the red-haired kid, "and round up your brothers. Everyone out to the van." Diesel scooped the lab off the floor and carried him to the door. "Think Blackie could stand to lay off the chow," Diesel said. "This dog weighs a ton." "He could use a bigger yard," Charlene said. "He never gets to run. He appeared on our front porch in the middle of a snowstorm 2 years ago and just never left." The 4 kids trooped out and got into the van, and I ran to my car for Gary Martin's folder. Diesel locked the house and eased himself into the van with Rocky on his lap, front leg dangling loose. Charlene was in the passenger seat with Kitty still wrapped in the towel. I slid behind the wheel and called Gary Martin on my cell. "I have an emergency," I told him. "A cat with a barbecue tail and a dog with a broken leg. And I talked to Loretta, but that's a whole other story." "Is it a sad story?" "Yeah, the story isn't good." "My office doesn't open until 10 today," Martin said. "But I can come in early. I'll be there in a half hour." I transferred Bob from the Escape to the rear seat in the soccer mom van, introduced him to everyone, and took my place behind the wheel.
Who's the big guy holding Blackie?
The youngest kid asked at the first light. "His name is Diesel," Charlene said. "Be polite."
Diesel?
The kid repeated.
I never heard of anyone named Diesel. Diesel the twin,
One of the other kids said. I adjusted the rearview mirror so I could check Diesel out. Our eyes met and caught for a moment. I couldn't see his mouth, but the little crinkle lines around his eyes told me he was smiling. The clingers were amusing him. Lights were on at the building to the lot. Gary Martin arrived swiftly. He still had his coat and hat on when we all swooped in. "This is Charlene Klinger," I said to Martin. "She's Ma to Kitty and Blackie and the 4 kids." Charlene introduced the kids. "Junior, Ralph, Ernie, Russell." Martin looked at Diesel. "He's with me," I said. "He's the dog toter." "I should probably run some film of Blackie's leg, but I don't have an assistant until 10, Martin said. "I can help," Charlene said. "I've got 4 kids, 3 cats, 2 dogs, a rabbit, and 12 hamsters. I've taped up split lips, delivered kittens, breastfed 4 boys, and once we raised chickens from eggs for Ernie's science project."
The chickens pooped all over the house,
Ralph said. Martin unwrapped the cat enough to look at its tail. "The tail doesn't look too bad," he said. "Mostly he's lost hair and he's singed the tip. Why is he so sticky?"
Diesel put the fire out with orange juice,
Ralph told him.
It was awesome.
"I need someone to take the cat to the big sink in the back room and very gently wash the orange juice off him," Martin said. "And I need someone to hold Blackie while I run film." "I can hold Blackie," Russell said. "This is pretty cool. I might want to be a vet someday. I bet you meet a lot of girls." "I suppose," Martin said. "I'm not exactly the girl expert. I'm better with animals. Animals think I'm cute. Girls just think I'm bald." "I think you're cute," Charlene said. "You're cuddly, like Fluffy." "Who's Fluffy?" Martin asked.
A rabbit.
Ralph said.
He weighs 1,000 pounds.
"Everything in our house is overweight," Charlene said. "Except the kids." Martin exchanged his jacket for a blue Ralph coat. "Maybe I could take a look at Fluffy someday and suggest a better diet."
It's not just Fluffy,
Ralph said.
we practically have a zoo. Mom takes all the rejects.
Gary Martin and Charlene Klinger were perfect for each other. He wanted kids, and she had a pack of them. They were the same age, they were both animal lovers, and he could doctor up Charlene's menagerie when they set themselves on fire. Plus, Charlene Klinger and Gary Martin looked like they belonged together. They were a match set, far better than Gary Martin and Loretta What's-Her-Face. "Do you make house calls?" I asked Martin. "I was thinking it might be better for you to go to Charlene's house to see her animals since she has so many. And since you'd be doing her a favor, she could make dinner for you. I bet you hate to eat alone all the time. Now that you're alone." "Are you sure I'm alone?" Martin asked. "Trust me, you're alone." "I'd love to have you look at my animals," Charlotte said. "But I don't know if you want to eat at my house. It gets real hectic at dinner time." "I had 3 sisters and 2 brothers," Martin said. "I'm good with hectic." "Can you fix a toilet?" I asked him. "Can you cook?" "Sure. You don't grow up in a house with 3 sisters and 2 brothers and 1 bathroom and not know something about toilets." Martin took Blackie from Diesel and headed for X-ray. "And I make a killer pork tenderloin, and I can make brownies." I took Charlene aside. Did you hear that? He makes brownies. What the hell? I shaved my legs anyway, Charlene said. And he reminds me of Fluffy. I guess I could give it a shot. Do you think he's interested? Of course he's interested, I said. You're a domestic goddess, just what he wants. An hour later, Kitty had the end of his tail wrapped in white gauze, and Blackie had a cast on his front leg. It was really nice of you to come in early like this, Charlene said to Martin. Happy to be able to help, Martin said. You have great kids. Russell was a terrific assistant. Maybe you could come over and check on Blackie and Kitty and Fluffy sometime, Charlene said. Sure, Martin said. We all stood around waiting. Gary Martin was slow picking up social cues. After a long moment, Diesel swung an arm around Martin's shoulders. Maybe you want to check out Charlene's rabbit tonight. The light bulb went on in Martin's head. Tonight? It would be wonderful. I see my last patient at 5 o'clock, so I could come over around 6. We're having pot roast tonight if you'd like to take a chance on dinner with us, Charlene said. Boy, that would be fantastic. I'll bring dessert. I won't have time to make my brownies, but I'll stop at the bakery. We got Charlene and her kids and animals back to their house, waved goodbye, and angled ourselves into my car. Diesel gave me a playful punch in the shoulder. Are we good or what? He said. Cross 2 names off our list. I answered myself then. Your sister is coming over for dinner tonight, my mother said. I'm making lasagna, and I've got an ice cream cake for dessert. I thought you would make the food. I think I might be working tonight. What? You can't take time out to eat? Everybody has to eat. Yes, but I have a partner. There's always extra. Bring your partner. Is it Lula? No. Is it Ranger? No. Who is it? Weasel? Silent. From that Christmas where our tree burned up? My mother finally asked. Yeah. I imagined her looking beside her boss. What are you doing with Diesel? She asked. No. Don't tell me. I don't want to know. Chapter 5. It was mid-morning and clouds were creeping in above us. We were in front of Janine Chan's house, and we were reading her file. Not much here, Diesel said. She's 35, single, never been married, no kids. She works at the button factory. File says she has a problem. Janine lived in a single-story, low-rent row house about a quarter-mile from my parents' house in the Burg. There were 21 units to a block. They were all red brick. Front doors opened to small stoops that were directly on the sidewalk. Back doors opened to tiny yards that bordered an alley. 2 bedrooms, 1 bath, small eating, kitchen. No garages. All the units were identical. I rang the bell twice. The door opened a crack, and Janine looked out. Yes? She asked. We're looking for Janine Chan, I said. I'm Janine. She was maybe an inch shorter than me. She had brown, almond-shaped eyes and shoulder-length dark brown hair. She was slim and dressed in a gray, shapeless sweatshirt.
What you did?
I introduced myself, and then I introduced Diesel. Janine's eyes sort of glazed over when she saw Diesel. Annie suggested you might have a problem, I said to Janine.
Who, me?
Janine said.
Nope, not me. Everything's just fine. Hope we couldn't be inconvenient. I have to go now.
And she slammed and locked the door. That was easy, Diesel said. We didn't solve her problem. So you're paying me to close the deal, and that wasn't closing the deal. Besides, I'm starting to like this matchmaker thing. It's a challenge. I rang the bell again. And again.
Now what?
Janine said, opening the door, sticking her head out. I thought you might want to reconsider. Are you sure you don't have a problem? Janine's eyes locked on Diesel. Excuse me a minute while I confer with my associate, I said to Janine. I took Diesel by the arm and walked him down the sidewalk to the car. It's you, I said to Diesel. You're making her nervous. I have that effect on women, Diesel said, smiling. It's my animal magnetism. No doubt. Wait in the car. I'm going to talk to Janine and I'll be right back. Okay. What's the problem? I said to Janine when I closed the front door. I know there's a problem.
Annie didn't tell you? Gosh, this is so embarrassing. I don't know how to say this.
She sucked in some air and scrunched her eyes closed. Hello, anybody home? I said after a minute of Janine with her eyes closed tight.
I'm working myself up to it,
Janine said. Boy, this must really be bad.
It's the worst.
Murder? Cancer? chocolate allergy? Janine blew out a sigh.
I can't get laid.
That's it?
Yes.
That's not so bad, he said. I think I can handle that. I just have to find a guy to have sex with you.
Pretty much.
You have a plan?
I used to, but I'm getting desperate. I guess I'd like him to have at least some teeth, and it would be good if he wasn't so fat he smothered me. But that's about it. I got all panicked when I opened the door because I thought maybe Annie sent that Diesel guy over to get the job done. I mean, I wouldn't mind doing it with him, but I might have to work my way up. He doesn't look like something a beginner would want to tackle. Which brings me to the real problem.
Janine sucked her knuckles.
I'm a virgin.
Get out.
I don't know how this happens. At first I was being careful. I didn't want to do it with just anyone, right? And then all of a sudden I was in my 20s and it got embarrassing.
You say you don't want him back
Still being
around.
25 years old and never once finding a man with a sweater milk. And the older I got, the worse it became. It turns out virgins are only popular in high school and harems. No one wants to take responsibility for deflowering a 35-year-old woman.
Geez, who would have thought?
Yeah, I'm not painted with a feather. I'm telling you, I've really been trying lately, but I can't get anyone to do it. And now, I found a man I really like. He's funny and he's kind and he's affectionate. I really think this could turn into something. He might even be the love of my life. Problem is, I have to keep finding excuses not to invite him in, like my cat is sick, or my mother is visiting, or there's a gas leak.
All because you can't tell him you're a virgin?
Exactly. They'll run for the hills. They always do. God, I hate this stupid virginity. No idea, anyway. I mean, how the heck am I supposed to get rid of it?
Maybe a doctor could help you.
I thought of that, but that's only part of it.
She cracked her knuckles.
I don't know how to do it. I mean, I know where it goes and all, but I don't know the process. Like, do I just lay there, or am I supposed to do something?
Usually, you do what feels good.
What if it doesn't feel good? I'm 35. I'm old to be starting out. Why not just use it or lose it? I need some instruction, nothing fancy. Let me help me with the basics. For instance, am I supposed to moan?
You don't like it, but you can't get distracted. There's no one about it.
I don't think I can moan.
Are you sure you don't want to just talk this out with the guy you're dating?
I'd rather stick a fork in my eye.
Okay, hang in there and I'll figure something out. I left Janine and trotted back to Diesel. You were in there long enough, Diesel said. What's her big problem? She's a virgin. No kidding. Turns out after a certain age, it's not that easy to get rid of your virginity. She said men head for the hills when they find out she's a virgin. Don't want the responsibility of being the first. I could see that, Diesel said. She thought maybe Annie sent you to do the job. Diesel grinned. I could take a crack at it. I raised an eyebrow. What? Diesel said. Men. Diesel grinned wider and ruffled my hair. I slapped his hand away. Just trying to be helpful, Diesel said. Janine has a boyfriend. She likes him a lot and doesn't want to lose him, but she's afraid he'll split when she tells him she's a virgin. So don't tell him, Diesel said. Let him figure it out for himself after the deed is done. That's sort of sneaky. You have a problem with sneaky? There's another issue. She feels like she's sort of dumb about the whole thing. Like at 35, she should have some technique behind her. I imagine you could help her with that one, Diesel said. I guess, but I'm not sure I'm all that expert. I could test you out and let you know how you score, Diesel said, the grin back in place. Rate you on a scale of 1 to 10. Now there's an offer every girl dreams about. Diesel's phone rang, and he took the call. Yeah, he said into the phone. How bad is it? He listened for a full minute, disconnected, cranked the car over, and put it into gear. Where are we going? We're going to look for Diener. He attacked a woman in a diner 2 blocks from Ernie's bar. My source said Diener went in for breakfast, saw this woman, and went nuts on her because she resembled his wife. Jeez, what did he do to her? Is she going to be all right? She'll recover, but it won't be fun. Diesel headed for the center of the city. I know Diener is living in the neighborhood around Ernie's. I placed him there a week ago, but I can't get a fix on him. I thought we'd go over and walk around, see if I get a vibe. I looked back at Bob. It's freezing. I can't leave Bob sitting in the cold SUV all afternoon. Diesel hooked a left at the intersection. We'll drop him off at your apartment. Lock him in your bathroom so he doesn't eat your couch. Your bathroom is nice and big. He'll be okay. The neighborhood around Ernie's is a residential and commercial mix. There are office buildings, condo buildings, brownstones, and small businesses like Ernie's Bar, all in the jungle. Diesel parked in a lot, and we set out on foot with our collars turned up against the wind and our hands in our pockets to keep warm. We covered a grid of blocks a half-mile square, but Diener didn't register on Diesel's radar. We ducked into a deli and got sandwiches and coffee for lunch, happy to be out of the cold. "This isn't working," I said to Diesel. "I vote we do it my human way and canvass the street, asking questions." Go north and I'll go south, and we'll meet back here at 3 o'clock. I started with the girl at the register, asking if she'd seen a guy with a raspberry birthmark on his face. Her answer was no. I went to the florist next door, the drugstore, the dry cleaner. No one had seen Diener. I spoke to the doorman at a condo building and the receptionist at a high-rise office building. No Diener. I went 4 blocks south, stopping people on the street. I crossed the street and worked my way back to the deli. No luck at all. By the time I met up with Diesel, wind-driven snow was angling down, stinging my face. Snow is picturesque in Vermont. In New Jersey, it's a pain in the ass. It slows traffic and makes walking treacherous. Dogs turn the snow yellow, and cars churn it into brown sludge. "Any luck?" Diesel asked. "None. How about you?" "Zip." I felt my cell phone buzz. It was Larry Burlew, and I could barely understand what he was saying. He was talking at warp speed and stuttering. "This is not working," he said. "I don't know what to say to her. She comes over with coffee whenever I wait, but I don't know what to say. What should I say? I just say thank you." I thought I could talk to her, but nothing comes out. I just don't think I could drink much more coffee, but I can't stop myself from waving. "How many cups have you had?" "I just don't know. I lost count. 12 or 15, I think." "We're on our way," I told him. "Try to hang in there, and for God's sake, don't drink any more coffee." Chapter 6. Larry Burlew was pacing when we walked into the shop.
Cool stuff here.
"I don't feel good," he said. "I think I'm having a heart attack. My heart is racing, and my eye is twitching. I hate when my eye twitches like this. Maybe I need a cup of coffee to settle my nerves." "Put a coat on him and walk him around outside in the cold," I told Diesel. "See if you can get some of the caffeine out of his system." "Who'll take care of the shop?" Burlew asked. "I can't walk out on the shop." "I'll take care of the shop," I told him. "No one comes in at this time of day. Don't worry about it." 5 minutes later, a woman walked in and wanted a pork roast, deboned and rolled. "I'm just the assistant butcher," I told her. "I'm not allowed to debone. The real butcher will be back in an hour, but I'm not sure he'll be fit to use sharp tools. How about a nice roasting chicken?" "I don't want a chicken," she said. "I need a pork roast." "Okay, how about this? I'll give it to you for free if you'll take it with the bone in. It's a special promotional deal." "I guess that would be okay," the woman said. I took a roast out of the display case, wrapped it in white butcher paper, and gave it to the woman. "Have a nice day," I told her. 20 minutes later, Diesel returned with Burlew. "How's he doing?" I asked Diesel. "He stopped stuttering, and his eyes almost completely stopped twitching. I had to bring him back because I think his nose is frostbitten. This weather sucks. I'm putting in for an assignment in the Bahamas after this." "Can you do that?" "Nah, I go where I'm needed. There aren't a lot of people who can do my job." "Were there any customers?" Burlew asked. "No," I told him. "Nobody bought anything." "The coffee delivery scheme isn't working," Diesel said. "We need to think of something else." "The coffee delivery scheme is perfectly okay. It's Burlew we need to fix. He needs practice," I said. "I'm going to be the coffee person, and you be Larry. I'll walk in and you start a conversation with me so we can see how it's done." I went outside, and then I came in again. "Here's your coffee," I said to Diesel, pretending to hand him a cup of coffee. "Thanks," Diesel said, and he grabbed me and kissed me. I pushed away from him. "What the heck was that about?" Diesel was rocked back on his heels, smiling. "I felt like kissing you. It was cold outside, and you're all nice and warm." "Boy, I wish I could do that," Burlew said. "That was great." "It wasn't great," I said to Burlew. "That was a bad example. Diesel's a nut. I'm going to go out and come in again, and this time I'm going to hand you the coffee." I went outside and stood on the sidewalk for a moment, sucking in cold air. The kiss had actually been pretty damn terrific. Not that it was going to lead to anything, but it was terrific all the same. I pulled myself together and came back in and pretended to hand Burlew a cup of coffee. Burlew took the coffee and looked at me in the face. "What do you say?" I asked him. "Thank you." "What else?" Burlew was stumped. "Tell me your name," I said. "Larry Burlew." My name is Dress, I told him. Hey, I jumped back in. Tell her you think her name is unusual. Ask her if it means something. That's stupid, Diesel said. What's wrong with the dog? What would you suggest? Now get right to it. I told her I was going to catch the Knicks game at the scoreboard down the
Almost
street.
killed the
I
client.
asked her if she wanted to join me. You can't just say thanks for the coffee and then ask her out to a bar. It's too abrupt. And how do you know she's a Knicks fan? It doesn't matter. It's a guy thing. It makes him look like a guy. If he says something dorky about her name, she'll think he's a pussy. Anyway, if she wants to go out with him, she'll say yes. If she doesn't say yes, you know it's a lost cause and you move on. I don't like basketball. Hulu said. What
Oh, get in.
Horrible. Diesel was hands on hips. You're shitting me. Hulu fixed his attention on the display. There's a pork roast missing. Are you sure you didn't sell anything? I gave it away. It was a charity thing. Girl Scouts. Diesel's attention wandered to the street. Hey, get this, he said. Coffee girl must be out
There we
work
go.
for the day. She's got her coat on and her purse over her shoulder, and
the
it
car.
looks like she's coming over here. She's out of the coffee shop and across in the street. Hulu said. She doesn't have more coffee, does she? No, Diesel said. No coffee. The bell chimed on the front door and Jet walked in. Hi, she said to me. Your cousin is going to make me Employee of the Month for selling so much coffee. Her attention turned to Diesel. Hello, she said. He's gay, I told her. Flaming, wears ladies' panties. Jet sighed. I knew it was too good to be true. She looked over at Larry Burley. Straight as an arrow, said. Jet nodded. It's important to know stuff like that about your butcher. Like, is he married? Nope, totally available. So, I would be smart to buy meat here? You wouldn't regret it, said. Good. I feel like steak tonight. Diesel slid a look at me. He whispered. Jet directed her attention to Burley. Oh, it looks tasty. You want to grill it or broil it or pan fry it? Burley asked. I don't know. Something healthy. I have a great recipe that I do with sirloin, Burley said. Marinate it, and then I broil it with vegetables. That sounds terrific, Jet said. Maybe you could show me how to do it. Sure, Burley said. It's real easy. I could do it tonight, if you want. Bring the steak and stuff with me. Jet wrote her address on a scrap of butcher paper. Come over when you're done with work. I'll get some wine. And she left. Diesel and I looked at Burley. What the hell was that? Diesel asked. Good when it comes to meat, Burley said. It was twilight when we left the butcher shop. Streetlights were glowing behind swirling snow, and Trenton was looking cold but cozy. We're all hot at this relationship shit, Diesel said. We do things all wrong, and it all turns out right. We drove back to Beaner's neighborhood and cruised several blocks. Diesel stopped in front of Ernie's, and I ran in to take a fast look. No Beaner in sight, so I ran into the car. It's too early, Diesel said. We should come back around 8. We need to get to my parents' house anyway, I told him. I said we'd be there for dinner. We? I didn't want you to feel left out. I remember your parents. They run a loony bin. Okay, fine. Drop me off at the door. No way, Diesel said. I wouldn't miss this for anything. We just have to make a fast stop at my apartment to get by. A half hour later, we opened my bathroom door, and Bob looked out at us, all droopy-eyed and drooling and panting. He did some pathetic whimpering noises, opened his mouth, and said, and barked up a roll of toilet paper. Better than a couch, Diesel said. I cleaned up the toilet paper and put a new roll in the holder. By the time I was done, Bob was completely perked up, affectionately rubbing against Diesel, spreading dog sign the length of his leg. Probably I should change clothes before we go to your parents' house, Diesel said. For sure. Diesel pulled a pair of jeans and a shirt out of his backpack. They were exact duplicates of what he was wearing, honest as lion and pizza sauce. No better, no worse. He peeled his shirt off, unlaced his boots, and stepped out of his boots and jeans. Good God, I said, and whirled around so I wasn't facing him. Not that it mattered. The image of Diesel in briefs was burned into my brain. Ranger and Morelli, the two men in my life, were physically perfect in very different ways. Ranger was Cuban-American with dark skin and dark eyes, and sometimes dark intentions. He had a kickboxer's body and special forces
How can I help
skills. Morelli was hard and angular, his temperament Italian, his muscle and skill acquired on the street. Diesel was put together on a larger scale. And while I couldn't see details, I suspected he was larger everywhere. My grandmother was setting the table when we arrived. The extension was in, and the kitchen chairs and a kid's high chair had been brought out to seat 10. Valerie and Albert were already there. Albert was watching television with my dad. I could hear Valerie in the kitchen talking to my mom. Her oldest girl, Angie, was on the floor in the living room coloring in a coloring book. The middle kid, Mary Alice, was galloping around the dining room table, pretending she was a horse. The baby was on Albert's lap. All action stopped when Diesel walked in. "Jeez," my father said. "Nice to see you again, sir," Diesel said.
I remember you.
Mary Alice said.
You used to have a ponytail.
"I did," Diesel said, "but I thought it was time for a change."
Sometimes I'm a reindeer.
Mary Alice said. "Is it different from being a horse?" Diesel asked her.
Yeah, because when I'm a reindeer, I got antlers and I can fly like Rudolph. Cannot.
Andrew said.
Can too. Cannot. I can fly a little.
Mary Alice said. I cut my eyes to Diesel. Diesel smiled and shrugged. I let Bob off his leash, left Diesel in the living room to charm my father, and went to the kitchen to check in with my mother. "Is there anything I can do?" I asked.
Sure.
"You can spoon the red sauce into the gravy boat, and you can try to talk some sense into your grandma."
Hey!
Listen to me.
Who's that?
Come. Have you seen her?
Who are you?
She was sitting at the table. Did you take a good look?
You're JJ.
Grandma Mazur
You're not JJ.
She was in her 70s.
No.
It hadn't been time.
We got a strange kid in our house.
Just her flesh draped on a wiry frame.
Come
Her
here.
hair was still gray.
You like your haircut? Yeah, I feel better? Look at that. You look clean and respectable.
Yeah.
She said.
I'm clean and respectable?
In the contact from it.
No?
Oh my God. I said. Don't cover your mouth. That way.
Oh,
I
okay.
said. She had her lips plugged in. She went to some idiot doctor and
Where's the
told
little-
herself injected.
I was about to say, where's the little one?
Get your ass in
Ah.
friends.
That was quick.
No. Hey, ass implants are serious on purpose. You might not want to do that. There's a sale on implants next week, Grandma said. I think it's a sale. Yes, but implants have to be incredibly painful. You won't be able to sit. Why don't you just find a sale on shoes? We can go to Macy's and then have lunch in the food court. Okay, Grandma said. Sounds like fun. My mother took the lasagna, and I took the red sauce, and Grandma took a basket of bread to the table. Everyone seated themselves and dug in. Grandma Mazur took some lasagna and poured herself a glass of red wine. She poured some lasagna into her mouth and took a sip of wine, and everything fell out of her mouth into her lap. Bob rushed over and ate the food off Grandma's lap, and then settled himself back under the table, eating alert. "My lips are all eggs," she said. "Stand up." My mother jumped up and returned with a straw for Grandma and a tumbler of booze for herself. My father had his head bent over his lasagna. "Well, shoot me," he said. "Oh, I like lasagna," Albert Kahn said. "It stays on the plate, and if you don't use too much red sauce, hardly any gets on your shoe." Kahn was a struggling lawyer who got his degree from the Acme School of Law in Barbados. He was a nice guy, but he was as soft as a fresh meat dinner roll, and his upper lip broke out into a sweat when he got nervous, which was a lot. "How's the law business?" I asked him. "It's good. I even have a couple clients. Okay, one eventually died, but that happens sometimes, right? And how's the new house?" "It's really not so good. It's a lot better than living with my mother." "And what about getting married?" Tom turned white, farted, and fell off his chair in a faint. Diesel got up and dragged Tom to his feet and sat him back in his chair. "Take a deep breath," Diesel said to Tom. "How embarrassing," Tom said. "Dude," Diesel said, "everyone feels like that about marriage. Get over it."
Poor Snuggle Uggums.
Valerie said, spoon-feeding Tom some noodles.
Did him hurt himself?
Diesel draped an arm across my shoulders and put his mouth to my ear. He definitely developed a slumber. In fact, I think we should spend on both of them. Maybe you can get Albert to take a walk with you after dinner and you can talk to him. He got in touch with Annie and asked for help, so he's obviously motivated. And list the things I don't want to do, second only to getting sad about Beaner. About Beaner, just exactly what is it that happens when he's acting wrong? You don't want to know, and I don't want to tell you. Let's just leave it alone. I've been thinking about Beaner. Maybe we should talk to Mrs. Beaner. Does she live in the Trenton area? She lives in Hamilton Township. Is she unmentionable? Does she have scary, evil skills? She's mildly unmentionable. Doesn't do much with it. Mostly parlor tricks, bending spoons and winning at rummy. I interviewed her when I got the Beaner assignment. And? You know everything I know. She said she was tired of marriage, wanted to try something else. She told me Beaner blamed it all on Annie Hart, but Annie didn't have anything to do with it. Annie was just a friend. She didn't know where Beaner was staying, but clearly it was in the Trenton area because he was determined to get even with Annie. That's it? Why didn't you ask her to lure Beaner over to discuss things, and then you could jump out of the closet and do your bounty hunter thing and capture Beaner? She knows better than to be around when Beaner goes down. There'll be fallout, and she wants no part of it. What about you? Aren't you afraid of Beaner? It takes a lot to damage me, and Beaner doesn't have that kind of power. The best he could do is make me mildly uncomfortable. Okay, how about this? We get Mrs. Beaner to lie to her husband, set up a bogus meeting. Tried that. She wouldn't do it. I mushed a piece of bread around in my leftover sauce. You know what that means? Diesel did a palms up.
Hey.
He didn't know what it meant.
Hey, let's see that
She still
haircut.
cares about him.
Let's see that
She
haircut.
doesn't want to betray him. She doesn't want him captured and neutralized or whatever it is that you
That bad
do.
being with Dad?
Diesel helped himself to a second chunk of
That
lasagna.
haircut.
Maybe. Or maybe
that
she just doesn't
haircut.
want to get involved. I could talk to her. Probably not a bad idea, Diesel said. He looked at his watch. Here's the plan. I get Albert out into the air and walk him around the block and try to figure out what the heck he wants to do about getting married. You talk to your sister and see if she's on board. And at 8, we try our luck at Ernie's spot. If things don't work out, tomorrow you visit Mrs. Bean. Chapter 7. We were in my car. It had started snowing. Sky was the air had a bite to it. How'd it go with Albert? I asked Diesel. He didn't say, but he wasn't real coherent. From what I can tell, he wants to get married, but the thought of the ceremony freaks him out. Apparently the poor guy's even tried getting hypnotized, but he still can't get down the aisle. How about tranquilizers? He said he tried them and had an allergic reaction and went gonzo. I talked to Valerie, and she pretty much told me the same thing. Not that I didn't know it already. He's really a sweet guy. He loves the kids, and he loves Valerie, and I know he would love being married.
No, put her on the ledge. Hey, put her on the ledge.
Diesel cruised down the street.
It's gonna fall.
Is he in there? Asked Diesel. I don't think so, Diesel said after a couple of beats. But it wouldn't hurt for you to take a look anyway. I crossed the street,
Put her on the ledge over there, buddy.
into the warm pub, and hiked myself up onto a bar stool. No trouble cleaning the seats. Ernie's was an after-work
Over there, Dad, go drink it.
night date destination, and it was eerily empty. A few regulars nursed drinks.
Hey, yours?
Numbly watched the
No, it's mine.
The tables were empty. The lone bartender handed over to me. What'll it be? He asked. I'm looking for a friend. He was here last night. Has a birthmark on his face? His name's Bernie. Yeah, I know the guy. Didn't know his name was Bernie. Not real talky. Pays in cash. He hasn't been in today. We get a different crowd during the week. Saturday and Sunday, it's real slow. Were you supposed to meet him? No, just thought I might run into him. I left the bar and returned to the car. He's not there, I told Diesel. The bartender said he hasn't seen him. Maybe we spooked him off this afternoon. Maybe he saw us walking around looking for him. Diesel was behind the wheel with his phone in his hand. I have a problem, he said. Annie isn't answering. I check on her 4 times a day. This is the first time she hasn't answered. Maybe she's in the shower. She knows I call it this time. She's supposed to be there. I'm having a guy I know drop in on her. He lives in her building. Why aren't you staying with him? He has a girl living with him, and he drives me nuts. You drive me nuts too, but in a more interesting way. Do you think Beaner found Annie? Diesel did a thumbs up. No. Diesel's phone rang, and he looked at the readout. It's Flash, he said to me. The guy in Annie's building? Yeah. A minute later, Diesel dismounted, put the car in gear, and pulled into the stream of traffic. She isn't in the apartment. The door was locked. Nothing seemed to be disturbed. Did she take her purse? I asked him. Diesel looked at me blank-faced. Dunno. Boots? Coat? Dunno. Were the lights locked on? Dunno. He hung a U-turn and headed for the center of the city. Let's go take a look. 20 minutes later, we were on a side street in downtown Trenton. Diesel used a passkey to get into an underground garage, parked the car, and we took the elevator to the 7th floor, leaving Bob in the car. There were 4 apartments on the floor. Diesel knocked on 704 and unlocked the door. We stepped inside and looked around. Lights were on. There was a purse on the kitchen counter, wallet and assorted junk inside the purse. No keys. I checked closets. No winter coat or jacket. No boots. Here's what I think, I said to Diesel. She took her keys and winter coat, but she left her purse behind. So I think she stepped out for a moment and didn't intend to go far. Maybe she just needed air or wanted to walk a little. And then maybe something unexpected happened to her. It was a nice apartment. Not fancy, but tastefully decorated and comfortable. Small kitchen, living room, dining alcove, single bedroom, and bath. It's a pleasant apartment, I said to Diesel. But I can see where Annie would get squirrely after being cooped up here for a few days. Her phone wasn't in her purse. Why don't you try calling her phone again? Diesel dialed in and stopped. After a couple beats, we heard the phone ring. We followed the sound to the bedroom and found her cell phone on the floor by the bed. I don't know what to think, I said to Diesel. I take my phone everywhere with me. I don't know why she'd leave her phone here, except that it's on the floor, so maybe it fell out of her pocket. Diesel wrote a note on the sticky pad in the kitchen and pasted the note to the refrigerator. The message was simple. Call me immediately. We locked up behind ourselves and took the elevator to the garage. We drove out to the street, and I had a genius idea. We were only 2 blocks away from the Pleasure Treasure. It was open until 10 on Saturdays, and it probably had a book Janine the Virgin would find helpful. Turn right at the next corner, told Diesel. There's a sex toy store 2 blocks from here, and we might be able to find a book for Janine. I could see Diesel smiling in the dark car. Just when I think my day's in the toilet, you suggest a sex toy store. Honey, you're a ray of sunshine. I hate to rain on your parade, but I know about this place because I made a bust here in the fall. And let's hope this trip is more fun, because I could really use some fun. Diesel parked in the small lot next to the store. I promised Bob a bedtime snack if he'd be a good dog just a little longer, and Diesel and I went inside. We were the only shoppers. A solitary clerk was behind the counter reading a movie star magazine. She looked up when we entered and sucked in some air when she saw Diesel. She was in her 20s and completely punked out with black-rimmed eyes and multiple piercings. Just browsing, I told her. Yeah, she said. Let me know if I can help. Diesel followed me to the book section, selected a book, and thumbed through. Is it good? I asked. Yeah, look at this, Diesel said. Have you ever tried this? I looked at the picture. That's got to be uncomfortable, if not impossible. Hey, pictures don't lie. They're doing it. He draped an arm around me and put his mouth to my ear. I bet I could do it. You're a sick man. Maybe we should ask Raccoon Woman if she has a starter book. If we show this to Janine, she's liable to check herself into a nunnery. Diesel pulled another book from the shelf. This looks more basic. It starts off with anatomy. And there are photographs. Of everything. We should buy 2 of these. It was sort of embarrassing to be looking at crotch shots with Diesel. Sure, I said. Buy 2. I glanced at my watch. Geez, look at the time. If we hurry, we can catch the end of the game. What game is that? Diesel wanted to know. I don't know. Any game. Diesel moved to the video section. We should get Janine a movie. They've got some good ones. No movies for Janine. Janine isn't into moaning, and they always do a lot of moaning in the movies. Moaning is fun, Diesel said. I cut my eyes to him. Do you moan? Not usually. Why not? I feel stupid. Exactly. Just pay for the books with your phony credit card and let's go home. Bet I could make you moan, Diesel said, smiling. I feel like moaning now, I told him, and it has nothing to do with sex. I unwrapped my scarf and hung it on a hook on the wall next to my front door. I draped my heavy winter jacket over the scarf and exchanged my snow boots for shearling slippers. I can't believe you bought all that stuff, I said to Diesel. It's for Janine, unless you want to take something for a test drive. No. Are you sure? We've got a bag full of fun here. I bet we've got samples of every condom ever invented. No. Diesel set the bag on the kitchen counter and went to the refrigerator. With a couple beers. You know what your problem is? You're too uptight. I'm not uptight. I've got a boyfriend and I don't mess around. Admirable. But this living arrangement would work better if you had fewer scruples, Diesel said. I don't fit on the couch. Do you fit on the floor? That's cool, Diesel said. I took a beer from him and unwrapped a loaf of bread that had been sitting on the counter. We made a stack of peanut butter sandwiches, gave one to Bob, and took the beer and the rest of the sandwiches into the living room and turned the television on. I want to know about Beaner, I said to Diesel. What are his powers? What kind of chaos does he cause? I'd like to tell you, but then I'd have to kill you. Tell me anyway. I'd really rather not. Great. Don't tell me. I'll get the story from Mrs. Beaner tomorrow. Okay, I'll tell you, Diesel said. But if you laugh, I swear I'll turn you into a toad. You can't actually do that, can you? The better question is, would I? And the answer is no. About Beaner? Diesel washed a sandwich down with half the beer. He can give you a rash. A rash? Yep. That's it? Sweetie pie, this isn't any ordinary rash. It's a mother of all rashes. It makes you itch everywhere. It's non-stop torture for anywhere from 3 days to 3 weeks. It's related to poison sumac and looks like hives. Doesn't necessarily leave scars unless you start carving yourself up with a knife because you can't stand the itching. Wow. Diesel sunk low into the couch and closed his eyes. Who am I trying to kid? It's a rash, for crying out loud. How bad can a rash be? He pressed the heels of his hands into his eyes. Used to be I tracked dangerous sexual deviants and insane despots. Last time I was here, I disabled a guy who shut down the Northeast Power Grid at Christmas. That's the kind of stuff you can get your teeth into. He sunk lower and groaned. Now I'm hunting Mr. Itchy. Do you have any idea what this does for my image? It's not good. It's a nightmare. There's no way to even put a decent spin on it. Big Bad Diesel is out to shut down a poor slob whose only claim to fame is his ability to give people highs. I burst out laughing. I like it. I went to the kitchen and brought a bag of cookies back to Diesel. I opened the bag and we each took a cookie, and Bob got two. How does he do it? I asked Diesel. Is this some kind of contact skin disease? I don't know how he does it. I've never actually seen it happen firsthand, but I know he can spread the rash without contact. Maybe Beaner would give Annie a rash and be done with it. Maybe he just needs to get it out of his system, I said to Diesel. Diesel shook his head. He's not so. He was stalking her, reinfecting her every chance he got. It was ugly. Annie had hives on top of hives. Tell me more about Beaner. He has some minor skills. He's good with mechanical things. Used to own a garage. Sold it last year and is sort of retired. Probably was driving his wife nuts hanging around the house. He's pretty much a normal guy, with the exception of this rash thing. And, until a week ago, he was completely undercover. People would break out in unexplained hives, and that was the end of it. When his wife left, and he decided Annie was responsible, he went public. For the first couple of days, it was just directed at Annie. But then he lost control and started blasting out at random people whenever he got angry. Yeah, big whoopie-doo. Anyway, I was told to shut him down. You don't mean shut him down as in permanently. Shut him down as in pull the plug on his power. You can do that? I have ways. I was curious about those ways, but I didn't think he'd tell me. And probably it was better not to know. So I ate 2 more cookies and shoved off the couch. I'm going to bed. See you in the morning. I woke up to the sun shining through the vertical crack in my bedroom curtain and a heavy arm draped across my chest. Diesel was sprawled next to me, looking more disreputable than ever with 4-day-old beard. Like I don't have enough problems with the men in my life, now I had a third guy crawling into my bed. Too much of a good thing. At least I was still wearing my pajamas. That was comforting. I eased away from Diesel, slithered from under the arm, and rolled out of bed. I grabbed some clean clothes, locked myself in the bathroom, and hopped into the shower. I had a full day ahead of me. Talked to Mrs. Beaner and Charlene Klinger and Larry Burley. I had the treasure bag to take to Janine. And then there was Annie. I was hoping Annie was back in her apartment, but I thought it was unlikely. By the time I emerged from the bathroom, Diesel was out of bed, standing at my kitchen counter, eating a bowl of cereal. "You've got to walk the dog," Diesel said. I didn't know what to do about the rat. "Hamster." "Whatever." I gave Rex fresh water, filled his bowl with hamster crunchies, and poured out some cereal for myself. "Have you heard from Annie?" I asked Diesel. "No, she didn't answer when I called this morning, so I had Flash check on her apartment again. Still empty." He put his cereal bowl in the dishwasher. "I need to go solo this morning and try to get a fix on Annie. I'm going to jump in the shower and take off. I wrote Beaner's wife's address on the pad on the counter. Her name is Betty. She's expecting you. I don't know how helpful she'll be, but you can give it a shot. I'll be on my cell. The number's also on the pad." "Do you have a car?" "I can get one." Okay, I wasn't going to ask questions about that either. I was standing at the counter enjoying a second cup of coffee when Diesel walked to the kitchen. His hair was still damp, and he smelled like my shower gel. He had his jacket on, and his scarf wound around his neck. "Catch up with you later," he said. I blinked, and he was gone. Not magic. Out the door, down the hall, to the elevator. I rinsed my cup and went to the bathroom to brush my teeth. I turned to leave the bathroom and bumped into Ranger. I shrieked and jumped away. "Didn't mean to startle you," he said. Usually I sense Ranger behind me by the change in air pressure and hint of desire. I wasn't paying attention today, and I was caught by surprise. "Men keep sneaking up on me," I told him. "So Diesel leave." "You know Diesel?" "From a distance," Ranger said. "Is Diesel a brother?" "No more than usual. We're sort of working together." "I have to go out of town for a couple of days. Frank will be here, and I'll be on myself. I need to talk to you when I get back." He brushed a light kiss across my lips. "The man of mystery," I said to the closed door. "I heard that," Ranger said, from the other side. Chapter 8. I dropped Bob at my parents' house and asked him to dog sit. I had coffee with my mother and grandma, and by the time I rolled down Betty Beaner's street, it was a little past 9. I parked in a driveway and checked on his house. Average suburbia in every way. Two-story colonial, landscaped front yard, fenced backyard, two-car garage, freshly painted. I rang the bell, and Betty answered on the second ring. She was shorter than me and pleasantly round. She had a round face with a nice mouth that looked like it smiled a lot. Round, wide-open eyes, rounded hips, and big round breasts. She was a Rubenesque woman. She looked to be around 50. I extended my hand. "Stephanie Plum." "I've been expecting you," she said. "Diesel called. We thought you might be able to help us with Bernie. I can't believe he's running around giving out hives like a senile old fool. I swear, the man is an embarrassment." I followed her through the living room and dining room into the kitchen. She'd been at the small kitchen table reading the paper, drinking coffee. It was a charming room, decorated in warm tones, rust and yellows mostly. Small print wallpaper and matching curtains on the windows. Betty poured a cup of coffee out for me and we sat at the table. I looked down at the paper and realized she'd been looking at the lines. "Getting a job?" I asked her. Betty had a red pen on the table by the paper, but none of the ads were circled. "I've been thinking about it. Problem is, I can't do anything. Been a housewife all these years. 200? She smiled. "Yes, at least it seems like that. Actually, Bernie and I have been married for 35 years. He was working in a garage and I took my car in there to get fixed, and next thing, we were married." I sipped my coffee and I looked at Betty Beaner. She didn't seem angry when she spoke with Bernie. If anything, there was affection and tolerance. In fact, she reminded me of my mom. My parents didn't have a perfect marriage, but over the years they developed a plan to make things work. My mother made my dad feel like he was king of the castle, and my dad abdicated the kingdom over to my mom. "I know I'm going to sound nosy," I said, "but I haven't got a lot of time, and I'm trying to help Diesel fix things. What went wrong?" "Snoring." "That's it? That's the whole thing? Have you ever tried to sleep with a man who snores?" No, the men in my life don't snore. Bernie didn't used to snore, and then one day there it was. He was a snorer. Aren't there things you can do about snoring? He refuses to believe he snores. He says I'm making a big thing of it, but he wakes me up all night long. I'm always tired. And if I go to sleep in the guest room, he gets mad. He says married people should sleep together. So the hell with him. I'm filing for divorce. He thinks this is about talking and sex. Of course it's about talking. Talking about snoring. It's not like I wanted to have big touchy-feely discussions with him. It's not like I asked him to join a book group or something. I just wanted him to listen to me. When I say I can't sleep, I mean I can't sleep. And what about the sex? I threw that in as a bonus. I figured, what the heck, if I was going to complain, I might as well do it right. Betty circled an ad in the paper with the rest in. Here's one I bet I could do. They're looking for toll booth money collectors on the turnpike. Have you thought about counseling? Are you kidding? Do you think a man who won't admit to snoring is going to sign up for counseling? I even tried recording him. He said it was a trick. He said it for sure wasn't him. If I could get Bernie to admit to snoring, would you take him back? I don't know. I'm getting used to being alone. The house is nice and quiet, and I get to watch whatever I want on television. Of course, it was a real pain to have to shovel the walk when it snowed. This looks like a 3-bedroom house. Suppose I could get to your own room with your own television for those nights when Bernie's snowing. And suppose I could throw in better sex. I don't know firsthand that it's even worse than Bernie. If they had one to talk about. This got over the snoring. Diesel and Bernie discussing sex. There's the price of a ticket right there. I decided to take the pleasure treasure bag for Janine while I was in sex health mode, so I called and told her I was on my way over.
Thank goodness,
Janine said.
I have a date tonight. I was afraid I was going to have to fake an appendicitis attack.
20 minutes later, I was at her door. Here it is, I said, shoving it out. Everything you need to know about sex, I think. Janine looked inside.
What is all this?
You've got a beginner's guide to sex book, and a video that I've never actually seen that Diesel thought looked hot, and then there are some oils. Directions are included, assorted condoms, and the sales clerk threw in a vibrating penis as a bonus. Janine pulled the penis out of the bag.
Ew!
I agreed. It wasn't the most attractive penis I'd ever seen, but then maybe it wasn't a fair comparison, because lately I'd seen some top-of-the-line equipment. It was free, I said by way of apology. Janine paged through the book.
This looks helpful. I always wanted to buy a book like this, but could never get up the nerve.
I thought you could read the book, and then if you have questions, you can call me, and I'll try to answer them.
Maybe I should start with the movie,
She said.
You want to watch it with me?
I think I'll pass. My experience with these movies is that they're made for men and mostly show a lot of boob.
That'd be disappointing.
Janine said.
I can see that in the locker room at the gym.
She peeled a sticky strip off the front cover and gasped.
Holy cow!
I looked over the shoulder. Double holy cow,
It's a man,
Janine said.
and he's naked. I haven't seen a lot of men, so I'm no expert, but I didn't think they came this big.
I took a closer look. They must have used Photoshop. This is a horse wanger.
It says on the cover that it's all real and nothing's been retouched.
I took my jacket off. I guess I could spare a few minutes to make sure everything's authentic. Wouldn't want you getting wrong information. Go ahead and pop that bad boy into the DVD player.
It's 11 o'clock.
Janine said.
Almost lunchtime. Maybe I need a glass of wine to get through this.
I agreed. This had all the earmarks of a movie that required booze. 20 minutes later, we were sipping wine and leaning forward, eyes glued to the screen. This is The Car Crash, I said. One of the worst movies ever made. I can't tear myself away from it.
Yeah,
Janine said.
I might have to watch it again just to make sure I've got it all straight.
The doorbell rang, and we both jumped. Janine squeezed her eyes shut.
Please, God, don't let it be my mother.
Does your mother live in the Bird? Janine hit the pause button.
She lives in Milwaukee.
So chances are good it's not your mother.
It was the gut reaction.
Janine opened the door, and Grandma leaned to the side to see around Janine. She spotted me on the couch and gave a little finger wave. I knew that was your car out front, Grandma said. I'm on my way to the funeral home now that my lips have deflated enough so I can talk. But Lake Gracie is being laid out for a special new viewing. Your car was actually allowed with the car, so I had to walk down without clothes. He goes to the television screen where Big Chief and Vanessa Disbender were frozen in full rock. I bet you're watching cable, Grandma said. These reality shows just keep getting better and better. I wouldn't mind sitting down to watch some, just until I get warmed up. Are you drinking wine? A glass of wine would be real nice. I heard a car door slam outside, and moments later Janine's bell rang again. Janine opened the door, and Hula looked in at us. I was driving by on my way back from church, and I saw the car, and I thought I saw Grandma come in here, Hula said. Are you guys having a party? Dang, whose hairy ass is that on your television screen?
Big Chief,
Janine said. He's the best, Hula said, taking her forward, pushing in next to Grandma on the couch. Are we having fun? Janine brought 2 more glasses and the bottle with the flavor. Now see this here? Hula said, watching Quickbender work over Big Chief. I've done this bunch of times, and she's doing it all wrong. Lula was a professional, Grandma told Janine. She was the best on her corner. Darn right, Lula said. I knew what I was doing. Janine filled Lula's glass with wine.
maybe you could give me some pointers.
Sure, Lula said. I'm retired now, so I can share my secrets to being a successful hoe. The thing is, you got to get a good rhythm going. My signature move is to do it to Jingle Bells. Everybody loves Jingle Bells. Lula beat out the rhythm on the coffee table. Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Ooh.
Boy,
Janine said.
this is just what I need to know.
Yep, Lula said. You just keep singing Jingle Bells, and before you know it, you can collect your $15 and leave. I could do that, Grandma said. I could sing Jingle Bells, and I could use an extra $15. Vanessa Dickbender let out a shriek, and we all sucked in some air.
What was that?
Janine wanted to know.
What happened?
That might have been an orgasm, Lula said.
Yikes,
Janine said.
it sounded painful.
Lula sat back. Yeah, it was probably fake, but I guess it was supposed to be a big one. Janine poured herself another glass of wine. I think he's getting to the end, Lula said. I can tell on account of all the veins that popped out in Big Chief's face, and it looks like he's going to have a heart attack. How long's he been doing this anyway? It's been going on for about 40 minutes now, I told her. Nobody got staying power like Big Chief, Lula said. He did it in the back of a car one time for 90 minutes. The film is a classic, and I hear they had to hook him up to one of them IV fluid bags when he was done.
This is kind of scary,
Janine said.
maybe I should learn CPR.
It won't be scary, I said to Janine. It'll be fine. Just keep singing Jingle Bells. It was early afternoon when I dropped Grandma off at my parents' house. Sorry you missed the viewing, I told her. That's okay, she said. It's not every day I get to see a real good educational film, and I'll get another crack at Elaine tonight. I watched to make sure Grandma got... I'm right behind you, Diesel said. Pull over and park. I want to talk to you. I parked at the curb and got out of my car. Diesel did the same. He was driving a shiny black Corvette that was in direct contrast to all the other salt and grime custom cars on the road. Nice car, he said. Hey, how'd it go with Betty Wiener? Turns out Bernie s'mores. And? Betty can't sleep. She wants her own room so she can sleep. That's it? She wants a television in the room, and she wants better sex. Honey, we all want better sex. I raised an eyebrow. What? Diesel said. Someone needs to talk to Bernie. Not me. I thought you were the big sex hotshot. That's okay, but I'm not giving Bernie a birds and bees talk. Guys don't do that. It's weird. Yeah, but you're an unmentionable bird. Diesel had his thumbs hooked into his jeans pockets, and his face set on, don't mess with me. Oh, I said to him, have it your way. Don't talk to poor Bernie. Go shut him down. I don't believe this. These people. It just gets worse and worse. Bad enough I have to play Cupid to a victor, button maker, and veterinarian. A sex therapist for a guy who gives people a rash. It could be fun, bail bonding and all that. And while on the subject of sex instruction, I delivered the bag to Janine and watched the movie with her. This got a grin out of Diesel. Did you like it? It was horrible, but we watched it twice. Diesel laughed out loud. It's the ultimate chick flick. When Dick Bender screamed at the end, Janine turned white and had a third glass of wine. How's the Bernie hunt going? It's not. I can't find him. I'm getting no vibes at all. Does his wife know how to get in touch with him? No. I left her my card and she said she'd call if you make contact. How about Annie? Anything on her? Can't find her either, Diesel said. It's like the two of them have gone to the moon. They can't actually do that, can they? Annie, we're a little freaky. We're not NASA. I was hit by a gust of wind, and I hunkered down in my jacket, my breath making frost clouds in front of me. Diesel pulled me close and snuggled me into him, and I instantly felt warm. The heat burned in my chest, whirled through my stomach, and headed south. My voice rose an octave. "What are you doing?" "I'm warming you," Diesel said. "I don't need to be that warm." "Hey, I'm just sharing body heat. I can't help it if it gets you all bothered." "I'm not all bothered." Diesel smiled down at me. "Oh, crap," I started looking up at him. "You've got dimples." "That isn't all I've got." I jumped away. "I'm leaving. I'm going to check on Charlene Klinger." Chapter 9. Charlene was in her little front yard, walking Blackie around in circles, trying to get him to tinkle. "Maybe he needs a fire hydrant or a tree," I said. "That's the problem," Charlene said. "He can't put any weight on his front leg, so he falls over if he lifts his back leg." "How did dinner go last night?" "Hard to tell. Junior spilled his milk as soon as we sat down to the table, and it made a flood, and we all got dripped on. And when we were trying to mop up the milk, Blackie got the pot roast and ran away with it. So we had peanut butter and jelly for dinner. And while we were eating our sandwiches, Buffett got loose and ate Gary's shoelaces and left jelly beans under the table. I got in a hurry for when the kids went to bed, but Gary was sort of stuck with milk, so he left early. He looked like he was thinking about kissing me goodnight at the door, but the kids were all standing there watching, so he shook my hand and left." "Wow." "Yeah, it was a night to remember. Maybe you should go to Plan B and find me a housewife." "But he must like you if he was thinking about kissing you when he left." "I guess." "You like him?" "Sure. What's not to like? He's nice to the kids and the animals, and he's even nice to me. And he's cute and cuddly. And he seems very stable. I just can't imagine anyone wanting to take on the chaos." I was used to having dinner with a kid who thought she was a horse, a grandmother who set the tablecloth on fire on a regular basis, and a future brother-in-law who fainted and farted at the mention of marriage. I didn't see where Charlene had more than the normal amount of chaos. Ralph had been standing in the doorway poking at our lamp. "Maybe we should set the cat on fire again," he said. "Just a little." I told Charlene to hold off on the cat, and I got back into my car and searched through Gary Martin's file for his phone number. I called his home phone and got his machine. I tried his cell and got his message service. The message service said he was in emergency surgery, so I headed for his clinic. 20 minutes later, I pulled into his lot, looked in my rearview mirror, and saw Diesel pull in behind me. I got out of the Escape and went back to Diesel. "How do you always know where to find me?" Diesel shrugged. "I can tune into you." "You have my car bug, don't you?" Again, the smile with the dimples. Those guys look cute with dimples. Diesel got dimples and the temperature went up 10 degrees. "Don't you dare dimple me," I said to him. "Can't help it. It just happens. Do you have Annie's file with you? I need to see it." I got the file from my car and slid onto the passenger seat next to Diesel. "Not a lot in this, just the usual bond agreement and personal information." Diesel scanned the paperwork. "Annie's lawyer secured her bond from Vinny. Standard procedure. The lawyer is one of us. She went back to her house in Hamilton Township, and 2 days later Bernie started harassing her. I was called in, and we moved her out to the safe house. I find it hard to believe someone discovered the safe house. I think Annie must have left voluntarily." "Have you been back to her house? Maybe she just wanted to go home." "I sent Flash. He said the house was locked and dark, but I think we should see for ourselves." I shelved Gary Martin, ran myself back into the Escape, and followed Diesel across town to Annie's house. It was exactly what I would have expected. A tidy cape with 2 front dormers, white siding and black shutters. Very traditional. White picket fence around the small yard, a red heart on the mailbox. We parked in the driveway and headed to the front door. "There's bad energy here," Diesel said. I took a step back. I didn't want to walk in and find Annie dead on the living room floor. "How bad are we talking about? Throwing a weight out here?" "Not that bad. Disruptive would be a better word." Diesel opened the door, and we walked into the dark, silent foyer. He flipped a light on. We worked our way through the house, and it was clear that the house had been tossed. Couch cushions were scattered, drawers were left open, beds were torn apart, toilet tank tops were on the floor. No stone unturned. We checked all the closets, the basement, and the crawl spaces. No bodies found. We left Annie's house exactly as we found it. Diesel locked the door behind us, and we angled ourselves into his back to talk. "Someone was looking for something," I said to Diesel. "Yeah, and there might have been a struggle in the foyer. The vase was knocked off the sideboard onto the floor. The obvious person is Bernie, but I don't know why he'd have reason to search the house. Do you suppose the police did this, searching for the supposedly stolen property? No, Diesel said. This doesn't feel like a police search, and I doubt the police will go to this trouble for a charge I can almost guarantee will be dismissed. Annie's wanted for armed robbery and assault with a deadly weapon. A guy named Stanley Cramp claims Annie walked into his pawn shop, robbed him, and shot him in the foot. No weapon was found, but 2 witnesses can place Annie at the scene. Neither of them saw the robbery or assault happen. Diesel was turned toward me in the small car. His arm was resting on my seat back, and he was absent-mindedly stroking my neck with his fingertip while he was talking. It was soothing and disturbingly erotic all at the same time, and I was working hard to pay attention to the conversation and not to the room. Why was Annie in a pawn shop? I asked Diesel. Annie said she went into the pawn shop on a whim. She said she saw a necklace in the window that intrigued her. The 2 witnesses were in the shop when she went in. The witnesses left. Annie left shortly after that without the necklace, and minutes later, the call went into 911. How was she identified? She parked in front of the shop, and Stanley Cramp took her plate down. What is she accused of taking? Diesel. The necklace, nothing else. Have you talked to Stanley Cramp? Not yet, but I think it's time. I'd like you to do it. See if you can charm something out of him. If that doesn't work, feel free to shoot him in the other foot. That would be tough, I told him, since I haven't got a gun. Diesel reached under his seat and pulled out a glove. I'm not going to take that, I said. Why not? I hate guns. You can't hate guns, you're a bounty hunter. Yes, but I almost never shoot people. Bounty hunters only shoot people on television. Diesel raised an eyebrow. Okay, so maybe I shot a couple guys, but it wasn't my fault. Just take the friggin' gun, Diesel said. Stanley Cramp isn't a nice person. Where am I going to find this guy? He lives in an apartment over the pawn shop, but at this time of day he'll be working. The pawn shop is a one-man operation, open 7 days a week. I got out of Diesel's bed and into my escape. I drove into the center of the city and took the side street that led to the pawn shop. I parked 2 doors down on the opposite side of the street. I left my car, crossed the street, and glanced at Diesel parked 1 store down. I rang the bell next to the front door and got buzzed in. By security. Stanley Cramp looked like life had pretty much been sucked out of him. He was about 5'9" and scrawny, mid-50s with thinning, oily black hair that was badly in need of a cut. His clothes were a size too large. His hands were tobacco-stained. He had bloodhound bags under his eyes and skin the color and texture of wet cement. He looked like he'd be better placed in a body bag than standing behind the counter in a pawn shop. I approached the counter and sent Cramp a flirty smile, and Cramp turned to see if someone was standing behind him. I hope you don't mind, I said to him. I was freezing out there, and your shop looked cozy and warm, and I saw you in here all by yourself. You aren't looking to, make money, are you? Because I think you're real cute, but I don't have any money. I bet on the wrong horse yesterday, and I got cleaned out. Oh, great. He thought I was a hooker. Not exactly a flattering appraisal, but I could get some mileage out of it. Do you bet on the wrong horse a lot? Yeah, unfortunately. I used to always win, and then my luck turned, and now I keep getting deeper and deeper in the crapper. Geez, that's too bad. Still, you're lucky to have this pawn shop. Is it yours? Yeah, sorta. I owe some people money, but I'll take care of that as soon as my luck changes. I wandered around, looking in the cases. You used to have a real pretty necklace in the window, but I haven't seen it lately. The one with the red stone? It got stolen. Some lady came in and robbed me and shot me in the foot. Get out. Honest to God, I still can't get a shoe on that foot. That's horrible. Did she get arrested? Yeah, but the cops didn't recover the necklace. Wow. I got a bottle of real good hooch behind the counter, Cramp said. You want some to help you get warmed up? Sure. Cramp pulled out a bottle of Jack Daniels and set it on the display case. Help yourself. Do you have a glass? I have glasses upstairs. That's where I live. Maybe we could go upstairs. Yeah, that'd be real good, but like I told you, I don't have any money. Well, what the heck? It's cold, and I don't have anything better to do. Let's go upstairs anyway. Cramp looked like he was going to keel over. But what about the shop? I asked. I'll close it, Cramp said, hurrying to the front door, throwing the bolt, changing the sign around to say closed. There's never much business on Sunday anyway. He took the bottle of Jack and motioned me to the rear of the pawn shop. "I have stairs that go up to my apartment," he said. "We don't even have to go out." The stairs were narrow and dark and creaky, leading to a small apartment that was also narrow, dark, and creaky. The front room had a television on a card table, and opposite the television was a daybed covered with a floral quilt. A scarred end table had been placed to one side of the daybed. Cramp got a couple glasses from the kitchen. He set the glasses on the end table and filled them with the Jack. "Down the hatch," he said, and he emptied his glass. I sipped demurely. "It's nice up here," I said. Cramp looked around. "Used to be nicer before my luck changed. I had some real good pieces, but you know how it is when you're in retail. You have to turn a profit when you get a buyer." "I bet you were sorry to get robbed of the necklace. It looked expensive." "I wish I never saw that necklace. Look what it got me, a shot-up foot." "I think it's an interesting story. It could probably even be a movie." "You think?" Cramp poured himself more Jack. "Yeah, I guess it could make a movie." Okay, I know. He wasn't a smart guy, and he was a little drunk, but it was going to be easy to get him rolling on a ego trip. "Who had the necklace?" I asked. "Was it someone glamorous?" "Well, not movie star glamorous, but she was okay. In her 20s, big bazoos. Sort of rat's nest hair, but when you got bazoos like that, it don't matter, right? That's why I remember her. I'm not good with names, but I remember a good lot." Hey. "Anyway, it was the same story I hear every day." "She got the necklace from her boyfriend. Her boyfriend turned out to be a jerk. She wants some money for the necklace." Cramp pressed the Jack on his foot. The young blood broke. This could explain his embalmed appearance. "Keep going," I said. "I want to hear the rest of the story." "Sure," he said. "I never thought much about it, but it's a pretty good story, and it gets even better. I hopped a piece from his big moves, and a couple weeks down the road, this guy comes in and wants the necklace. He's got the plane ticket. I asked him what happened with the girl at the Hooters, and he says I should shut my pie hole and give him the necklace. Now, here's where it gets good. This is the part that would be good for the movies. Almost all the jewelry in the shop is fake. I got a guy who fences for stuff when it comes in and makes me pay. It's a win-win deal for me, right? I get the money from the fence, and then I either sell the paste to a customer, or the idiot who hawked it in the first place buys it back. Most of the time, people can't even tell it's fake. And if they suspect it's fake, they're too embarrassed to do anything about it. Pretty smart, huh? I thought of it all by myself." "Wow," I said. "Cool." "Yeah, so anyway, this guy is standing in front of me with a plane ticket for the necklace. And all of a sudden, I recognize him. It's Lou Delvina. He's the jerk boyfriend. I mean, Lou Delvina, Jesus. You know who Lou Delvina is?" "I've heard of him," said the friend. Everyone in Trenton knew Lou Delvina. For 20 years, he was a shooter for the North Jersey mob, and then he got his own real estate and moved into the Clinton area. He wasn't big time, but he made the most of what he had. I'd heard stories about Delvina, and none of the stories was good. Delvina was a very scary guy. "If you know who Delvina is, you know the problem I've got," Cramp said. "I sort of stole a necklace from someone who would kill me if he found out. The chances are sort of good he finds out, since I'm guessing he knows pace when he sees her." "Jeez," I said, "you must have been messing with plans." "Big time. But that was when it happened. My luck swung around. Delvina's standing there with his plane ticket, and he gets a phone call. And it's not a good call, because his face gets all red, and his eyes get beady and squinty, little rat eyes. And he tells me he has to go, but he'll be back for the necklace, and I should take real good care of it." "I would have left town," said the friend. "See, that's what most people would think, but I'm smarter than that." A couple women came into the shop to browse, locals, and then another woman came in all by herself. And I knew she wasn't local because I saw her park, right in front. So as soon as they all left, I faked the robbery. Good, right? "Talking of movie stuff, I bet Brad Pitt could play your part." "Brad Pitt would be good," Cramp said. "I could see Brad Pitt doing it." "What did you do with the necklace? Did you plant it on the woman?" "No, I trashed the necklace. There's a crawl space under the back room, and I threw it down there. I threw the gun down there after I shot myself, too." "You shot yourself?" Yeah, I got carried away. I wanted to make her look real, but it hurt like a bitch. I didn't think it would hurt so much. Anyway, I guess it was worth it because everybody bought this story. I told everybody the lady walked out with the necklace. The cops went after her, and Delvina went looking for her, too. Delvina really wants that necklace. Does the real necklace still exist? Hell no. The stones got reset right away. I don't know what my guy does with the setting. Melt it down, maybe. Frank looked at the bottle of Jack, almost empty. You think we can get to it now? To it? Yeah, you know, the thing we came up here for. I felt my cell phone buzz in my bag. I retrieved the phone and answered the call. Are you okay? Diesel asked. Yeah. Do you need help? There's no emergency, but assistance might be good at this point. Where are you? I'm just outside the pawn shop. It's locked. Not anymore. And he disconnected. Who was that? Grant asked. My Pim. Jesus, I told you and told you I don't have any money. Well, what do you want? Take anything in the shop. How about some jewelry? It's all fake, but it's still good shit. Diesel strolled into the front room and looked at Cramp, and I could see Cramp start to sweat through his shirt. Is there a problem? Diesel asked. No problem, Cramp said. I told her to take anything she wanted from the shop. Hell, she didn't even do anything. Diesel still looking at Cramp. Is that right? I shrugged. Cramp looked at Diesel. Are you gonna hit me? Maybe, Diesel said. Cramp's nose was running and his eyes were red-rimmed and tearing up. I was starting to feel sorry for him. He was such a pathetic little worm. You aren't a cop, are you? Cramp asked me. No, I'm not a cop. Cramp looked over at Diesel. He's not a cop either, I said. Actually, I'm not sure what he is. Diesel didn't crack a smile.
Good to see you, boss.
Do we have any more business here? No, he hasn't got any money.
I don't
Then it
think I
looks to
can
me like
arrange
we're
that
done
right
here,
now.
Diesel said. Let's roll. Here's a parting message, I said to Cramp. If it looks too good to be true, it probably is. Diesel wrapped his arm around my neck when we got outside. What was with the profound message? He thought I was a hooker and he was going to get a freebie. Diesel hugged me to him. The guy's a moron. Anyone can see you're not the sort of girl who gives freebies. Gee, thanks. I told him you were my pimp. Lucky me. He has the supposedly stolen necklace and the assault gun in a crawl space under the back room. Do you think we should get it? No, but I think you should call it in to Morelli. Let him send someone over to retrieve it. I filled Diesel in on Delvina. Good work, Diesel said. You learned a lot. And what about Annie? Do you think it's possible that Delvina has Annie? I think it's possible that Delvina tossed Annie's house and wants a necklace. I don't see how Delvina could get to Annie. Coincidence? Maybe she stepped out for air and he happened to be driving down the street. That's a big coincidence. I haven't got anything else. Me either, Diesel said. Let's talk to Mr. Delvina. No. You can talk to Delvina. You're Iron Man. And you don't live here. I'm just Wimpy Stephanie from the Bird. If Delvina shoots holes in me, all my vital fluids will leak out and I'll end up looking like Stanley Cramp. Wouldn't want any fluids to leak out of you that weren't supposed to, Diesel said. I'll track Delvina, and you check on Annie's couples. We're coming up for Valentine's Day. Don't want any snafus. Chapter 10. My phone rang while I sat in my car watching Diesel drive away. Hey, Cupcake, Morelli said, just checking in. Anything I need to know? Speak of the devil. I was just going to call you. I have some information to share. Vinny bonded out a woman named Annie Hart. She supposedly robbed a pawn shop and shot the owner in the foot. I remember that, Morelli said. The pawn shop owner is a little weasel named Stanley Cramp. Yeah, turns out Cramp faked the robbery and shot himself in the foot. The gun and the necklace are in a crawl space under the back room. I can give you more details later, but you should get someone over there before Cramp decides to get rid of the evidence. I'll call it in. How's everything else? It's really slow at the bonds office. Only one big outstanding, and that was Annie Hart. Bob was good. He's visiting with my parents today. Diesel's in town. Diesel? Yeah, you remember Diesel, right? Ranger's half-brother. He's not Ranger's half-brother. Might as well be. They look more in the fashion with their lights off. You used to do that. No. I was an asshole. I never actually thought I was Batman. I see your point. I'm like you're in a sleazoid motel doing my cop thing. Do we need to come home? Nope. I've got it all under control. Good to know. I should have this wrapped up Tuesday or Wednesday. See you then. I'm disconnected. I cut down to Cockney Boulevard and into Hamilton and most turned into the village. I used to stop in front of my parents' house and pulled the engine. Grandma was at the storm door looking out at me, driven there by some mysterious inner radar that tells her when her granddaughter is approaching. Not that different from Diesel, if you think about it. "Just in time," Grandma said to me, holding the door open. "Your sister is here, and we got a nice coffee cake from the bakery." Bob heard my voice and came thundering down the hall, ears flopping, tongue out, eagle-eyed. He slid on the polished wood floor and plowed into me, knocking me into the wall. I scratched his head and gave him a hug, and he galloped back to the kitchen and the coffee cake. "He's been such a good boy," Grandma said. "He makes the house feel like a home when you got a dog in it. And he didn't hardly eat anything this time. The TV guide and a loaf of bread, but the good thing was he horked up the plastic wrap." Valerie was at the little kitchen table. She had the baby on her lap and coffee in front of her. "Where are the girls?" I asked.
Playgroup,
Valerie said.
they go every day now.
I sliced off a chunk of paper plate, and out of habit I stood at the sink to eat. My mother put a plate and fork and napkin on the table. "Sit," she said. "It's not good for your digestion to eat at the sink. You eat too fast. You don't even chew. Did you chew that piece of cake?" I didn't know if I chewed it. I couldn't even remember eating it, but my hand was empty and I had crumbs on my shirt, so I guess that said it all. I pulled a chair out across from Valerie and sat down. It was too late to eat my cake in its civilized way. Unless I had a second piece. I checked out the waistband on my jeans. No. Yeah. "Sorry I made Albert paint at the table," I said to Valerie. "I thought he was sort of over the marriage phobia."
It's hideous,
Valerie said.
"The man is never going to marry me. I didn't mind at first. I thought he just needed time. Now I don't know what he needs."
"He needs his head examined," Grandma said.
He had it examined.
Valerie said.
They didn't find anything.
We all pondered that thing.
Anyway, it's important that we get married.
Valerie said.
I'm pregnant again.
We were all dumbfounded. "Is that good news?" Grandma asked.
Yes, I want to have another baby with Albert,
Valerie said.
I just wish I was married.
Okay, that was the deal breaker. Albert Clown was going down. He was going to marry my sister. I was going to make it happen. I straightened my chair back. "Gotta go. Things to do, people to see. Is it okay if I leave Bob here just a little longer?" "He's not here forever, is he?" my mother asked. "No, I'll be back for him. I promise." I hurried out of the kitchen and drove the short distance to Janine's house. Her date was due to arrive in a minute, and I thought it wouldn't hurt to do a last-minute courage check. I parked in front of her house, ran to the door, and rang the bell. The door was thrown open, and Janine stood there, buck naked. "Ta-da!" he sang out. We locked eyes, and we both let out a shriek. I clapped my hands over my eyes, and Janine slammed the door shut. A minute later, the door reopened, and Janine appeared wrapped in a blanket.
I thought you were Edward,
she said. "How much have you had to drink?"
And you'll be happy to learn I watched the movie 3 more times and practiced the moaning.
Her eyes rolled back in her head.
Oh,
She moaned.
oh yeah, oh yeah.
She opened her eyes and looked at me.
What was that?
A door opened 2 doors down, and an elderly man looked out at us. He shook his head and muttered something about lesbians and retreated back into his house. "That was pretty good," I said, "but you might want to adjust the volume."
Do you think the naked greeting is too much? I figured I'd get it over and done so we can make our 6 o'clock dinner reservation. I was afraid if I waited until after dinner, I'd get nervous and throw up.
Glad to see you've got it all figured out. Janine took a deep breath and cracked her knuckles.
Maybe I need another drinky boo.
"Probably you've had enough drinky booze," I told her. "You don't want to get horizontal until your date shows up." I jogged back to the escape, slipped behind the wheel, punched in Sharon's Boomer's number. "He called!" she yelled into the phone. "He wants to take me to dinner. What do I do?" "You go to dinner with him. It's not that simple. I don't know what to wear. I only need a babysitter. When do I need a babysitter with this late notice?" "I'm on my way," I told her, putting the car in gear. "I'll be there in a half hour." Junior opened the front door and let me in. "Where's your mom?" I asked.
Upstairs, she's going nuts because she can't find anything to wear, and she got her hair stuck in a torture device.
I trooped upstairs and found Charlene in the bathroom with a curling iron in her head. "Stephanie Pond, full-service matchmaker, available for wardrobe consultation and babysitting," I told Charlene. Are you sure you can handle the kids? She asked.
Piece of cake.
Truth is, I'd rather get run over by a truck than spend an hour with Charlene's kids, but I didn't know what else to do. I thought I'd wear this pantsuit, she said. What do you think? The pantsuit is good, but the shirt isn't sexy. Oh God, am I supposed to be sexy? I ran to her bedroom and sifted through the pile of clothes on her bed. I found a V-neck sweater that I thought had potential and brought it into the bathroom. Try this, I told her. I can't wear that, it's too low. I bought it by mistake. I unbuttoned her out of the shirt and dropped the sweater over her head. I took a step back, and we both looked in the mirror. Charlene had a cleavage. Perfect, I said. Now you're a domestic goddess and a sex goddess. Charlene looked under her boobs. I don't want to give him the wrong idea. And that would be what? I don't know. I'm not good at this. I never have a second date. Everyone always disappears halfway through the first date. What am I supposed to do on a second date? Should I, No, you don't until the third date, and then only if you really like the guy. I've had years where I didn't at all. Junior was watching.
Boy, you have a lot of skin,
He said to his mother.
and your hair looks funny.
Charlene's attention moved from her boobs to her hair. I got the curling iron caught in it, and some of it got singed off. I finger-combed some conditioner into Charlene's singed hair and fluffed her out with a round brush and hairdryer. You must not be a Jersey native, I said to Charlene. I moved here 5 years ago from New Hampshire. Nothing explained the hair. I pulled some lip gloss and blush out of my bag and swiped some on Charlene. The doorbell rang and Charlene gripped the bathroom handle to support. Remember, I said to her, you're a goddess. Goddess, she repeated. And you don't put out until the third date. Third date. Unless he gets carried away with your cleavage and asks you to marry him, then you could accelerate the process. I walked Charlene down the stairs and helped her get into a coat. I told Gary Martin to behave himself and get Charlene home before her 10 o'clock curfew. And I closed the door after them and turned to face her kids.
I'm hungry,
Ralph said. The other three stared at me in silence. What? I said to them.
We don't need a babysitter,
Russell said. Fine, pretend I'm something else. Pretend I'm a friend. Russell looked me up and down. How old are you?
16.
I don't think so.
He's 12,
Ralph said.
and he's on a phone in school as we can got sent home. It's colder, dipshit,
Ernie said. Ralph stood on tiptoes and got into Ernie's face.
Don't call me dipshit. Dipshit, dipshit, dipshit.
I looked at my watch. I'd been on duty for 3 minutes and had lost control. This is going to be a lot. Everyone into the kitchen, I said. I'm going to make dinner.
What are you gonna make?
Ralph wanted to know. Peanut butter sandwiches,
I don't like peanut butter.
Ralph said. Yeah, and that's not dinner, that's lunch, Ernie said. We need to have meat and vegetables for dinner. I took my phone out and dialed Tino's Pizza. I need 3 large pies with peppers, olives, onions, and pepperoni, I told them, and I need it fast. I gave them the address and turned back to the kids. Vegetables and meat, coming up. I'm going upstairs, Russell said. Ernie followed. Me too. Junior ran off to the back of the house and disappeared.
You have to feed Kitty and Blackie and Bucky and Tom and Fritz and Melvin. And you can't get Blackie any pizza because he's lactose intolerant.
Do you mean lactose intolerant?
Yeah, he gets the sports. He sports all over everything.
I went to the kitchen and I put some cat pinches in a bowl for Kitty, and some dog pinches in a bowl for Blackie, and some rabbit hearts in a bowl for Fluffy.
Tom and Fritz and Melvin are the outside cats,
Fritz said.
I'm gonna teach him so he just feeds them.
I fed the outside cats and realized I hadn't seen Junior in a while. Who's Junior? I asked him. Ralph shrugged.
Junior runs away a lot.
He said. I yelled for Junior, but Junior didn't show. Ralph and I went upstairs to look for Junior and found Russell and Ernie's working corn sauce.
They do this all day long.
Ralph said.
It's why Russell gets phones.
It's gold, Ernie said. Gold. Isn't your mom that parental controls on this computer? I asked Russell. They're broken, Russell said.
Russell's a geek.
Ralph said.
He can break anything. He broke the television so we can watch naked people.
Anyway, my mother doesn't care what I do, Russell said. It's not like I'm a kid. Of course you're a kid, I said to him. Shut that off. I don't have to, Russell said. You're not my mother. You can't tell me what to do. I punched Jesus and started for my phone. Help, I said when he answered. What's up? I'm babysitting for Charlene, and I've lost a kid, and 2 more are circling porn sites, and it's going to look real bad if I have to shoot them. I'm not actually a kid person, Diesel said. I ordered pizza. Honey, you need to come up with something better than pizza as a bride. Okay, you can sleep in the bed, but you have to stay on your side. Deal. Diesel and the pizza arrived at the same time. Diesel paid the delivery clerk and brought the pizza inside. He dropped the 3 boxes on the table, opened one, and took a piece. You have 1 kid sitting at the table, Diesel said. Where are the others? They were upstairs and refused to come down. I can't find Junior. Diesel stood silent for a minute. He turned slightly and looked around the room. He ate some of his pizza and popped the top on a can of soda. He's under the sink, Diesel said. I opened the end of the sink pot in the door and peeked in at Junior. You want pizza?
Can I eat it in here?
I gave him a piece of pizza on a paper towel and closed the door on him.
Can I have a piece?
Ralph asked. Knock yourself out, Diesel said. I'm gonna get your brothers. Ralph and I helped ourselves to pizza, and Diesel disappeared up the stairs. There was a lot of kid yelling, followed by silence. Moments later, Diesel ambled into the kitchen with Russell and Ernie. He had both of them by the back of their shirts, and their feet weren't touching the floor. Diesel plunked Russell and Ernie down and selected a second piece of pizza. Looks like I'm gonna be here for a while, he said to Russell and Ernie. Might as well make it worthwhile. Do you guys play poker? Have you got any money? Diesel, Russell, Ernie, and Ralph were still at the kitchen table when Charlene got home. I was watching television. Junior was asleep on the couch next to me. How'd it go? I asked Charlene. I think this was the first time in 5 years no one spilled milk at dinner. It felt weird. And he kissed me goodnight at the door. That felt weird too, but I liked it. He's a really nice man. Is he your true love? Too early to tell, but he has potential. He's invited me and the kids to his house for dinner tomorrow night. Diesel meandered in from the kitchen. Just in time, he said to Charlene. We were playing pepperoni poker, and we ran out of pepperoni. Ralph was trailing behind Diesel.
He won all the pepperonis and then he ate them,
Ralph said. I raised an eyebrow at Diesel. I'm good at cards, Diesel said. You were playing with kids. Yeah, but they cheat.
He said if he caught us cheating again, he'd turn us into toads,
Ralph said.
You can't do that, can
Look at the code thing, I said to Diesel. I don't threat, Diesel said. Sort. I stuffed myself into my jacket and hung my bag on my shoulders. Have fun. Keep in touch. Diesel followed me out and walked me to my car. What's happening with Annie? I asked him. Can't find Bernie, and now I can't find Lee Dalvino. He has a house in Cranberry, but the only one in the house is his wife. There's a two-car garage with just 1 car. I have someone checking on other properties. He's not at his social club. He's not at his place of business. It's only 9 o'clock. He could be lots of places. True. I have Flash watching his house. My phone calls. Thank the Lord I got you, Judith said. You're not going to believe this one. And don't hang up, because this is my one phone call. Chapter 11. Where are you? I asked Lula. I'm in jail. Where the heck do you think I am with 1 phone call? Anyways, I need someone to find me out of here. I'm out to get Connie. Vinny left for his Valentine's cruise with Lucille. I looked at my watch. It's 9 o'clock Sunday night. Connie's going to have to get a judge out of his jammies to set bond. What are the charges? Destruction of personal property and tying an idiot's dick in a knot. And Baxia, too. Hank was checking in command at Ranger's security station. He was Ranger's best friend, and he watched Ranger's back. He was a big guy who didn't talk much, but carried a real big stick. From time to time, Lula managed to snag him and tap her away, and the next morning, Hank would look like a living dead. To my knowledge, this was the first time she'd gotten him arrested. Taking me with this bar, Lula said, and some drunk-ass moron started on Tank. How Tank had no neck, and how Tank looked like Shrek, except Tank wasn't green. And I was getting real annoyed, because okay, all that's true, but I didn't like this guy's attitude, you see what I'm saying? And then he started calling me Shrek's fat hoe, and that's when I hit him. And things sort of went in the toilet after that. Diesel was smiling when I disconnected. Ranger's gonna be pissed. He works hard to keep a clean, low profile. You know Ranger? From a distance. I called Connie and told her about Lula and Taya. Can you get him out? I asked Connie. Probably. I'll have to make some phone calls. I'll get back to you. Diesel and I got into an escape. I turned the heat on high, and Diesel cracked the window. How do you know Ranger? I asked him. Diesel shrugged. I hear things. I assume Connie is behind a judge. This is a small community. We try to be civilized to each other. Connie will call in a favor. Diesel was looking relaxed next to me, but I knew his priority was to find Annie, and it had to be on his mind. I know you're worried about Annie. Am I keeping you from whatever it is that you do? I have wheels turning. I'll need to move when I get a call. Until then, all yours. Connie called back. I've got the paperwork in motion. I'm going to pick it up now, and I'll meet you at the booking desk in a half hour. I'm assuming Lula and Tank are being held at the station. Yep, 10-4. I turned to Diesel. This is going to take some time. Would you mind picking Bob up at my parents' house and bringing him home for me? No problem. Call me if you run into trouble. The Trenton police are housed in a red brick bunker in a part of town that knows a lot about coming first-hand, mandating that police cars be locked in a lot surrounded by razors. Unfortunately, Connie and I didn't qualify for the razor wire launch, and we're forced to park on the street, which is more or less supernova for something. Connie rode over in a copper libido she kept for just such an occasion. I got two fake antennae and big fake diamond-encrusted cross on the cancel. And now across on the wall, I stuck the antennae to the roof. If you didn't look too close, you'd think I was a dealer and would most likely kill you if I thought you messing with my car. It was after normal business hours, so we had to get ourselves buzzed in. Connie was already processing the release. It wasn't a lot going on. Too late for rush hour road rage and too early for drunken domestic violence. A lone, sad sack gangbanger sat chained to a chair that was bolted to the floor. The amount of snot on his shirt suggested he'd been purposeful. My buddy Eddie Gazar was on duty behind the desk. Sorry about you today, he said. I was afraid when he came in, I was called the other way. Some numbskull rookie dragged their asses in here, and there wasn't anything we could do once they were booked. It's okay, he said. We'll get them bonded out. Gazar went back to the holding cell and got rid of his. There's no justice to this world, Hoover said. I get taken to jail, and the media that called me a fat hoe isn't even here. He's at the hospital getting his nuts extracted from his nose, Gazar said. He'll get charged as soon as he can walk without spitting up blood. How about me? Hoover said. I got a scratch on my arm, and I'm going to get a bruise, too. And this here's a new sweater that someone grabbed hold of and tore a hole in. Hank wasn't saying anything. He took his belt and shoelaces and pocketed the plastic bag with his incidentals, wallet, keys, and his chain. More bad news, Gazar said. They towed and impounded a red Firebird that was parked illegally in a handicap space in front of the bar. That's my baby, Hoover said. And it wasn't parked illegal. It had 2 inches sticking over the line. There was only 2 inches in the dumbass handicapped spot. Gazar tossed me a piece of paper. Here's the address for the impound, and the citation for the car. My advice is to pick it up tomorrow, because your girlfriend here is probably blowing over the alcohol unit, and with the kind of luck she's having, she'll be brought back here for DUI. We all crouched out at the station, happy to find old car still at the curb and arrested. Tommy zipped away, hoping to catch a television show, and I loaded Tank and Lula into my escape. What about you? Did you drive to the bar? Hank just looked at me. I couldn't hold a smile. You drove there in a range-bound vehicle, didn't you? Hank nodded. Ranger's gonna kill me. Ranger doesn't have to know. Ranger knows everything, Hank said. His eyes held mine. Everything. Everything. What bar did you two trash? Sly Dog, Hank said. The car's in the lot inside the bar. Sly Dog was a watering hole for people coming to and going from events at the Sovereign Bank Arena. The complexion of the bar changed according to the event, and I wasn't sure what was going on tomorrow. Could have been a rock concert or a hockey dinner or a monster class. It sat just outside the Bird and was maybe a half-hour from Luda's apartment. I took birds from the Broad Street and sailed for the center of the city, coming up behind the arena and the bar. I pulled into the lot and parked behind the black range-rover SUV. Lula was in the seat beside me, and Hank was in the back. I slid a look at Lula. Is there a plan? It's Rep, Lula yelled back to Tank. You got a plan? Guess I should take your hand. Yeah, he said. That would be the polite thing to do. I'd have to stop at the drugstore on the way. Wouldn't want to run out of, anything. I checked it out in the rearview mirror, and I as well. I smiled. It was 11 o'clock by the time I got home. Lights were off in my apartment, with the exception of a nightlight burning in the bathroom, throwing light into the bedroom. Diesel and Bob were asleep in bed, side by side. Diesel was bare-skinned for as far as I could see, with a hand thrown over the bed. I slipped into the bathroom and changed into a t-shirt and boxers. I tiptoed to the other side of the bed and crept in next to Bob. "Did everything work out okay?" Diesel asked, his voice soft in the dark room. "Yeah, we bonded them out and then they went home together. This is probably a strange thing to say, but it was nice. I think we really liked each other." "Well, lucky. Is there someone like that for you? Someone you really like?" "Right now, I really like you. I'd like you even better if it's not close to the start." "No way." "I have to try," Diesel said. At 1 o'clock, Diesel's cell phone rang. By the time I was awake and oriented, Diesel was in the middle of a conversation with a caller. "Don't lose him," Diesel said. "Double team if you have to and call me if he moves." I was half sitting, propped on one elbow. "What was that?" I asked when Diesel put his phone back on the night table. Lou Delvina just rolled in, parked in the driveway and scratched himself all the way from the car to his house. Flash said he got a good look at him through the kitchen window, and Delvina is covered with hives. "Morning." "Yeah, looks like it. Don't know how they're connected, but it can't be friendly if Delvina is scratching." Bob had moved off the bed sometime during the night, and there was a big empty space between Diesel and me. Diesel covered his face. "You can move over here," he said. "I don't think so. It's warm coffee. I'm warming up." "I could make you warm." "Jeez," I said. "You didn't give up?" "It's one of my better friends." It was bright sunshine when I opened the door to Diesel. He was standing at bedside, showered and shaved and wearing a clean shirt. "Where'd the clean shirt come from?" I asked. "Flash brought me some clothes this morning." "Where'd Flash get the clothes?" "No, didn't ask." "Damn, you shaved. What's the occasion?" "It's Valentine's Day. I wanted to be ready in case you got our mail." "Valentine's Day. How could I forget?" I dragged myself out of bed and looked at the clock. I did a sigh. "Have a tough night?" Diesel asked. "I don't want to talk about it." "I could have made it a good one." "You're married, I said. "I said I don't want to talk about it. I'm feeling cranky. Give me some room. And stop smiling at me with those damn dimples." He handed me a mug of coffee. "I'm just trying to get your blood circulating. We have a man in motion. 10 minutes ago. Flash is a beat behind me. I'm heading out. You want to be in on this?" "No. Yes." Diesel was on his own hips, looking down at me. "Yes," I said. "Give me a minute." 40 seconds will be back. I took some clothes off the floor and ran to the bathroom. I was dressed and out in record time with a hairbrush in my hand. I grabbed the ball cap off the dresser and ran my feet into boots. Diesel stuffed me into my jacket and handed me a new mug of coffee, and we were out of the apartment, down the hall to the elevator. "Bob," I said. "What about Bob?" "Well, I walked him in front. He'll be fine. He's sleeping in Patrick's cinema in the dining." He took the back with Diesel driving. He peeled out of the lot and headed west on Hamilton Avenue to Route 9. He took the Route Line Bridge into Pennsylvania, and I looked across to the Warren Street Bridge. Trenton makes, the world takes. That's not Sedona Bridge. I have a clue. "How do you know where you're going?" I could feel a flash in front of me. There are a couple of people I connect to. Flash is one of them. I can't always connect, but it's strong for him. Probably because he's excited to be on the chase. "Can you connect to me?" "Sometimes." "So you didn't bug my car?" "No, I didn't bug your car. I dropped a bug into your purse. GPS is more reliable than the Staples treasure hunt. Unless it's raining. I have real problems in the rain. Nothing works in the rain." We were off Route 1 and heading north toward driveway. Traffic was mellow. Diesel drove into the yard and pulled to the side of the road. "What's up?" I asked him. "Lost Flash. It feels like he's behind me." Diesel punched a number into his cell phone. "Lost you," he said. He turned in the seat and looked out the back window. "Yeah," he said. "I see the sign. Give me a couple of those glazed sticks and coffee. Diesel looked over at me. Everyone stopped to get donuts. Do you want anything? Double your order. Make that 4 glazed sticks and 2 coffees. Diesel called for. 5 minutes later, Diesel pulled back with the telephone. We have a visual, he said. That's Flash in the blue Honda Civic in front of us. 2 cars ahead of him, the black Lincoln with Jersey plates. I imagine that's our man, Delvina. We followed Flash and Delvina for an additional 10 minutes, taking a road that hugged the Delaware River. There were houses on either side of the road. Large older houses on partially wooded lots, mixed with small summer cottages. We saw the black Lincoln turn into a riverside driveway and disappear behind a 6-foot-long fence. Flash slowed and parked on the met us halfway with a coffee and donuts. I don't think you've met, Mr. said. Flash, Stephanie, Flash. Flash was maybe 5'10" with spiked red hair and a bunch of diamond studs in his ears. He was slim, and you might place him in high school until you looked closely and thought no one could have forgotten. He was wearing jeans and sneakers and a ski jacket with a bunch of lipstick hooked onto the zipper. I suspected he was a boy. I took a donut and coffee. This would be really nice if it was a social occasion. We stood there for a while, drinking coffee and eating donuts, waiting to see if the Lincoln was just dropping off or picking up. 15 minutes went by. Diesel finished his coffee and put his cup into the empty donuts. Time to go to work, he said. Flash crumpled his cup and added it to the bag. I tossed my remaining coffee in the trash can. There were 2 guys in the Lincoln, Flash said. Delvina and the driver. Delvina came home into his own car last night and parked in the garage. This morning, the Lincoln picked him up. The driver looks like old Muscle. It would be better if we could do this in the dark, Muscle said, but I don't want to wait that long. We were standing in front of Delvina's next-door neighbor's house. It was a large colonial, with shaped roof and cedar siding, no gated drive, privacy. No lights on the street. There was still a dusting of snow on the driveway. No pirates in it. The walk hadn't been salted or shoveled. Clearly no one was living there at this time of the year. There was a patch of woods maybe 30 feet wide between the 2 houses. No one's in this cedar house, I said. We can sneak along the tree line and scope things out. Diesel beat the vat locked, and we walked the cedar house property until Delvina's house could be seen peeking through the vegetation. We moved into the patch of woods to get a better look, trying to stay hidden behind scrubby evergreens. The Delvina house was large and rambling, 2 stories. The house had a 4-car garage, but the Lincoln was parked in a circular drive by the front door. There weren't a lot of windows on the side of the house. A small window up and a small window down, most likely bathrooms. Interior plantation shutters closed tight. Another upstairs window with drapes. Bedroom, no doubt. A large swath of frozen lawn lay between us and the house. We need to see inside the house, Diesel said. We need a head count. Hang tight, Flash said. This is a job for the Flash man. Flash ran across the lawn, stood himself against the building, but stood listening. Is he his unmentionable thing? Diesel. So far as I know, he's not unmentionable. He just runs fast. Flash was creeping around the house, periodically stopping and listening, looking in windows. He turned a corner and disappeared, and Diesel and I waited patiently. 5 minutes passed, and my patience started to evaporate. Chill, Diesel said. He's okay. A couple minutes later, Flash popped into view and sprinted across the lawn back to us. Delvina and his driver are in there. They're both covered with hives. They've got some kind of white cream on, but it's obviously not helping. Annie's there. She looks okay, except she has hives too. She's wearing an ankle bracelet with a long length of chain that's attached to something in another room. I think it's a powder room. I couldn't really be sure from my angle. Everyone is in the back of the house in the family room that's part of the kitchen. And there's another guy in chains. I think it must be Bernie. I've never seen Bernie in person, but I've seen his picture, and I think this is Bernie. I can't see the birthmark because he's also covered in hives, and his face is dotted with the white cream. That's weird, Diesel said. Why would Bernie give himself hives? I don't know, Flash said. But these aren't happy people. They're all talking at the same time and waving their hands around and scratching. Anyone else in the house? Diesel asked. Not that I could see. I need to get in the house and bring Annie and Bernie out, Diesel said. I don't want to go in like gangbusters and take a chance on someone getting hurt. I need a diversion. Now I knew why I'd been invited along. I guess that would be me, I said. Diesel handed me the keys to the vet. Do a damsel in distress routine. If you can draw them to the front of the house, we can go in the back. I ran to the vet and took the wheel. I waited until there were no cars in sight, pulled around the Civic, and right-turned hard into Delvina's drive. The property wasn't gated, but the hedge had been carved into a topiary column on either side of the driveway entrance. I deliberately put the vet into a skid that took out Delvina's topiary column and positioned the car well into the yard. I fought the airbag and lurched out of the slightly bashed-in vet. I tasted what I hoped was a dazed expression on my face and started up the driveway toward the house. I was halfway there when the door opened and Delvina's driver looked out at me.
What the hell was that?
He asked. I did my best to lower the tremble and thought about sad things like Holy Crow and orphaned birthday cakes left at the bakery and managed to sort of get a tear going down my cheek. Truth is, the tear was a challenge, but the tremble was easy. It was starting from my knees and working its way up all by itself. For the better part of my life, I've heard stories about you, Delvina, and they all involved a lot of blood. I don't know what happened, I said. All of a sudden, the car went into a skid and I hit their head. Delvina appeared behind his driver and heart jumped in my throat. What the fuck happened to my hedge? Delvina yelled.
He skidded into it,
His driver said. Son of a bitch, you know how hard it is to grow a hedge that size? I'm really sorry, he said. I must have hit some ice on the road. Delvina was power walking down his driveway, swinging his arms, head stuck forward. He was a 60-year-old bandy-legged fireplug with a lot of black hair and black caterpillar eyebrows. Hard to tell the normal color of his complexion, as it was all red hides and white staff, and looked to be purple under the side. I don't fucking believe this, Delvina said. Is there anything else that could friggin' go wrong? This whole week is content. Delvina marched past me and went straight to his head. Oh, geez, Joke, look at this, he said. One of the plants is all broken. There's gonna be a big hole here until this grows. I'd sort of gotten over the weak knee thing since I'd had a chance to check both guys out and knew they weren't packing. Maybe an ankle holster, but that didn't worry me so much. I'd seen cops try to get their gun out of an ankle holster, and knew it involved a lot of swearing and pumping around on one foot. I figured by the time Delvina could get his gun off his ankle, I'd be long gone right down the road. In fact, I was having a hard time not going narrow-eyed and pissy because I'd gone to all the trouble to manufacture a teeter and no one was noticing. And it was not every day I can hold it. The driver had joined Delvina.
Maybe you could do a transplant or something,
the driver said.
You know, one of them grafts.
Right, my wife's gonna go apeshit on this. This is gonna ruin our whole garden club standing if we can't get this fixed. Delvina had his hand under his shirt and down the front of his pants. Oh man, I got hives inside and out. I swear to God you should just shoot me.
It's them people,
the driver said, cracking his eye.
They're putting the juju on it. I say we dump him in the Delaware.
Delvina looked back at the house. You could be right. I'm getting tired of him anyway, and I'm starting to think the artsy-fartsy lady doesn't have what we want. Delvina and the driver started to walk back to the house. And so far, I hadn't gotten any kind of a sign from Diesel, mystical or otherwise, that the coast was clear. Hey, I yelled to Delvina. Where's my car? What about it? Delvina asked. Don't it drive? It don't look so bad to me.
You got a cell phone, right? The driver said. Call your club. You got a new vet. You probably belong to a club, like AAA or something.
The right side of the vet was straight, and the front right light was squished in. Pieces of hedge were stuck in the headlight and a slightly crumpled hood. I got behind the wheel and raced the motor. Delvina and his driver were hands on hips, looking at me like I was another hive on the backside. It was cold and we were standing there in shirt sleeves. They weren't excited about doing the backyard mechanic thing. Fortunately, they were full-on chauvinists who couldn't see me for anything more than a dumb bimbo. If Flash had run into the hedge, neither of them would have left the house without a 9 rammed into the small of his back. Still, I was trying their patience, and it was only a matter of time before they figured it out, and they went for the ankle holster. I had one eye on Delvina, and one eye looking beyond him to the patch of woods. Finally, Diesel emerged and gave me a thumbs up. I did a small head nod to Diesel, and blew out a sigh of relief. You're right, I said to Delvina. I guess the car's okay. Sorry about your hedge. And I carefully backed up, changed gears, and rolled down the driveway and out onto the road. I had my teeth clamped into my lower lip, and I was holding my breath. Sprigs of heads were flying off the grill, and the right front tire was making a grinding sound. But I kept going until I was around a bend in the road. Chapter 12. I pulled to the shoulder and sat and waited, and after a couple minutes, the blue Honda Civic came into view. Diesel got out and jogged over to me. "Are you okay?" he asked. "Yes. Do you have Annie and Bernie in the Civic?" Diesel picked some heads off the windshield wiper. "Yes. Is this car drivable?" "The right side tire is making grinding noises." Diesel checked out the right front tire and pulled a large piece of hedge from the wheel well. "That should help," he said. "Hop over the console. I'm driving." I scrambled into the passenger seat, and Diesel took the wheel. He eased onto the road, drove a short distance, and made a U-turn. Flash did the same. We flew past Delvina's house and retraced our route until we were over the bridge and back in Jersey. "So far as I can tell, Delvina doesn't know about Annie's apartment," Diesel said. "I'm going to bring Annie and Bernie there to regroup." "Did Bernie get himself hives?" "Apparently he went out of control and infected everyone around him, including himself. I didn't get a chance to find out much more than that." We motored through town, parked in the underground garage, and took the elevator to Annie's floor. Diesel opened the door, and I turned and looked at Flash and grimaced. His face was breaking out in hives. "Oh, shit," Bernie said to Flash. "I'm really sorry. I'm not doing it on purpose, I swear. The rash is just leaking out of me." Flash scratched his stomach. "They're coming out all over. What do I do?" "Get away from Bernie and try a cortisone cream," Diesel said. Flash ran down the hall and punched the elevator button. Bernie limped into Annie's apartment. "I've got hives on the bottom of my feet," he said to Diesel. "I've got them everywhere. You have to help me. I don't ever want to see another hive." I was keeping as far away from Bernie as possible. I was in the hallway leading to the bedroom, looking at everyone else in the living room. "What about Annie?" Diesel said. "Are you going to leave her alone?" "I've been chained to Annie for 2 days. I don't ever want to see her again either." "I thought we bonded," Annie said. Bernie scratched her down. "Yeah, maybe. I guess you're okay. I don't know. I can't think straight. I just want to soak in some cold water or something." "I'll talk to Betty," I said to Bernie. "She'd like to stay married, but she has some requests." "Anything." "Right, look at this. I've got a hive under my fingernail." "I'm going to take you home and get you some salve," Diesel said. "But first I need to know about Delvina. How did you manage to get you and Annie?" "I was nuts," Bernie said. "I was trying to get to Annie, but she moved her out of her house and I couldn't find her. So I got this idea that maybe she left something behind that would give me a clue. You know, like an address written on a pad. It happens all the time on television. Problem was, I broke into her house and ran into 2 goons who were tearing the place apart. I'm so dumb. I just walked right in on him." "Delvina was the original owner of the necklace," Annie said. "We overheard him and his driver talking and pieced the story together. And the necklace had a bank account number engraved on the back of it. It sounded like Delvina was being investigated for tax fraud, and he didn't want the necklace on his property, so he gave it to his girlfriend. When he found out she hawked it, he almost had a seizure." Annie started to scratch her arm and stopped in mid-scratch and rammed her hands into her pockets. "He came really close to getting the necklace back, but for some reason the pawn shop owner decided to fake the robbery. So of course, Delvina came looking for me." "It was bad timing that I happened along," Bernie said. "They didn't find the necklace in Annie's house, but since I broke in, they figured I had to have some connection to Annie. And then they were fooling around and found her number in my cell phone. So one of Delvina's men called her and said he was me." "He sort of sounded like you," Annie said. "He said he had something important to say to me. I was hoping you'd calm down and want to talk. I didn't want to miss the opportunity." Annie didn't want to go far, so they set a meeting for a coffee house half a block away. When she got there, they snatched her, Bernie said. "Why didn't you take your purse?" I asked Annie. "I was just walking down the street for a couple minutes," Annie said. "I had some money and my key in my pocket, and I thought I had my phone, but it must have fallen out of my pocket somewhere. I didn't think I needed anything more than that." "They brought us to Delvina's summer house on the river," Bernie said. "That was Saturday night. They chained us out, and I went sort of gonzo, and everyone broke out in hives, including me. And Delvina and his 2 goons packed up and left. I guess they didn't know what to make of the hives. And then the next morning, Delvina and some other guys showed up and started asking about the necklace.
But every time they come near us, the highs would get worse, and pretty soon they couldn't stand it anymore. And no way. Good thing you were chained to the bathroom and chained to Connie to reach to the refrigerator in the kitchen. They came back this morning, and next thing, you rescued us.
How are my last 5 cases? Anyways? Are they all going to have a good Valentine's Day? Are they on their way to love everlasting?
Yeah, I don't know about the love everlasting, I said, but I'm pretty sure they'll all have a good Valentine's Day. Except for Albert Clown. Clown's last up.
Oh dear, Amy said. It's getting late.
Not to worry, I have a plan. I looked over at Bernie.
You stop scratching, I said to him.
I'm too tired to scratch. Too bad Bernie was so tired. I wouldn't mind driving him to a couple people I knew and spreading some hives around. For starters, there'd be my ex-husband, Dickie Orr, and my arch-nemesis, Joyce Barnhart. I'm going to take you home to your wife, Diesel said to Bernie. I'm going to drop you off at the curb, and you're on your own.
You do no such thing, Amy said. You'll drive us to a drugstore so Bernie can get a Valentine's card and a box of candy, and then we'll all go in and make sure things run smoothly between Bernie and Betty.
Amy had good intentions, but we were starting to think she came from the planet It. I heard that, Diesel said to me.
Did not?
Did so?
It was a thought.
It's almost noon, I said to Amy and Diesel. You can drop me off at my apartment on your way to Bernie's house in Hamilton Township. I need to check on Bob and get my car. Then I have to see if Lulu needs a ride to get her Firebird out of Incline. And I want to see how Janine and Charlene and Larry Burley are doing. And last but not least, here's my plan for filming my sister. We're going to getting married, and I needed them to be witnesses. I'll tell my parents and grandmother the same thing. Then everyone will go. We'll get a justice of the peace to show up, and at the last minute we'll swap me out for Valerie and Albert Quinn. I'm afraid if I don't bid with him, someone will reach the town, and he'll be on a plane to Buenos Aires.
Really? I can facilitate the justice of the peace and the paperwork. I have very good connections for that sort of thing.
Diesel looked down at me. Who's going to be the bogus groom? It's going to have to be you. You're all I got today. Do I get a conjugal night?
Afraid not,
I told him. We'll see, Diesel said.
We have a lot to accomplish, Amy said. We should get moving. We can take my car. We won't all be there.
I called Valerie as soon as I got back to my apartment. I'm this afternoon, I said to her. I want you and Albert to be my witnesses.
Oh, yeah,
Valerie said.
This is so funny. Who are you going to marry?
Diesel? Hello? I said to Valerie.
Are you sure you want to?
Yep. Can you come to the wedding?
Sure,
Valerie said.
What time?
4 o'clock. And I'm going to get married at home.
Does Mom know?
Not yet.
Oh, boy.
Maybe we shouldn't tell her, I said. Maybe we should just all show up.
That sounds like a better way to go,
Valerie said.
If you give her 4 hours, she'll hire caterers and a band and have the house filled with flowers and 200 people.
Yeah, but I can count on you and Albert to be there, right?
Absolutely. Are you pregnant?
Maybe.
This will be so amazing. We can have our babies together.
I didn't say for sure.
I know, but I won't tell anyone. My mouth is zippered shut.
Thanks, Val. Bob was in the kitchen, smiling at me. Wipe that droopy expression off your face, I said to Bob. You're not fooling anyone. You ate my couch. There are big holes under the cushions and all the insides are coming out. There was a piece of fiberglass stuck to Bob's lip. I picked it off and dropped it on the floor with all the other big fluffy blocks of fiberfill. I hope this works, I said to Bob. The alternative is stun gun, and I don't think that would look great in Val's wedding album. I took Bob out for a walk around the block. When he was empty, we drove to the bond's office. Lula and Connie were huddled together when I walked in. Look at this big-ass box of chocolates I got, Lula said, working her way around a lump of caramel. I got it from my sweetie for Valentine's Day. This year's going to be the best Valentine's Day ever. Connie and Lula had the huge red heart sitting on Connie's desk. The top was off, and the box was half empty. You better get some before they're all gone, Connie said to me. We decided this was lunch. Which sweetie sent this? I asked Lula. The big sweetie, Lula said. And anyways, I only got one sweetie now. He's my great, huge, gigantic hunk of burning love. You don't think Ranger will actually kill him, do you? Ranger and Tank are like brothers. Yeah, but remember in The Godfather where they off poor Fredo? Ranger's not gonna off Tank.
I suspected Ranger would privately think the whole jail thing was pretty funny. What's up today? Weaver wanted to know. I'm gonna check on Janine and Charlene and Larry Burlew. Wanna ride along? Hell yeah. You could use some air after eating all this candy. Feeling seasick. And what's with that nasty red thing in the middle of your forehead? You keep scratching at it. And you got another one in the middle of your cheek. I ran to the bathroom and looked in the mirror. I had hives. Shit. Double shit. First stop was a drugstore for Sad. Second stop was the DMV. Charlene was behind the counter looking all smiley face. She waved when she saw us, and we cut to the front of the line. Excuse us, we were said to a bunch of grumblers. We're here doing Cupid patrol, and you need an attitude adjustment or Cupid's gonna pass you by this year. I want to thank you again for babysitting, Charlene said. No problem, just wanted to make sure everything was okay. Better than okay, Charlene said. What's on your face? See now, isn't that nice? We were selling
Yo,
the
that was great.
Don't that make you feel all warm inside? I told you love was in the air. Next stop was Larry Burlew's butcher shop. Burlew was waiting on a customer, so Lulan stepped to the side. I looked across the street at the coffee shop and saw Jet waving to me. She smiled and gave me a thumbs up. I thumbs up her back. The customer laughed and I stepped forward. How did the dinner work out? I asked Burlew. It was wonderful. The meat was perfect, and they served it with baby carrots and meat potatoes. And then last night, we had rack of lamb. It was sensational. Yeah, but did you get any? We were wanting to know. Sure, Burlew said. There was plenty to go around. Even the those stops. Who looked her eyes to me? Gonna have to get deeper to talk to him in private. I made restaurant reservations for tonight for Jen and me, Burlew said. Don said. He looked more closely at me. Do you have hives? You know they're usually an allergic reaction to something. Have you had any shellfish lately? Have a wonderful night, I said to him, trying really hard not to scratch the hive on my forehead. Tell me if you need any more help. Is he an apple dumpling or what? Lula said, sliding into the escape. That Jet is a lucky woman. Not every girl gets a man who is away with meat like that. I looked in my rearview mirror and dabbed on more salve. It was a work day, and Janine would be at the button factory and inaccessible, so I tried calling her on her cell. Hello? Janine said. It's Stephanie Pond, I told her. I'm just checking in to see if everything's okay. Why don't I hear any machine noises in the background? I'm home with the worst hangover in the history of the world. How'd it go last night? I think it's okay. Can't remember a lot of it, but he was still here when I woke up this morning, so that's a good sign, right? Right. Turned out he wasn't a virgin, but he wasn't all that experienced either, so we watched the movie together and tried a bunch of stuff, and everything passed out. Anyway, he sent me flowers this morning about my wedding. Wow, that's great, Janine. I'm really happy for you. Yeah, I'm happy too, but I'm gonna get off the phone and throw up now. I think Bob needs to celebrate all this romance shit with a large prize, Lewis said. He's been a real good dog just sitting back there, but he looks hungry. I had to eat a couch this morning. Well, okay, then I need the large prize. I need some carbs and grease to balance out all the chocolate. I hit the drive-thru window at Buck in a Bucket and got a monster bucket of fries and a couple sodas and a cheeseburger for Bob. I parked in the bucket lot and tossed Bob his burger. Diesel pulled up beside me, got out of his bed, and leaned in the window. Oh man, is that a hive on your forehead? Honey, it's huge. Do you have any? No, Diesel said. My immune system is exceptionally strong. He's good, Eva said. He found you without a phone call. He's like a white ranger. I'm carrying a bug, said Tallulah. You mean like James Bond shit? Like when he gets stuck on one of the alphabet men? Who is it, M, Q, Z? Is there a special unmentionable guy who makes bugs for you? Diesel. No, I bought the little devil on the internet, eBay, at a real good price. Only used once by some guy who thought his wife was cheating. Wanted to let you know Annie has everything arranged. The justice of the peace will be at your parents' house promptly at 4. Lula paused with her brows. Say, what? It's a long story, I said. The short version is Diesel and I are pretending to get married so we can get Klein to marry Valerie. Does Morelli know about this? It's pretend. I'm not even gonna ask if Ranger knows. Poor old Diesel here would be dead if Ranger knew. I looked at Diesel. Maybe, Diesel said, but not likely. It's hard to kill me. I don't have to get dressed up for this, do I? I better be invited to this, he would say. I'd be really pissed off if you got married without inviting me. And if you want to keep your job, you better invite Connie, too. It's not a real wedding, told her. Hell, I don't care. Pretend, real, it's a wedding. Is there going to be cake? No cake. What kind of cheap-ass wedding hasn't got cake? She's right, said Diesel. We should have a cake. I can see I need to take charge of this, Rita said. Here's what we're going to do. Drop me off at the office and I'll round up Connie and we'll go get a cake. Then you and Diesel and Bob can go welcome the guests, because it's almost 4. There aren't any guests. This is a family wedding. Whatever, Rita said. Let's get going. How'd it go with Bernie? I asked him. He's back with Betty, at least for a while. And he's lost his ability to give people hives. When we get Clown married off, all the loose ends will be tied, and you can have Annie. Probably the charges will be dropped by the time I bring Annie in. If not, I'll make sure she's immediately bonded out again so she doesn't sit in jail. Appreciate it, Diesel said. She's from the planet of it, but she's a great person. Chapter 13. This is a surprise, Dr. said when Diesel walked through the door. Are you staying for dinner? Her eyes got wide. What's that on your forehead? It's a hive, and we just came to visit. You don't get hives, my mother said. I've never known you to get hives. Grandma bustled in from the kitchen. Look at this, it's the big guy. Isn't this a treat? Thanks, Diesel said. I gave him an elbow. She's talking about Bob. A car door slammed behind us, and Mary Alice galloped into the house. She was followed by Angie and Albert and Valerie with the baby. They were all dressed up. Goodness, my mother said. What's going on? Did you tell her? Valerie asked. No, I just got here. Well, tell her, Valerie said. This is so exciting. The doorbell. It was Annie and the Justice of the Peace. Oh, dear, Annie said when she saw my forehead. Annie was hides from head to toe, but they were fading, and she was uniformly covered in white salve and makeup. My father was in the living room watching television. He turned the sound up and hunkered down in his chair. I looked at Diesel. He was rocked back on his heels, smiling. Go ahead, honey, he said to me. Tell them the happy news. I'm getting to it, I said. What? Grandma wanted to know. What? Diesel and I have decided to get married. Today. My mother went white and made the sign of the cross. Holy Mary, Mother of God. What about Juice, then? Grandma asked. I could feel panic rising in my throat. I looked to Diesel for help. He's out of town, Diesel said. I inadvertently made a sort of strangling sound. Oh, all I could think of, Diesel whispered. I'm not good at this crap. My mother sucked in some air. You're pregnant, she said. No. Isn't this sad? Valerie gurgled. 2 new babies. Now my father was on his feet. Babies? Who's having babies? Stephanie, Valerie said. She's going to have a baby and she's getting married. My father was confused. He looked around the room. No Joe, no Ranger. His eyes locked on Diesel. Not the psycho, he said. Diesel blew out a sigh. My father turned to my mother. Get me the carving knife. Make sure it's sharp. The doorbell rang again, and Lula and Connie rushed in with the cake. It was a huge wedding cake, 3 tiers with a bride and groom on top. We got it, Lula said. Mary Beth Gransky got cold feet and called off her wedding over the weekend, and we got this kick-ass bargain cake. Tasty Pasty was getting ready to heave it into the dumpster. We got there just in time. It's a yellow cake with lemon between the layers, Connie said. Put the cake on the dining room table, Grandma said. Do I look okay for the pictures? Is my hair okay? Pictures. Val would want wedding pictures. I didn't think to bring a camera, I said. That's okay, Valerie said. I brought my camera. Yeah, Connie and me stopped at the store and got one of them happy snappy things, Lula said. You gotta have pictures of the bride, Grandma said. All eyes turned to me. I'd gotten rushed out of the house this morning. I was still wearing the clothes I grabbed off the floor, and I had a ball cap on my head, and 2 big red hives on my face. That's okay, Pumpkin, Diesel said to me. I think you look cute. I introduced Annie and the Justice of the Peace, and Albert Clown broke out in a sweat. Oh, I thought I recognized you, he said to Annie. We met just once, and it was a while ago. Annie smiled at him. It's so nice to see you again, Albert. Albert was wearing a suit and tie, and he tugged at his shirt collar. "Breathe," he said. "I'm in a hurry to get married," I yelled. "We need to get some papers signed," Annie said. "Albert, you sign here as a witness, and Valerie, and here for Stephanie." I watched Diesel sign. "Just Diesel?" I said to him. "No last name?" "That's all I've got," Diesel said. "My name's Diesel." "Well, I need a bathroom," Albert said. "No," I told him. "You're going to have to hold it. Everyone get in their places. Valerie, you stand next to me, and Albert, you stand next to Diesel." The justice of the peace jumped into action and whipped out his little book with the ceremony in it. Lula snapped a picture, and my mother started crying. Albert stood rooted to the spot, his face white, but his cheeks stained red. Diesel grabbed Albert by the back of his suit jacket and dragged him to his side, so we were all four in a row. "Are we ready to begin?" the justice asked. "Yes," I said, "but we need to change places. This is actually going to be Valerie's and Albert's wedding." Albert went down to his knees, and Diesel yanked him up to his feet, still holding tight to Albert's jacket. The justice started reading from his script. "Dearly beloved." "Skip ahead to the I do part," I said to the justice. The justice thumbed over a couple pages in his book. "Well, I'm going to be sick," Albert said. "Dude," Diesel said, "suck it up." Albert went down to his knees again. "I got this thing about weddings." "You were okay when you thought it was mine," Diesel said. "Just pretend it's mine." "I can't pretend," Albert said. "I'm no good at pretending."
We could have a double wedding, Valerie said. Simultaneous. Then Albert could concentrate on being the best man.
I felt another hive break out on my chin. "I need my salve," I said. "Somebody get me some salve." "It's not a bad idea," Annie said. "The universe would rest easier if Diesel was married." "I'm not marrying Diesel," I told Annie. "Hey," Diesel said, "a lot of women will give anything to snag me." "I'm not a lot of women." "No shit," Diesel said. He shifted Albert from one hand to the other. "Can we get on with it? This guy's getting heavy." "Would you really marry me?" I asked Diesel. "Not forever, but the night might be fun." "Good grief. I'm confused," my father said. "Who's getting married?" "Albert and Valerie are getting married," I said. I turned to Albert. "Here's a choice. You can go through with this with your eyes open, or I can go get my stun gun and you can get married with your eyes closed and your body twitching on the floor. My sister is pregnant again, and I'm going to make sure she's married." Albert's mouth was open, and his eyes were glazed. "I'm going to take this as a choice to keep eyes open," I said to the justice of the peace. "Start reading, and hurry up." "Do you?" the justice said to Albert. "He does," we all said in unison.
Me too,
Valerie said. And Valerie and Albert were married. "Let's cut the cake," Lula said. My grandmother trotted in with a cake knife, and we clustered around the cake. It was a great cake, except Bob had eaten all the icing off one side. "It's better this way," Grandma said. "You got a choice, like white meat or dark meat. Only this time it's icing or no icing." I ran upstairs to the bathroom to look for more salve. Diesel came up a minute later with a piece of cake for me. "That was a nice thing you did for your sister," Diesel said. "How's Albert?" "Deliriously happy." "I think they found true love." Diesel nodded and fed me a piece of cake. "I have to go. I'm being reassigned." "So soon?" "Yeah, but I'll be back. You owe me a night." "I do not owe you a night." "I was willing to go the distance," Diesel said. "That has to be worth something." "How about beer and pizza?"
Hey, what's
"It's a start," Diesel said. "And don't worry about Delvina. I changed him into a toad." The doorbell rang, and I heard Grandma hustle to get the door. "Stephanie!" she yelled up the stairs. "There's a flower delivery guy here, and he's got a bunch of flowers for you. The flower guy said 2 of these were supposed to go to your apartment, but I said you'd take them all here." I went downstairs with Diesel following, and I took 3 boxes with Grandma. The first box held a single, perfect, long-stemmed red rose. No, the second box held a dozen yellow roses. The message on the card was, "Love, Joe." The third box held a bouquet of daisies. The hand-scrawled note said, "Valentine's Day sucked. Usual." Valentine's Day didn't suck this year. I felt someone brush a kiss across the nape of my neck, and I turned to Diesel, but the only thing behind me was the cake sitting. We hope you've enjoyed Some Loving, an audio Renaissance audiobook from St. Martin's Press. This program is produced by Laura Wilson. Text copyright 2007 by Ahmad Itching. Copyright 2007 by Audio Renaissance, a division of Cold Spring Publishers, LLC. All rights reserved.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.
Ow. Come on, get in.
Body receipt for Goozy and ran to my car. I checked my watch. I had checked.
This is Audible.
Macmillan Audio presents Plump Spooky by Janet Ivanovich. Read for you by Laura King. Chapter 1. Sometimes you get up in the morning, and you know it's going to be one of those days. No toothpaste left in the tube, no toilet paper on the cardboard roll, hot water cuts out halfway through your shower, and someone's up a monkey on your doorstep. My name is Stephanie Plum, and I'm a bail bonds enforcement agent for Vincent Plum Bail Bonds. I live in a one-bedroom, one-bath, unremarkable apartment in a 3-story brick box of a building on the outskirts of Trenton, New Jersey. Usually I live alone with my hamster Rex, but at 8:30 this morning, my roommate list was enlarged to include Paul the monkey. I opened my door to go to work, and there he was. With long curled tail, creepy little monkey fingers and toes, crazy bright monkey eyes, and he was on a leash hooked to my doorknob.
On FanDuel Casino, players get up to $1,000 back and 200 bonus points for the #1 field.
In this series, I'm starting over as a broke level 1 player with the goal of becoming a GTA Online veteran. But in order to do so, I'll have to complete every objective on this list while having a limit of 2 hours a day to play. So with that being said, welcome back to another episode of Rags to Riches 2-hour edition. Today is a very exciting day because I'm going to be buying a new business that will allow us to use a brand new feature in GTA Online. And it's a business that's sort of similar to the auto shop here, and that of course is a salvage yard. Now there are a few different locations, but the best one by far in my opinion is the Murrieta Heights. It goes for 2.42 million, and as you can see in the top right hand corner, I don't have enough money. So to start things off, I'm going to do a Cayo Perico heist, and I'm crossing my fingers. Hopefully I could get a good primary target. Okay, the moment of truth, we did get the pink diamond. Wow, that is so lucky. Okay, so we're getting at least like 1.4, 1.5 million. And there you go, the final payout is 1.52 million. That's amazing. Let's now go buy our salvage yard. Okay, so like I said, I'm going to go for the Murrieta Heights salvage yard, 2.42 million. I'm not going to worry about the trade rates for now. The tow truck is a way to get some passive and some active income, but we're not going to worry about it. Don't need the wall safe, don't need staff. There you go, 2.42 million. Okay, here we are at our brand new salvage yard, and while there are many cool features of the business, the main reason why I bought it is for this section over here. It is the salvage yard robberies. Now these are essentially the mini heists. You have a couple setups plus a finale, and at the end of it you steal a car, bring it back, and you can either sell it for profit, or as you can see here, the brand new feature added this week is you can keep the car that you steal. You only get one of these per week out of the 3, and you can only do these robberies once a week. But this new feature allows us to buy multi-million-dollar vehicles like the Fisker Comet S2 Cabrio for only $10,000 to $20,000, which is crazy. So today, we're going to get right into this robbery. I believe it's a McTominay robbery, which is fairly easy to do, and then we'll be able to claim our brand new supercar for only $20,000. Let's get into it. Our first ever vehicle is going to be the Comet S2 Cabrio. Okay, let's start up the first setup mission where we have to scope out the submarine. Now, I haven't done this robbery in quite some time, but I'm going to try to remember the stuff as best I can. So we're first here at a listing island. We're going to have to take a picture of the submarine and a couple other things. The first picture here is going to be of the submarine itself. We're going to take a picture of this device right here, and then finally we're going to take a picture of the blueprints here. Now all we have to do is get back to the salvage yard, and there you go, there's prep number 1 done. So we now have 2 more mandatory setup missions and then 1 optional. The optional is almost never needed, so I'm just going to do the 2 mandatory and then get into the finale. Okay, so for the second setup, we're going to have to steal the submersible, but we're first going to have to take out a ton of enemies and then get into it. So hopefully this goes relatively well. Okay, not a great start, but okay. Now in order to get the submersible, we have to climb up this tower here. I just took out the guard there. We're going to press the button to release it. There you go, and now it's dropped into the water. We could go down and drive it to where we need to get to. How did I die? Can I not swan dive off that thing? And there you go, that is the mission done. Now something I forgot we have to do is there's going to be 2 of these robbery tasks that we have to do in free roam. So we're going to have to do both first, and then we'll get into the final setup, and then we'll finish. So when we get to one of these green bags, all we have to do is call up them all, and we'll be given our tasks. I'm just realizing there's cockroaches everywhere. That is disgusting. Okay, we have the security outfits here. Good, and now we have to bring it back to the salvage yard. There you go, there's task number 1 done. And now we're here at task number 2. For this one, all we have to do is find a cutting torch, which is right here, and then bring it back to the salvage yard. And here we are, that is task 2 completed, and now we can get into the final setup mission. And the final setup is picking up some sonar equipment. Okay, so we're here at El Burro Heights, and I believe we're going to have to go inside, take out a bunch of enemies, and then finally pick up the equipment. Okay, I finally got the sonar equipment, so now we can get back to the salvage yard. And there you go, let's now get into the finale. Now this robbery's finale is actually a really cool one. We're going to have to go over to Toledo Bay, get into the submersible, go find a submarine out here in the water, sneak onto the submarine, take the vehicle, and then get away. Okay, so we've now arrived here at Toledo Cove. We're going to get into the submersible, and now as we drive the submersible into the water, we can use the sonar equipment. As you can see there, we're going to press in on our right joystick, and there you go, it's now going to show us a location to the submarine that we have to get to. Okay, we've finally arrived at the submarine, and we're going to have to descend even further in order to get below it. This is such a cool mission, the fact that you go at a submarine while it's submerged. Just everything about this heist is incredible. Okay, we are now boarding the submarine. Okay, so the first guys to take out are going to be right here in the center. They may be waiting for this stuff, but I'm not going to bother. But first, we're going to have to go to the engine room, and in order to get there, we're going to have to take out quite a few guards. Ah, yes. This is definitely how you open the steel door. And now we got to go disable the navigation system. All we have to do is shoot them. There you go. Shoot number 2, shoot number 3, shoot number 4. Now we're up here at the next level. There's a guard. Yeah, okay, so there's going to be a guard right there to your right. There's a couple more inside, but as you can see, the car that we have to steal is the S2 Cabrio, which is right here. But first, I have to take out the head of security, which should be on the other side of the submarine here. There you go. He's a tank. Come on. Oh man, you look so close. I'm actually going to use a different strap here. I'm just going to toss a grenade. That should bounce vertically. Will that take him hit? No? Okay. Never mind. There you go. Finally, with the notes, we got to search the body for the codes. Now we can insert the codes here at the bridge of the submarine, and we can finally now drive the submarine up onto shore. What an incredible cutscene this is. We're going to have tons of cops all over us. All we have to do is we're going to get the S2 Cabrio, we're going to lift it up above the submarine where the Sparrow helicopter will come out of, and then we're going to drive away. And overall, the getaway is not difficult whatsoever. So we first have to activate the lane out here, and now we can get into the car, and we are going to be lifted up above the submarine. Now, as I said, we're going to have cops all over us. I just drive down here to the right. I'm going to drive right for the train tracks, which are up along the side of the mountain here. Here we are. We finally reached the train tracks. Now I'm just no shot. Ow. I swear I was not going to come in contact with that train. Well, I'll see you back at the same point. Okay, we are finally back at the train tracks. Now all we have to do is head toward Los Santos, and we'll hang out here in the tunnel for a while, lose the cops, and then we can get back to the salvage yard. And here we are, back at the salvage yard. That is our first salvage yard robbery completed. The Menominee robbery, I believe that's named. But it's also going to be the first time that we get claim a multi-million-dollar supercar for only a couple $1,000s. So the cutscene is over. We just got 50 grand for a first-time bonus, but we're also now going to check out the Cabrio. And as you can see, we could either sell it to the docks for max money, which is 400k. We could salvage parts, which would be letting our workers break down the car and give us money over roughly 1.5 to 2 hour time span. It's pointless, but the third thing we could do is buy it for $20,000. Now, if we had a document for the office, which is one of the MC businesses, we would then be able to buy it for $10,000, but you would have to buy like dozens and dozens of cars to make that worth it, to make it worth buying a car. So instead, which is $20,000, there you go, and we are going to add it to our Dogfighter Heights account. And here's our brand new car. That is incredible. I gotta say, I think this is one of the best features they've added into the game in a very long time. And the reason why is that it now, even though we can only do one of these a week, it now just saves people millions and millions of dollars. As you can see here, the car usually costs $1.7 million. Plus, to get all these upgrades and cool modifications, it definitely would have been closer to $1 million, maybe over, or closer to $2 million, maybe even over $2 million. But that is incredible. I love this new feature. I'm so excited that we were able to check off another business from the checklist. But with that being said, that is all for today. We got the salvage yard done, we got one of the robberies done, and we got a new, or we used the new feature to get a brand new supercar. So, that is it. I will see you all in the next one. Peace.
Those that like to play on Metal Casino?
Hey boys, it's time now. Today we're going to be going over what to buy and what to avoid this week in Grand Theft Auto Online. Starting off with the vehicle sitting behind me here, this is the Fister Comet SR. It is a removed vehicle, however it is available to be purchased in the LS department this week in Grand Theft Auto Online. It's definitely a good one to pick up. One of my favorite Fister vehicles in the game for sure. It's a very, very good vehicle generally, so definitely look into that. But now that we talked about that, we got to talk about how to make some money this week.
What? Oh, that's good. I mean, we can only make equals one way.
Oh yeah, but like flavor profile.
That was good. For the chicken? For the chicken? Shrimp? Oh. No, it's good. Okay, thank you.
Later, friend.
In Grand Theft Auto Online, unfortunately, it's not the greatest week to make money. To start off, we have double money and double RP on the Cluckenbell Farm Raid setup missions. So those are going to be paying twice as much as they normally would and give them twice as much RP, of course. Obviously, you can use these to do the Cluckenbell Farm Raid, which will pay you about $500,000 for completing it, so it's not really too bad. You can get into the Cluckenbell Farm Raid and have a little bit of extra money left over for sure. So I guess that is kind of good if you haven't done it yet. Now we also have drag races on double money and double RP. However, drag races pay absolutely terribly even when they're on regular money. So on double money and double RP, they're just going to pay obviously twice as much as they regularly do, which isn't much. So you're not going to make a whole lot of money doing drag races. If you haven't tried them out, I would recommend it. I'm going to try them this week for sure. But yeah, they're going to be super great if you're trying to earn money. That's for sure. And then we also notes we have a running back. Now, running back is kind of like the Manhunt series that me and my friends do, but it is an adversary mode. This is going to be paying double money and double RP. If it's something that's a little bit interesting, I would definitely recommend trying it out. It's a lot of fun, actually. But you're not to make it for time. So unfortunately, that is the only bonus money we have this week in Grand Theft Auto Online, which does suck pretty bad. However, we do have a free flammable vehicle this week for the Obey 8 After After, and what you're going to have to do in order to get that is just sign into your Rockstar Games account on Rockstar Games and claim the vehicle, and you will get it in game. It's not really too hard to do, and it's about a $700,000 car, the Obey 8 After After. Pretty good. Generally a decent little sports car. Good amount of customization. Definitely look into doing that for sure. And we're going to talk about the discounts that are available in GTA Online this week, and they're all going to be found on the website. So starting off with Legendary Motorsport, our only discount here is going to be on the Vapid Evolution. It's 25% off. It is a Monty-Tech capable. It's a decent little SUV. It's all-wheel drive. It's pretty good. You can put the armor plating on it, as well as the missile lock modular and the oil sled proximity net dropper. So it's generally a pretty good vehicle. Definitely one I would recommend you looking into this week. It is probably the best sale vehicle of the week. However, over on Southern San Andreas Super Autos, we also have some more discounts on the Bravado Dorado, the DeClasse Impaler LX, as well as the DeClasse Vigoro ZX convertible. Now, I'm not going to lie, all three of these cars are not that great, but they all are 25% off, so if you're interested in any of them, it's definitely a good time to buy them. But just know they're not going to be the exact best cars ever, for sure. Out of the three of them, I would say the ZX convertible is probably the best, but it has a few little weird texture glitches, like this window that sticks up right here, and stuff like that, so it's kind of annoying. And it's just not the greatest car ever. Neither is the Dorado, neither is the Impaler LX, unfortunately. So, yeah, they're just not that awesome, sadly. However, we also have a discount on the Nagasaki Outlaw, which is a somewhat decent off-road vehicle. It's like side-by-side. Definitely something to look into for sure if you need a good off-roader. But it's not going to be the fastest. It's not overall just the best. So I would maybe consider it unless you've had your eye on it. And last but not least, we have a motorcycle on sale, and that is the Shih Tzu Defiler. Not the greatest bike ever, not the worst, but if you're interested in it, it is 30% off, so keep that in mind. Alright, so now we're going to head over to the casino, and then we're going to head to the LS Army and then the dealerships, talk about the vehicles that are available this week in GTA to be won, as well as to be purchased from these places. The vehicle that is available within the casino this week is the Pegasio Osiris. Definitely a very good vehicle, definitely one that I would recommend picking up. It goes for $1,950,000. So if you can get it for free from the casino, you should definitely try to do that. Within that last comment, the vehicle that is available as the prize ride this week is the Vapid Click Wagon, and in order to win this thing, you are going to have to place top 5 for 3 days in a row. Relatively easy challenge, and not the greatest car ever. This thing is pretty weak, actually, but if you do want it, you can get it for free relatively easily this week, so keep that in mind. As far as the vehicles that are available within the LS corner, we have 3 removed ones, and they are all really, really cool. Starting off on the left, we have the Fisticup SR that I talked about right at the start of the video. This thing's awesome. It's definitely one of the better sports cars in the game. Handles very nicely. Decent amount of customization, not the most ever, but it is still good enough. Overall, this is something that I would recommend this week. Unfortunately, it's not discounted, but it is, of course, removed, so that makes it worth it, in my opinion, at least. Next up in the middle, we have the Emperor ETR1, one of the best handling race cars in the entire game, except for a low speed. No customization on this thing. Basically, there's like a livery option. I think there's 2 livery options, then there's stock, with nothing on the car, and there's a spoiler. Other than that, there's pretty much nothing you can do. Still, it is a really cool car, but it is up to your discretion if you want to. You can kind of buy it, you can skip it, it doesn't really matter. And then, of course, on the right, we hit the Annis RB7B, another removed vehicle. This thing's a race car. It is pretty awesome generally. It is something that I would recommend looking into. It's not going to be the fastest car anymore, but it's not the slowest either. It's pretty good for racing, but still will get beaten by most of the top supercars in the game. And within Simi's dealership, we have run a couple of cars that we've had into the game in previous weeks, semi-recently. We have the Dinka Jester race car available this week, which is a removed vehicle. We also have the Enos Cognoscenti, and I do believe this is the long wheelbase variant of it, and it is, of course, the armored version as well, so that's kind of interesting. We also have the Omni Armaze, and the Vapid Retinue right here, as well as the LCC of Arms, which I've literally never heard of before. So, yeah, Simeon's dealership, kind of interesting this week. Some good vehicles for sure. And the game, we have the Canis Terminus, which got added last week, right here on the left, and of course on the right, we have the Karate Turbos shop. And as you may have heard in the Chop Shop, we have a vehicle that can actually be claimed as your own this week for the first time ever. And that is, of course, going to be the Fisticup S2 Cabrio. As you can see, it's got a special little marking on it here that signifies that it can be kept after you've stolen it. And in order to steal this thing, you are going to have to do the McTony robbery. And then you can pay $20,000 or $10,000 to claim the vehicle as your own, depending on if you have the document forgery office or not. Unfortunately, if you haven't heard, we can only claim 1 vehicle a week, it seems. I just made a video about it, so go check my recent videos and you will see what I'm talking about if you want to know a little bit more. But the other vehicles available this week are, of course, the Lampedetti 5.000, and in order to win that, you're going to have to do the Gangbanger robbery, and then for the Enos Jubilee, you will have to do the Duggan robbery. And of course, last but not least, guys, we have to talk about the time trial. It's your RC Bandito time trial is Construction Site 1. Your Junk Energy time trial is Sewer System. Your regular time trial is Cypress Flats, and your HSW time trial is Sandy Shores. It starts right over here, and it's going to end on the middle dock right here at the end. Anyway, guys, that's been it for what to buy and what to avoid this week in Grand Theft Auto Online. Let me know what you thought of this video in the comment section down below. Leave a like if you enjoyed it, dislike if you didn't. Of course, subscribe to my channel if you guys are new, and I will see you all in the next video. Take care. Peace.
Okay, so we're trying to keep this non-lethal, okay? We're not gonna kill a bunch of cops just for a cop. And we don't want any trigger-happy cops shooting my friend by mistake. Now, I'm thinking we'll go in with a couple of stun guns. Now, I got the license plate here for a security guard's car. Should have loads of spares in it.
Just die! This is Helen. Oh, hey! Thanks for calling! Yeah, I have the perfect guy for your film. He's been doing reality shows, but he's really good. Hey, gorgeous.
Are you okay? You'll be fine. It's okay. Baby's mean.
Easy. Hey, bye. Nice. We can get the car.
Roll up on your character sheet and nights of pen and paper too.
Nice, dude. Those parts will be easy money, so watch this space. Catch you later. Take care.
September of 2020. So about 2.5 years ago. And there are a few that I did when I was still in my basement, didn't have a green screen, and was still working out the format and things like that. Didn't have balance quite right with the volume. Sometimes I talked over it because I was still learning how to interact with these reaction videos. And so I feel like that in a few cases, the videos are good enough in terms of what I'm reacting to that they're worth going back and doing right, or at least better. So that's what we're going to do today with Henry VIII by Oversimplified. If you have not seen my other Oversimplified reactions, there's a whole playlist that this will be a part of. So put links down in the description to those other videos if you want to check them out. I'm guessing we're going to have some new Oversimplified pretty soon. Last year one came out in March. He usually does about 2 a year. And totally understandable because it takes a ton of work. The animation, the writing, the recording, all of it, no doubt takes a ton of time. And as always, I want to make sure that we are giving full credit to the original content creators. I'll put a link in the description if you want to check it out without my commentary. This is an area of history that I have spent a lot of time studying, the Wars of the Roses and then the aftermath of the Wars of the Roses, because Henry VIII is kind of the first king who is after. And in the early part of his reign, he's still kind of dealing with some of the aftermath of the Wars of the Roses. So let's go ahead and dive in.
Sigmund, I don't have much longer. Tell me, was I a good king? You were okay. You might be remembered as the great warrior king who invaded France, revolutionized English healthcare, and developed great park lines. Probably not. Because of the white killing. Because of the white killings.
What?
And not just the white killings, though. I mean, he had 2 of his wives executed. But
Let's see.
tens of thousands of other
Whatever,
people
go.
whose names we will
You don't want me to fix it? Fine.
Sigmund, how did I get here? I still remember the good old days when I was with a heart full of fire. And Mummy would teach me. Okay, Henry, this is a horse. Can you say horse? Oh, well, the horse. What? No. Okay, let's try this. Can you say loaf of bread? Lock with her head.
So his mom is Elizabeth of York, and Henry we're not going to dive real deeply into the history of the Wars of the Roses, but the Wars of the Roses is a term we use to describe what was really a dynastic family conflict of civil war, a series of wars, really, between what we know as the House of Lancaster, which is the red rose represents, and the House of York, which is the white rose. And Henry's father, Henry VII, Henry Tudor, as he was known, is from an illegitimate line that really had no legal basis for claiming the throne on the Lancaster side, except for the fact that eventually all the other Lancastrian claimants were dead, and so he was the only one they had left they could even attempt to use as a claimant. And Elizabeth of York, assuming her brothers were indeed dead, they were known as the Princess in the Tower, is at this point the heir to the York side of this equation. And so Henry Tudor, Elizabeth of York marry each other. They unite the houses of York and Lancaster, and Henry VIII is eventually going to become the king. He wasn't supposed to be the king, his older brother was, but he's going to become the first king that unites those two houses, and he'll create what's called the Tudor rose, which you'll see often. It's a white and red rose together in one.
No, Henry, that's wrong. You know what? Last word. Okay. Can you say soap? Soap. Yes, that's it. Well, I'm the supreme head of the church. Now, rule the Pope. You know what? You're my son-in-law, but you're freaking weird, man. The year is 1491. England has just come out of 3 decades of civil war, in which a bunch of Henrys, Edwards, and one Richard had a little ding-dong over which royal house should rule the realm.
And it's important to note that how he said it is right. It's not the War of the Roses, it's the Wars of the Roses, because there's a number of conflicts with a number of people fighting and different people claiming the thrones at different times.
Finally, Henry won, Henry VII, and he had a son.
And Henry VII is he's known as Richmond in the Shakespeare plays because he's Richmond. He was descended from, like I said, an illegitimate line, but he wins the throne by right of conquest, defeats Richard III in battle at Bosworth Field, has Parliament predate his reign to the day before the Battle of Bosworth, so that then he can turn around and argue that everybody who fought on Richard's side, they weren't fighting with the king, they were fighting against the king. A little legal maneuvering, but has big implications.
We name it. My royal lineage is full of Henrys, a fine man, a vigorous man, a tenacious man, a muscular man, Arthur. And so Arthur, Prince of Wales and next in line to the throne, was born. 5 years later, Prince Henry was born, but nobody cared about him. He's not there. Just respect. The king wanted to make an alliance with Spain, so one day he said to his son Arthur, "Hey, baby, you see that lady baby? That's going to be your wife." But father, I'm not even 3 years old yet. Listen, there's something you have to understand. You're my son. But more than that, you're a political bargaining tool. But you love me, right? I love you as a political bargaining tool. Yay. Hey, Pop, who the heck are you? I've written you a poem. Listen here, tiny man. Can't you see that I'm busy? But I'm your son. I have another son? As Arthur was in another palace, being prepped to become king, Henry lived with his mother and 2 sisters at Eltham, where he was being trained for a church career.
Yeah, he was in fact being trained for a church career, and that was a pretty common thing to have happen. And of course, the girls are both going to become queens in their own right. One will become Queen of France, the other is going to become Queen of Scotland. She's going to marry the Queen of Scotland. She's going to be married to King James IV of Scotland, who is going to die in battle fighting against England and against his brother-in-law's country, basically. The Queen of France, her husband will eventually die. She'll come back and marry Charles Brandon, who's played by Henry Cavill in the Tudors.
And not just that, Henry learned languages. He played sports. He learned the recorder. What a nerd. Am I right? Wrong. Henry was the coolest kid around. So I told my Latin teacher he could kiss my buddies.
He's very popular. He's described as very handsome, very athletic. This image that we have in our minds of fat, bearded Henry VIII, that's really only at the end of his life. And he only lives, he lives to be in his late 50s. But I would say up until he's about 40, early 40s, very healthy, very athletic, very handsome. It's only later on, after a jousting accident, he's going to start to go downhill.
Anyway, here's Wonder Woman. Great scholars and theologians from across Europe came to meet and teach the young Prince Henry, who by all accounts was a very enlightened, bright, and charming young boy. Everybody loved Henry, and out of everything Henry was taught, more than anything, he came to adore and respect theology and Catholicism. One of Henry's tutors was English poet laureate John Skelton, who wrote a textbook for Henry that we still have today. In it, he wrote a number of important lessons for the young prince, such as, do not be mean, loathe gluttony, and do not violate widows. Important lessons for any 9-year-old boy. Around this...
Important lessons for any 9-year-old boy. He's also going to be mentored by Thomas More, who's going to become one of his leading members of his government. He's going to be his chancellor, and is going to unfortunately be one of the people who ends up being executed by Henry for not submitting to his authority on the church and his desire to wed. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. And Henry is going to actually at one point be named Defender of the Faith by the Pope, because about this time that Henry's rising to become, he's eventually going to become king, Martin Luther is doing his thing over in Germany, and he's going to be doing a lot of writing, and Henry's going to start writing refutations of Martin Luther and of the Protestant Reformation. So much so that the Pope's going to praise him as defender of the faith, and just really angry, violent stuff that's going back and forth between Henry and some of these Protestant leaders, which is really fascinating when you then consider Henry's later life, in which he's going to break away from the church in Rome.
This time, Henry's older brother Arthur, now 15 years old, was married to Catherine of Aragon, sealing the union between England and Spain. And then he died. Oh, my alliance was...
He didn't die right away. It was several months, and this is going to become a big point of contention later on, because the argument is going to be made that Arthur never consummated his marriage to Catherine of Aragon, which is going to become a big condition for Henry marrying her. And then they're going to argue later that he did. And part of it goes back to Arthur apparently made some joke to some of his friends about how last night I was in Spain, which is why a lot of people think he did in fact consummate the marriage, but we'll never know for sure.
Spain, my poor alliance with Spain. And your son, sire? Oh, yes, of course, my son. But mostly my alliance with Spain. Hey, Pop, who the heck are you? Oh, yeah. And just like that, an unprepared Prince Henry was now the new heir to the throne.
Fascinating thing here with this, Henry is the Duke of York. And the title Duke of York has been given out a number of times throughout history. Typically given to the second son, the Spare. And every time that has happened, that a Duke of York has been given that title, he has either ended up becoming king because his older brother died, or in the case of George VI, his older brother abdicates, or died without any sons, and the title went back to the crown to be given out again later on. It's really kind of weird how that happens. But yeah, Henry is now going to marry Catherine of Aragon. Catherine of Aragon, it's fascinating because this is right about the time that Spain has become a united country rather than Aragon, Castile, these separate kingdoms in Spain. And Catherine of Aragon's parents, if you grew up here in America, you probably grew up learning about Ferdinand and Isabella, who were the ones who sent Christopher Columbus his mission to the New World. And those are Catherine of Aragon's parents.
That alliance with Spain. Well, the solution was simple. Hey, boy, see that full-grown woman over there? That's going to be your wife. What, my brother's widow? Yes. You're a freaking weirdo.
Alright, so one completely random and minor quibble I have right here. That's Hampton Court Palace they're showing in the background, which not only I don't think had been built at this point, but certainly wasn't owned by them. Hampton Court Palace is built by Cardinal Wolsey, who's going to be Henry's kind of right-hand man running the show when he's king early on. And then it's going to be given to Henry VIII. So at this point in Henry's life, it certainly would not have been a place that they would have been living.
Man, now, in the Bible, there's a verse that says marrying your brother's widow, that's a big no-no. So the king needed...
It doesn't really say that, though. In fact, there's other scriptures that talk about how if a man's brother dies without having children, that you should take that man's widow as your wife, and the children you have with her would be your brother's heirs. So I think Henry conveniently found a scripture that didn't really mean what he said it meant to make his argument.
To convince the Pope and get his special permission. Hey, can I please have my son marry his brother's widow? Sure, why not? And so it was. Henry's life was turned on its head as he was moved to the royal court, next in line to the throne.
So that was called papal dispensation. In other words, the Pope had to give special permission because of the close relatedness of Henry to his brother's widow.
But tragedy struck when just a few months later, his mother, with whom he was very close, suddenly died in childbirth. The loss of his mother almost certainly had a big effect on the young boy.
His mother, Elizabeth of York, dies, I think, in her early 40s, late 30s, early 40s. And she died of something they call childbed fever, which is going to be a big deal because later on, Henry's third wife, Jane Seymour, is going to finally be the one that delivers him a son that he so desperately wants. And then she's going to die of childbed fever. And there's this scene, I don't know whether it actually happened, but there's a scene in the TV show The Tudors where you see Henry standing in the doorway looking at his wife, and she's not feeling well, and he looks at her and he says to somebody, says it's childbed fever. I know because my mother died of it.
In his older years, King Henry VII went on a bit of a paranoid trip. As was normal for a king at the time, Henry VII had to quell a number of rebellions, and as he aged, he became ever more suspicious of the nobility around him. To keep them in check, he began levying huge, ruinous fines, left, right, and center. Dukes, bishops, barons, even his own mother. No one was safe from his tyranny. And the nobility of England...
And Henry Tudor's mother, Margaret Beaufort, was just 13 years old when she got pregnant and had him, and never had any other children after that. And a lot of people speculate that it was because she was so young when she had him that it probably just destroyed her ability to have future children. Because she was married several times.
England began to suffer. So when Henry VII finally got sick and died just after Christmas 1508, there was a lot of celebration.
Yeah, I know I'm pausing a lot, but I should mention that at the point Henry VII dies, Henry VIII has not married Catherine of Aragon yet. He didn't marry her until after he became king.
Not only because the tyrannical Henry VII was gone, but because his replacement was the ever-popular, charming, and handsome 18-year-old King Henry VIII. Henry married Catherine of Aragon in June 1509. You may be wondering, if it's so weird to marry your brother's widow, and since he's now king, couldn't Henry just decide not to? Well, yes, he could. But by now, Henry wanted to. The thing about Henry that was unlike many kings at the time was he married for love. And
so did his grandfather, though. His grandfather, remember, Henry VIII is descended from the Plantagenet kings on his mother's side. So his grandfather was King Edward IV, who was the one who finally wins the Wars of the Roses for the Yorkist side, at least for a while. And Edward IV married his wife, Elizabeth Woodville. You could say love, you could say lust, but it was an attraction. It definitely was not a good idea diplomatically. In fact, it made a lot of really big headaches for him that he married not only an English woman, but an English woman who was not royalty, and whose first husband had been a Lancastrian.
He had grown quite fond of Catherine, very fond. Historians say their marriage was unusually good, and so he was coronated king. And what a king! Compared to his tyrannical father, he was an absolute joy. Having the blood of two royal houses, he was what?
So there you go, there you have the Tudor rose with the white and the red mixed together. And in fact, to this day, you'll see those roses being used as symbols of the counties of York and Lancaster, which are both up in the northern part of England. In fact, even some of the football teams, some of the soccer teams, right, they have you'll see the rose in some of their shields, their logos.
Widely supported. He was really, really ridiculously good looking, and those famous calves could achieve world peace.
Famous calves. There are actually contemporaries who wrote about how amazing his calves were. That's why they made that joke.
Henry, now that you're king, you know what that means. Costume party! Henry pranced around the palace playing dress-up with his friends. He wrote plays. He sang songs. He danced. A true Renaissance man, very different from the gluttonous wife-killer we think of today. In his early reign, people from near and far would come to ask favors of the generous king. Hey man, could I get ownership of some land near Upton Snodsbury? Sure thing, pal. Hey, could I be an earl or a baron or a viscount or something? Anything you want, man. Could I get, just a really cool pig that has, freaking metal wings and 8 legs and shoots flipping lasers and it can grow more pigs out of it for extra pigs? Say no more. Hey, guys, I was just checking up on the financial report and what the hell? We can't afford this. Henry's council that he inherited from his father weren't happy with all the money he was just throwing around, and they worked hard to curb the king's spending. Since they controlled the royal seals needed to get stuff done, at first they were largely able to control the young king. And for Henry, the most infuriating things of all was they wouldn't let him joust with his friends because it was too dangerous.
Yeah, so jousting, you have to remember, this is a pretty big deal at the time. This was kind of one of the things that nobility did. For fun, for sport, it was the big kind of crowd-pleasing event. It's the successor in some ways to something like the Roman Colosseum, things like that. But if you want a really cool movie that kind of portrays jousting in the way maybe people would have seen it at the time, there's a movie called A Knight's Tale, if you've ever seen it. Totally fictitious and does this really kind of cool thing where they use modern songs and modern elements to kind of put it in, but it gives you a sense of how jousting was seen at that time and how these knights who jousted were kind of seen as rock stars. And Henry loved jousting, and he was very good at it. But jousting is something you can't really do as king because it's dangerous. There was a king of France who died in a jousting tournament.
Nor would they let him do the thing he wanted most, to go on a great, glorious, and expensive conquest against England's historic enemy, France.
You have to remember, at this time, the King of England also claims the title King of France. And that goes back to Edward III, who's one of Henry's ancestors, who claimed an inheritance and probably had a pretty legit argument to the throne of France.
Please, guys, I'll keep it cheap. How? I'm glad you asked. I've got a promo code.
Here we go. Honey.
The financial burden of war? Yes. Honey is the free browser extension that automatically finds promo codes when you shop online. Imagine you're on one of your favorite websites. Not that one. And you want to reinvent yourself with some fresh new threads. Oh, hi, little dancing man. Got any sick promo codes for me? You do? Nice. You just saved $40 on your online shop on Rockstar. Honey supports over 30,000 online stores and has already helped Oversimplified viewers save over $87,000. That's a lot. Not having Honey is literally saying no to free money like a crazy person. It's free. Find coupons with one click, and it's now part of the Venmo and PayPal family. So you know it's legit. Get Honey for free at joinhoney.com/oversimplified. That's joinhoney.com/oversimplified. And you'll also be supporting my channel. So thank you. Now, where were we? Oh yeah. Sexy calves, excessive spending, and war with France. Henry wanted glory. He wanted to go down in history. If he didn't go to war in France, was he even the King of England?
Remember, his name is Henry, and there's a line of Henrys that go back, and he's looking at guys like Henry VIII, who wins this incredible, surprise, unexpected victory at Agincourt against the French, and Henry V's son, Henry VI, is actually going to become, at birth, he's going to be the heir to 2 kingdoms, England and France, but then within 100 years, all of that has been lost. And so Henry is going to be growing up, hearing the stories of how close England came to controlling France as well. He wants to get that back.
Man, I want to go to war so bad, but the council won't let me. Hey, maybe I can help with that. Look, it's Cardinal Wolsey, one of my best friends. Despite being an old-ass man, Cardinal Wolsey knew that if he helped King Henry, there'd likely be something in it for him. So what was his great, intricate plan to curb the council's power? You're the king, dum-dum. You can do whatever you want. What? Wolsey began writing bills that simply didn't require the seals.
This is really important because Henry is a pretty typical king to that point in terms of his relationship with Parliament and his advisors and his nobility. But it's Wolsey that's going to put the idea in Henry's head of absolute monarchy, which is what the direction Henry's going to go. And by the time he's at the end of his reign, he's largely going to be able to do just whatever the heck he wants to, which is what the kings of France have been able to do, and what Henry really wants anyway. But he needed somebody he trusted to put that idea in his head and to give him the confidence that he could, in fact, take that kind of power.
And thus, Henry was back on top. For his efforts, Wolsey began to climb the ranks, and he became something of a yes-man for King Henry, encouraging Henry to frolic and play while Wolsey took care of business.
He's like a prime minister.
Hey, kid, you want to go on an adventure? Do I ever? The Pope was at war with France, and he needed some help. He offered the young, impressionable King Henry 100 Parmesan cheeses, some wine, and a golden rose if he came to the Pope's aid, and Henry was all in. At this point in his life, he still respected the church and loved the Pope. And here was a chance for war he had been waiting for.
And why did he respect and love the Pope? Because at this point, he doesn't have a reason not to. And to the end of his life, Henry would say he was a loyal Catholic, okay? Don't get the impression that Henry breaking away from the church in Rome meant he was breaking away from the Catholic Church. He wasn't. He was just setting up the Church of England, which was a separate part of the Catholic Church. He still believed most of what the Catholic Church believed. There were some reforms that happened, but he never considered himself to be a Protestant. He hated Protestants.
He still didn't have an heir, a fairly big problem for a monarch at the time. But right now, the only kind of smashing he was interested in was smashing French guys. The Battle of the Spurs. He took the French cities of Terror and Tournai. Word of his victory spread. This was it. Here was the glory he had been waiting for.
And while he's in France, his wife, Catherine of Aragon, is going to be running the kingdom. He leaves her in charge as regent. And it's during that time that they're going to fight the Battle of Flodden Field against the Scottish, and that's where Henry's brother-in-law, James IV, is going to die in battle.
Back home, his beautiful wife also led armies to victory in Scotland. And better yet, she was pregnant. Soon, Henry would have it.
Did that say pregnant?
Armies to victory in Scotland. And better yet, she was pregnant.
She was pregnant. If you haven't seen it, definitely check out. I don't even know the name of the channel. My kids introduced me to it, but there's a guy who goes through like the like Yahoo questions or something like that, and reads all the ways that people misspell and mispronounce pregnant, asking stupid questions. It's pretty funny. I'm sure that's what that's a reference to.
Soon, Henry would have an heir. All of Henry's wildest dreams were coming true. Oh, he ran out of money. As the French prepared to invade Italy, all Henry could do was go home. Well, at least now I have an heir to cheer me up. Bring me my son. Henry, this is Mary. Mary? That's a funny name for a boy. Henry, it's a girl. Mom! This was Catherine's 5th pregnancy that had not resulted in a male heir. Happy Henry.
Yeah, some of these children had lived long enough to be given names and titles, but died fairly young. It wasn't like they all were stillborn or all died like a day or two old. In fact, I want to pull this up real quick. So here's a list of the children. With Catherine of Aragon as a stillborn daughter. Then there's Henry, Duke of Cornwall, who lives about a month and a half. 2 unnamed sons who died shortly after birth. Queen Mary, and then a daughter who was stillborn 8 months of pregnancy. Okay, so none of them lived longer than 2 months. For some reason, I was thinking at least one of the boys lived a little bit longer than that. So there you go.
Wasn't so happy anymore. You still haven't given me a male heir. Well, how do you know it's my problem? Maybe it's your problem, Henry. It couldn't be my problem because I've been bulking half your mate staff and one of them gave me a boy. I mean, sure.
There's only one illegitimate child that Henry ever acknowledges as his, and it was a son. His name was Henry Fitzroy. Fitzroy meaning son of the king. And it was with a woman named Bessie Blunt or Elizabeth Blunt. And he did acknowledge him, and there was some talk further on in Henry's reign, when he still didn't have a son, that they could legitimize Henry Fitzroy and make him king after Henry. And he was given some titles, but he ends up dying, I think, as a teenager or close to 20 years old, and then Henry has a son with one of his queens, who ends up dying as a teenager as well.
Sure. Yeah, you know what? Maybe it's my problem. I'll look into that. Cardinal Wolsey, now Henry's Lord Chancellor, knew his job depended on keeping Henry happy. And so he said, well, if you can't be the great warrior, then how about the great peacemaker? Not as cool, but okay. And so the field of the cloth of gold, a glamorous peace summit between England and France, was held. The King of France, Francis I, was essentially the French version of King Henry. And the whole thing was basically one giant codpiece measuring contest. The two sides did agree to a peace treaty. However, it didn't last long. You see, there was a third major player in European.
During the Field of the Cloth of Gold, Henry and Francis actually have a wrestling match. The King of England and the King of France wrestled each other, and Francis won.
Politics at the time, an exquisite specimen of royal inbreeding, an heir to a huge inheritance, and a chin that could hit a home run.
Absolutely, that they call it the Habsburg chin. A lot of inbreeding. This is Catherine of Aragon's nephew.
Holy Roman Emperor Charles V. He was Henry's wife's nephew. Henry had helped him out in the task to put down a Spanish rebellion, and now the two wanted to make an alliance, and so a marriage was arranged. Mary, I'd like to introduce you to your 22-year-old fully grown adult cousin, and now your future husband. Dude, he looks inbred. Mary. We're all inbred. With their new alliance, Charles and Henry agreed to team up and relaunch a campaign against France. In 1522, the English landed and sailed as far south as Africa, but Charles didn't commit significant fortune.
So this is going to go on and on and on, right? England is not strong enough on its own to be taking on both France and Spain. So at any given point, depending on the situation, Henry's going to be allied with either France or Spain, typically against the other one. And in this case, of course, Spain is also the Holy Roman Empire, so you're really taking on Spain and Germany.
Whoops. Sorry, man. I'm not sure what happened. I'll join in next year. The next year, England swept northern France, almost taking Paris. But once again, where was Charles? Oh, man, I'm so sorry. I promise. Next year, I'll be there. The next year came, and a fed-up Henry decided he was going to sit this one out. And just as Charles ravaged the French at the Battle of Pavia and captured the French king. Holy crap, dude. Yeah, I totally kicked France's butt. That's great. So, can I have the French throne like we agreed? No. What? And also, I don't want to marry your ugly daughter anymore. It's ugly? Have you seen your chin? Mummy says it's a strong chin for a strong boy.
His mummy was crazy. I mean, legit insane. So I don't know if I'd take her opinion on anything.
As Henry's alliance with Charles fell apart, Henry knew that his days as a warrior were over. This was a problem for him, but it was a bigger problem for his wife. Catherine of Aragon had two jobs. The first was to give Henry a male heir. The second was to maintain an alliance with her relatives in Spain, including her nephew. She had failed, and Henry succeeded.
She had failed. Like, it's not really her responsibility, but the purpose of his marriage to Catherine was those two things. Neither of those things not coming through are her fault. And by all accounts, she seems to have been incredibly loyal to her husband.
The eyes began to wander. Home from all his wars, Henry ate up his daily 5,000 calories of meat as an infatuation began to grow for one of his wife's ladies in waiting, Anne Boleyn. Beautiful, intelligent, cultured.
And a sister of one of Henry's mistresses, Mary Boleyn, who probably had already been the mistress of the King of France, because their father, the Earl of Wiltshire, he becomes Earl of Wiltshire, is an ambassador for Henry to the court in France.
She was exactly Henry's type. Now, Henry had had dozens of mistresses, including Anne's sister, but Anne didn't want to just be Henry's side chick. She wanted to be his queen. Henry sent dozens of letters, thirsty love notes. In one, he proclaimed that he would like to kiss her pretty duckies. Henry's loins were on fire, but Anne kept him at just the right distance to drive him crazy and push him to find a way to get rid of his current wife. Wolsey, I want a divorce. And as the representative of the Pope here in England, I expect you to sort it out quickly and quietly.
And this was not a new thing, right? There had been divorces for royalty before, but Henry, the challenge for him is that this is a time in history when the Pope is also involved in alliances and wars and people that he's got to keep happy. And so there's the complicated layer of diplomacy on top of all of this, and that's what's keeping Henry from being able to easily get the divorce. If the situation had been different, the Pope would have just granted the divorce, and all of history might have been.
Donald Trump is obsessed with revenge. They're focused on the future. I'm a loving drug person, getting more people health care, defending our basic rights like the right to choose, and pushing past Trump's grievances and building a better future.
I don't want this to turn into a Europe-wide scandal. You got it, Your Majesty.
Hey, Big Papa! My boy Henry says he wants to divorce his wife. Any chance?
To Henry's shock and horror, Wolsey deferred the case back to the Pope in Rome. To make matters worse, after all the wars in Europe, the Pope was currently under the thumb of Charles V. Now everybody knew what was going on, and Henry's divorce trial had become a pawn of greater European politics. For Wolsey, the decision was a disaster. His job was to keep Henry happy, and Henry was very, very unhappy. Nevertheless,
so you see, again, this is a situation where people who are in Henry's life that are going to get blamed by Henry for things that really are out of their control. Wolsey couldn't control this situation because this was a whole Europe-wide issue that just was way beyond his scope. Catherine couldn't control the issues that were keeping her from being able to give Henry what he needed.
The divorce trial began. Henry's case rested upon the Bible verse in Leviticus that claimed marrying your brother's widow would lead to childlessness, and Henry was certainly having a hard time getting a male heir. He argued that the Pope had got it wrong when he allowed Henry to marry his brother's widow, and that now divorce was the only solution. However, the Pope and Charles V acquired some interesting letters from an unknown source. He wants to kiss her pretty duckies? Man, this guy's loins are on fire. The Pope now knew the case for divorce may not actually be found in Henry's Bible, but in Henry's pants.
Yep.
After escaping Charles V, the Pope did send out one Cardinal Campeggio to oversee the trial. Campeggio was an old man wrapped with gout.
And what you're talking about here is what's known as a papal legate. Remember, this is a time in history where you don't have instant communication. You're talking hundreds of miles, even thousands of miles in some cases, to travel for the Pope's representatives. And so he appoints Campeggio to basically be his representative and to sort this out with the Pope's authority.
It took him 6 painful months to travel from Rome to England, and when he finally got there, this kept happening. Hey, I need you to take a look at this evidence. I can't. My gout is acting up. Hey, are you ready to take my testimony? I can't. My gout is acting up. Hey, can you please make a decision? I can't. Your gout is acting up. My gout is acting up. Anne Boleyn, with her Protestant views in support of the Reformation, suspected the Pope was just delaying. For 2 whole years, the trial dragged on, and in the end, the Pope simply said, no divorce for you. Henry, the king that had previously defended the Pope militarily from France and intellectually from the reformist ideas of Martin Luther, who had once respected the Pope above all, now found the Pope standing between him and fourth base. Your Majesty, what will you do? I'm the king, dum-dum. I can do whatever I want.
And remember, that's been put in his head by this point. You can do what you want. You're the king, this absolute authority. So when there's an authority above him, in this case the Pope, and the church, who are saying you can't do something, well, a man who doesn't believe there's any such thing as something he shouldn't be able to do is going to find a way to make it legal for him to do it.
For his failure, Henry removed Wolsey from the court, a decision that was likely influenced by Anne Boleyn, who disliked the cardinal.
Yeah, and that's going to be a big theme of all of this, is that people who are close to Henry are going to use some of these situations to get rid of other people that are close to Henry. In this case, Anne Boleyn is going to help undermine Wolsey, get him removed. But then you're going to see, in the wake of Cardinal Wolsey, you're going to eventually see a guy named Cromwell, Thomas Cromwell, who's going to rise to power. And it's going to be his desire to get rid of the influence of the Boleyns that's going to help precipitate their downfall. And then you're going to have people that undermine Cromwell. So there's always this going on, this back and forth between people close to Henry to try and get rid of who they want to. Wolsey's going to eventually actually be arrested, and he probably would have stood trial for treason and might have ended up one of the people executed by Henry VIII if he hadn't died.
And having fallen from grace and with potential charges of treason over his head, Wolsey died of illness a year later. Then, Henry set about removing England from the influence of the Pope. Hey, if you do that, I'll excommunicate you. Who cares, man? Oh no, apathy. My weakness.
So excommunication wasn't just simply some symbolic thing. In the 16th century, to be excommunicated by the Pope was to be removed from your communion with the church. And in the minds of most people, that meant you were going to hell. It was the greatest power that the Pope had, was to say, I'm cutting you off from the church, I'm cutting you off from Christ. You're going to go to hell if you die. And then, presumably that person would then do anything they could to get back in the Pope's good graces. But that, what you see him here with this whole I'm melting thing is, oh my gosh, if you don't buy the idea that I'm cutting you off from Christ and you're going to hell, I really have no power.
this, Henry gathered theologians and scholars together to help him make his case against the Pope. Together, they argued to the people of England that the Pope's rule over the Church was basically a takeover of what had once been a self-governing, national, English Church. And if that sounds familiar, some historians do believe this moment may have laid the foundations for English Euroscepticism. And that's right, Brexit may have been influenced by Henry's explosive warnings. By and large, the people gave Henry their support, and those that didn't were going to be in for a rough time. But for now, Henry assumed the role of supreme head of the English Church, and his next divorce trial was a foregone conclusion. Catherine of Aragon was Aragon, and Anne Boleyn was in. Alright, I've upended the entire country to be with you, so you'd better give me a son, okay? Now, did you get my letter about the duckies? Having finally married the girl of his dreams, it was party time for him, and what a... Life in the Tudor court was non-stop.
So remember, at this point, he's in his early 40s. This is, I think, 1533 when he marries Anne Boleyn, and their daughter Elizabeth, who's going to go on to be Queen Elizabeth I, is born later that year. A lot of people speculate she had already got pregnant with Elizabeth by the time they actually were able to have their wedding.
Huge banquets, with each person eating on average 5,000 calories a day, and no vegetables. Those are for poor people. Rich people ate meat. And so you know what else is for rich people? Constipation. But don't let that stop the party. The toilets are communal. And Henry himself was the center of everything. He ate the best food. He had 1,200 pairs of shoes. He didn't even have to wipe his own bum bum. Life was good.
The dream of the school. That was his responsibility. It was actually a prestigious position that you were thought very highly of if you were the guy in that position.
Great. Everyone, I give you your majesty, King Henry VIII. But how did they pay for it all? Well, influenced by his very Protestant new wife, since Henry had overturned the organization of the church, this is how they paid for it. Oh my goodness, how awful. Selling fake fragments of the cross? Vials of Jesus' blood that you got from a duck? Using religion in this way? This is terrible. I must confiscate all this money at once.
And just speaking from a historic standpoint, this is one of the most tragic events in history. Not because of the religious component to all of it. You could argue one way or the other about that. There are some legitimate arguments to some of this relic stuff that was going on that was definitely designed to extort money from people. There's no doubt of that. There was definitely corruption in the church. But in his suppression of the monasteries and dissolution of all these religious houses and these religious properties in order to confiscate all this wealth and either keep it for himself or give it to people who were close to him, historic sites and process.
Yes, awful. I must take all of this away immediately. Monasteries across the nation were dissolved and their riches placed in the royal coffers. Obviously, many people weren't too happy about this, but Henry had a plan for that as well. Henry's descent into tyranny had begun, as any who rejected his new claim as supreme head of the English Church found their heads on the chopping block.
So the Bishop of Rochester, I think it is, John Fisher, is one of the men who refuses to acknowledge Henry as head of the church. And he's going to be eventually arrested and put on trial for treason for refusing to acknowledge this. It didn't even matter if you didn't say anything at all, because guys like Thomas More just stay completely silent on the issue. He doesn't speak out against it. He doesn't say anything negative. He just doesn't support it. But the Bishop of Rochester, John Fisher, is going to be made a cardinal by the Pope. The Pope thinking Henry wouldn't dare execute the cardinal prince of the church. What was wrong on that?
And so Henry partied. He danced. He sang. He ate. He jousted.
Oh, yeah.
Beaming. Laughter. Fire these criminals.
In 1536, Henry fell from his horse in a jousting accident. Not for the first time, but certainly the heaviest fall he had taken.
So, there's concern he might actually die when this happens. He was injured pretty severely. And there's a lot of evidence to suggest that this is the point at which he descends into madness. And some people argue it's brain damage. I think it's more likely he actually got a wound on his thigh that never completely healed. We're talking mid 1530s, and he's going to live till 1547, I think January 1547. And for the rest of his life, this wound is going to be there. It's going to get infected, and it's going to fester, and it's going to smell so bad that like people couldn't even sometimes be in the same room with him. There's no way you have an infection like that without it affecting you in significant ways. Just the pain and the frustration of that is going to lead to mental issues, but also that infection might have actually done something chemically to him. And I think this is a turning point in Henry's life, and this is where we're going to start to see the descent into executions, and he's going to turn on Anne Boleyn, he's going to turn on his own advisors.
Yeah. Some historians believe the brain damage caused by the incident may have violently accelerated Henry's descent into tyranny. Executions in England ramped up. During his reign, it's estimated 57 to 72,000 people were put to death. Rich or poor, big or small, no one was safe. And the most prominent victim of all was to be Henry's own wife. It had been 3 years since their marriage, and had been pregnant 4 times, yet she had only been able to produce one healthy child, a girl. What's more, it's possible she had been going around insulting Henry's manhood. Henry's eyes, once again, began to wander. His new top man, Thomas Cromwell, didn't want to end up like Cardinal Wolsey, and so he came up with a plan.
By the way, there is a relationship between Thomas Cromwell and Oliver Cromwell, who were leading the English Civil War a century later. They are related. In fact, Oliver Cromwell's last name wasn't actually Cromwell. It was like a name that they took from like an aunt or an uncle or something, but it is the same thing with Cromwell's. And Cromwell is one of the main people that's really pushing Henry in the disillusionment factor in Anne Boleyn and the others who have been executed. And they use this Anne Boleyn thing to deal with some other people that just they needed an excuse to get rid of in the court, who had probably nothing at all to do with Anne Boleyn.
There was a court musician who had been quite flirtatious in public with the Queen. Well, Thomas Cromwell and his boys got a forced confession of it, saying that it didn't stop at innocent flirtation, and the charges came rolling in. Listen, Anne, we need to talk. Oh no, you're going to divorce me, aren't you? Just like your last wife. Come on. It's much worse than that. Anne was charged with adultery, perversion, even incest, and plotting to kill her husband himself. The jury found her guilty, including her own uncle and ex-fiancé, both fearing the wrath of the king.
Her uncle was the Duke of Norfolk, which is like the premier duke in the kingdom. It's the Howard family. And in fact, both of Henry's wives that are going to be executed are going to be from the Howard family.
And on May 19th, 1536, Anne Boleyn was Anne Boleyn. Literally the next day, Henry married.
Yeah, so at this point, Thomas More's been executed. Bishop John Fisher has been executed for not acknowledging Henry as head of the church. I think that happened in 1535. 1536, going to see Anne Boleyn executed. She's not going to be executed with an axe like the others were. And they weren't all executed in the tower. A lot of these executions will take place other places, on Tower Hill sometimes. Like I think Thomas More was executed on Tower Hill, which is kind of up above the tower, behind it if you're looking from the Thames River. But he's buried in the same place as Anne, which is the Church of St. Peter at Glenfillar, which is within the tower limits. And so it was a common thing for Henry to kind of find his next lover, his next wife from among the Queen's ladies in waiting. That's where he was going to get Jane Seymour.
One of Anne's ladies in waiting, Jane Seymour, his third wife. After Anne had smack-talked his manhood, and since he still had no male heir, Henry found a campaign to ensure the public knew he was his hero. As a guest, he had this famous portrait painted of the manliest man I've ever seen, and later, he would even have his physician make a declaration about his health. King Henry is a fine specimen of a man, and please don't say this. Say it. And every time I look at him, I wish I was a woman. The truth is, after his jousting accident, the king had badly injured his leg and was no longer very active, yet he was still eating his daily 5,000 calories. So by now, Henry was extremely unhealthy. For the remainder of his life, he would incur a number of illnesses, and his injured leg ulcers would ooze stinking pus. A fine specimen of a man indeed. On the church front, Henry's new and now pregnant wife was a devout Catholic, and she pleaded with the king to reinstate the monastery. Henry was sick of wives meddling in his business, and he bluntly warned her to remember what happened to Anne Boleyn. Since splitting with the Pope, Henry had been hard at work determining the theology of his new Church of England. It kept many Catholic traditions, while on the other hand embracing some reformist ideas, such as requiring the use of a new Bible not in Latin, but in English.
And this is a big deal because you got to remember that people have been executed for translating the Bible from Latin into their own language because it was considered something that only the educated people like priests were able to read the Bible. It wasn't like the average farmer in the field could read the Bible then.
Edward Henry's new Bible depicted the people purely to worship a giant King Henry. And in the corner, there's some people being put to death, just for good measure. For any who opposed Henry's ideas, whether Catholic or Protestant, or for any who rebelled against them, it would be off with their heads.
So Robert Ask is part of a rebellion that's known as the Pilgrimage of Grace, which is this huge gathering of Catholics who want a restoration of their monasteries, want a restoration of feast days and all the very traditional Catholic things. And it's intended to be a peaceful demonstration. They get 20, 30,000 people to gather. And Henry gives them all these promises that they'll disperse and go home. And they disperse and go home. And somebody, when he doesn't immediately give them what they want, somebody else starts to kind of stir them up again. And this time he rounds up all of the ringleaders of the Pilgrimage of Grace and has them executed. Robert Ask is going to be hanged in chains from the castle of York. And he just goes into this absolute rampage, executes a ton of people, and really cracks down even further.
In October 1537, Henry finally got what he had been waiting for. His wife Jane gave birth to a healthy baby. However, the triumph soon turned to tragedy, as Jane Seymour died days later from complications during the birth. Henry mourned Jane, the woman who had given him a son, for 2 years. Your Majesty, it's time to choose your next wife.
So Henry does go into kind of a depression, and he's only going to eventually come out of it when he is going to meet his fifth wife. But first, the fourth wife thing, and this is going to be the downfall of Cromwell.
Thomas, not now. Can't you see I'm in mourning? That one. The woman Thomas Cromwell had lined up for Henry's next marriage was the sister of a powerful German duke, but all Henry cared about was that she was pretty as pie. And Thomas Cromwell promised that indeed she was. However, when she arrived in England, Henry was less than pleased. Your Majesty, let me introduce you to your fourth wife, Anne of Cleves. What's that smell? I think it's your leg, sire. No, it's Anne of Cleves. She's ugly. This is treason. What? Off with his head. Henry found his new wife so repulsive that he never consummated the marriage.
And he claimed that she looked like a horse. He called her Flanders mare. He had commissioned Hans Holbein to do a portrait of her so he could see what she looked like before he married her. And Holbein was a fantastic artist. He's the guy who did many of the paintings that Henry commissioned. So there's no reason to believe he was misleading what he painted. But when he met her, he just decided he didn't like her. But the funny thing is, they're going to actually go on to become very good friends. She's going to be treated as a sister of the king. She's going to be wealthy. She never leaves England, never remarries. And in fact, she's the only one of Henry's 6 wives that's actually buried at Westminster Hall.
And divorced her just 6 months later. And for bringing Henry an ugly, stinky woman, along with additional charges of plotting treason, Thomas Cromwell lost his head.
And this was a factor of a lot of things. That the Anne of Cleves things, that was the excuse that was used by Cromwell's enemies to bring him down. He was this commoner who had risen to this incredibly important position of influence and authority. And a lot of the nobility who were close to Henry didn't like the influence he had, so they brought him down.
The very same day of Cromwell's execution, Henry married his fifth wife, the famed beauty, Catherine Howard. She's believed to have only been 17 at the time, and Henry was 49. And like Anne of Cleves, Catherine Howard didn't last long. You see, for some reason, she may not have been entirely satisfied with her 49-year-old fine specimen of a man, and it's possible she engaged in a number of extramarital affairs, including with her cousin Thomas of Culpeper.
Yeah, Culpeper was her cousin, and She is raised as a kind of an orphan. She's almost raised in like this orphanage situation by the Dowager Duchess of Norfolk, because she's related to the Howards, who are the Dukes of Norfolk. And I think it's almost certain that she had a relationship with Culpeper, who was a very close member of Henry VIII's inner circle. And there's also this problem, this guy Francis Derham, that she had probably been sleeping with before she had come to know Henry, who comes and uses the fact that he had slept with the queen before she was the queen to get an important position that paid well, and that's going to lead to his downfall too.
Henry found out. He was devastated. How could she do this to me? But, sire, don't you have hundreds of mistresses? Shut up, Barry. That's not the point. Your Majesty, you're crying. I'm not crying. It's just that sometimes, when I get sad, water comes out of my eyes. For her treason, Catherine Howard met the same fate as Anne Boleyn in 1542.
And executed at the same time she was Lady Rochford, who was the widow of Anne Boleyn's brother. Remember, when Anne Boleyn was executed in 1536, there were several men that were implicated of having slept with her, and she almost certainly hadn't done anything with these guys. That was just an excuse to bring these guys down and to take her down too. So her husband, her brother George, was executed for incest with her. And so this is his widow, and Lady Rochford's the one that kind of arranges the meetings between Catherine Howard and Thomas Culpeper. Culpeper, by the time Catherine Howard's executed, Culpeper's been long since beheaded, his head put on London Bridge. Francis Derham, who slept with her before she even knew the king, gets hanged, drawn, and quartered, his head put on Tower Bridge. And then Lady Rochford's executed as well. And Catherine Howard, teenager, executed. She requests the night before that the block be brought into her room at the Tower of London so she could practice laying her head.
So, we've had divorced, beheaded, died, divorced, beheaded. Look at
survived.
Survived. Henry married the daughter of a royal official, Catherine Parr, in 1543, and she appears to have been a good companion to Henry. She cared for the aging king, who by now was so heavy it took several men to winch him onto his horse. She acted as a mediator within the family and convinced the king to restore his two daughters to the line of succession. The marriage did have one hiccup, however, when Catherine dared disagree with the king over the subject of theology. It's a miracle, because when the priest says the words of institution, the bread turns into the body of Christ. Well, if you put the bread in a box for 3 months, is it a miracle that it turns moldy?
This is one of the points of contention between the more Protestant-minded people and the more traditional Catholics was, does communion become literally the body and blood of Jesus, or is it just symbolic? And this was the kind of thing that you could find yourself burned at the stake if you were on the wrong side of the issue, depending on who was in charge. Yeah, it's true. And Jane Seymour, to her credit, she's going to navigate this really well, and she understands how to deal with Henry and how to play to his ego and to his vanity. And she's able to navigate this well enough. She's going to live it.
Treason! You can't just call everything treason, Henry. The king called for her arrest as serious charges were placed over her head. However, in the end, she told Henry that she had not been disagreeing with him, but simply learning from him. And so when the guards came to arrest her, the king told them to make like an ant and flee.
And she'll go on after Henry dies to marry the brother of Jane Seymour. And she'll actually end up dying as a result of childbirth with the child that she had with him.
Catherine Parr stayed with Henry right until the end. As he aged into his later years, in increasing pain and ill health, he grew ever more suspicious and moody. The once generous, promising young king who is now feared by all around him.
And at one point, he'll actually have a very old lady executed. That's how paranoid he's getting anybody who might have a threat to him. So going back to his grandfather, Edward IV, right? Edward had several brothers. One brother was killed during the Wars of the Roses. Another brother is Richard III, who's going to die in battle against Henry's father. And then the other brother is George, who was the Duke of Clarence, who actually had been executed on orders of his own brother after a trial for treason for rebelling against his brother Edward IV. But the Duke of Clarence had 2 children. He had a son and a daughter. His son had been executed years earlier. The daughter is Margaret Pole, who is, I think, the Countess of Salisbury, And as an old woman, she's going to have several children, including one of her sons who's going to become a cardinal. And there were a lot of people who were focusing on him as not only being a Catholic, but also having a claim to the throne. And because Henry can't get at her son, I think Reginald was his name, he goes after his mother instead.
Sigmund, I don't have much longer. Of course, sir. Do you have any final wishes? How about one last conquest in France? And so in 1544, Henry made for Calais. The pesky French had been supporting the Scottish in their ongoing wars with England, and they also owed Henry some money. So the extremely unhealthy king personally led a siege against the French city of Rouen. The English dug tunnels into the castle, and on the 13th of September, the French surrendered. A glorious victory for Henry. In actuality, the whole misadventure nearly bankrupt England, and they ended up giving Boulogne back to the French a few years later. But shh, don't tell Henry. He's having his moment. Finally, in 1547, a 55-year-old Henry, lapsing in and out of consciousness, passed away. His son, Edward, succeeded him, but died just 5 years later. His daughter, Mary, briefly took the reins and steered the country back towards the Pope. But then his second...
And they call her Bloody Mary. That's the Mary that we're talking about because of the Protestants that were executed when she was queen.
Second daughter embraced reformist ideas and gradually transformed England into a Protestant country. Henry's desperation to marry Anne Boleyn and his resulting feud with the Pope had changed the course of English history and religion forever. Unfortunately, none of Henry's children had heirs, and when Elizabeth I died, Henry's lineage ended, with the House of Stuart replacing the House of Tudor.
And the Stuarts are his sister who married James IV of Scotland. They're descended from Henry's sister. So all of the Stuarts, even though there are no living legitimate lines of Henry VIII today, all of the future monarchs of England are going to descend from his sister.
So then you might think, all that effort, a life filled with so much frustration, yet he never conquered France, he barely had a male heir, and his lineage died out. The egotistical man Henry grew sick and cruel, and then died. So why are we all so fascinated with King Henry VIII? Why not Henry II or IV? Well, without mentioning the many important things his reign did achieve, one of his biggest goals was to go down in history. And you can put a big green check beside that one. Because everything he did and how he asserted his control and authority over everyone around him has come to be viewed as the epitome of the word. And it's because of the wife killings? Yeah, definitely the wife killings.
Yep. Divorced, beheaded, and died. Divorced, beheaded, survived. Everybody remembers that. Now there's a Broadway musical called Six, which is basically this kind of Spice Girls type thing where you have the 6 wives of Henry VIII performing, and we're going to be actually going to see it here in a couple of months when it comes to Cleveland.
Okay, it's a simple plan. Bust into the police station without killing any cops, free my dude, get out alive, lose the cops, and get him to tell you the location of a unique and highly valuable car. It's a simple plan. I hope you're ready for this car, boss, because it's gonna be a killer. Now, my guy's got a good eye, you know. And he's not doing shit that lands him in jail at this.
Starting at level 1, Monster Never Cries. Hard, because I have Vader unlocked.
Rockstar in their benevolence has gifted us some content. Oh, Vincent, that guy who was once spy from the casino, now has connections, and we're going to do the heist for him. Well, something related to Plug and Bell, I don't know, I didn't really look at any of the links.
Check it and go to stuff.
Shit. I'm sure it's going to be great though, because every update for GT Online is always great, right? Right? Alrighty. To the wonderful world of GT Online. So I guess I was walking around looking all cool. Look at my swag. It's eternal. I'm sorry, no one says swag anymore. Look at my whiz. My drip, sure, even better. Hey, it's Vincent.
Hey, it's Vincent.
Yeah.
I'm in a position to offer you a lucrative follow-on orthodox opportunity to make some money.
That sounds like something I want to do. In fact, it sounds like something I'm specifically here to do. Oh my God, is that Vincent? No. Yeah, that's kind of bad. Please get out of me! it. I was here to see him. Gosh.
Relax. I'm a cop, but I'm not a cop. This is just where the universe put me right now.
Vincent, cool.
See like this guy, the individual? You think he's gotten away with selling drugs in front of that boat? Everyone convicted for 10 years now. Cops, you're not only turning a blind eye, they're actively facilitating. If anybody deserves to be fucked with, it's these guys. Now count you in. You got files there for money laundering operations not far from here. Time to do what you do. I'll call you.
Was Davey right, chat? Is some of the government pretty corrupt?
Yes, but we're corrupt in a good way.
I guess Vincent is now the corrupt cop, but in a good way. You seem very emotionless. I like it. I love, though, that they referenced how the first time we saw a guy dealing drugs in front of that burger shop was 10 years ago in Singapore. Oh, I was waiting for Vincent to stop speaking. Are you dead? He's in. So when someone's hiding behind something like that, you just chuck a C4. The second the C4 hit in my hands, you shot bullets and it hit it, and I died. The odds of that are very unlikely. I'm gonna insult this guy by shooting him with my golden gun. Shut up! I vanished. Got his pound of flesh and left. Alright, let's go. Enter money laundering business. I love it, it's actually laundromat. Look at these skills, me grabbing the cash, oh my god! Hey, I'm doing something over here. Thank you for waiting. Oh. That was weird. Oh, this door doesn't open? Then how did you get in here? I am not dead. I'm currently very much so alive. Wow. Red Dead 2 has ruined me. I didn't shoot the random NPCs because I was worried about losing honor. Gotta get back into the GTA Online mindset. Kill everyone. Why can't I summon my oppressor? Not done this mission? Oh. Here's the plan. That was some awful shooting. I'll be putting additional holes in the car so it goes faster. Oh, look back here! Franklin Lamar. Oh no. Howdy, friends. 2 whole guys in security? They insult me. I don't look at that guy. I'm doing sign. Dude, wait a second. Hold on. Wait. Okay, thank you. Oh. Wow. That's so nice, these guys. Just a reminder, he had a family. Look, I'll get them later, okay? Ah. So basically, these cartel members watch Breaking Bad, and they're like, holy shit, why are we not using chicken places to sell our illicit goods? Genius! Maybe Vincent is the Gustavo Fring of this story, but he's a good guy. Okay, a less bad guy.
This is a solid punch used on the rest of our plans efforts. The first leg of which I'll get to work on right here.
Look, Vincent, I don't mean hypocritical here, but this is going to be doing much work at all, really. See, I don't even mean anything. That's not Vincent, guys. Oh, sit up. Breaking and entering. Breaking and entering. I wonder if we're going to break and enter somewhere.
I have a checklist for today's operation. 1. My laptop phone fucking got no showing on cocktails paper. Number 2. I hacking the funds with and tell what's happening with trade. That brings me
Hey, over here. Me.
What?
You here for me?
Oh, yeah.
Hey, get me out of here. I've been memorizing the code. Everybody punches into that line. Let's get it. I got a chopper waiting in your box.
Oh, Vincent doesn't care about the money, he's here for justice? So Vincent is actually a good guy, and we're still awesome. Fair enough. Potential self-mission, let's go. So I'm motherfucker. I'm here looking for the one guy who's still using a laptop. Oh. Absolutely. Alright, goodbye, man. He's trying to attack him. Why was I sneaking again? Because this guy is so threatening. Like, look at him back there. He could have killed me. You see that sweet?
This bit of sense country from so I knows this is history. Make sure that I will take them down before
See, his drones are pepper. Got it. I think these drones are not being as effective as they could be. Oh! I have snacks! Ah, I was so intoxicated! I love my snacks! No. Oh, now the mission time! Sibby, I just got fully and give me some snacks. Pat me on the head, tell me I'm a good boy.
I never had this, but if I did, you want me to be just like...
Get armored too? Armored's for scrubs, humanity. Yeah, that guy needed help.
This laptop's gonna give us all this.
That's the guy! This is not the guy. I guess he's relocated himself. That's Rockstar's way of doing things. I know that's really stealthy. No one will ever see me coming. Check the pic! Oh, Brusha. This might be the stealthiest person in history. Did he not spawn in? Is this Brusha guy? Is that a laptop? Sure ain't so blue now. I can't remember where I put my gun. Take one of these guys. This is Grand Theft Auto. After all, you think he's dead? Nah, he's fine. It's America, no free healthcare. He can melt down the bullets that are in his spine, sell them, and then pay for his healthcare. There are a lot of bullets in it. Really? Oh. Open the door! You never see me coming. I can't angle that high. Before I was trying to be a bit stealthy with the structure of these things. Oh, crap. Is it beeping? Okay. He's not even in here. The big one, the unicorn story. Oh, never mind. Really? What's shooting on sight? The monsters. So someone's pocket has the keys. Well, security guard had nothing to do with this. I'm going to have to loot the corpses. Oh, there it is. I am very much so alive. Are we actually going to be able to drive a train for the first time ever? Oh my god. Actually, no, wait, technically we drive a train in derailed. I mean, we normally can't shoot while doing it. Die, glass. I can't aim downwards to shoot these guys. Imagine getting hit by a train. Never had that happen to me. These losers. Hacking? Guys have to press E. That's the hack. I'm what you call a script kid. I'm a script kiddie, exactly. I don't know how to hack, I just know how to press the start button. Get out of the way! Ah, fuck. Look, this is assisted suicide at this point. This ain't murder. But these guys want to die. You don't have to do this. I'm still carrying it. Oh, there it goes. I can't heal myself. I should get some dirty in here. Why aren't there snacks and toilet?
We fucking did it! I'm out of there! Woo! Hey, I got a split, but here's where you find the car.
What an iPhone. Copilot, your everyday AI companion. Tapping Create Images and selecting a car. Create a logo for my fantasy football team featuring an animal wearing a helmet. Designer.
In today's video, I'm going to be going over 10 KO Perico facts that you might not know. Now, I've done 2 of these videos before, so in total, there's going to be 30 facts. So I'll leave them linked at the end of the video and in the description so you can watch those as well, because the other 2 videos have a lot of really good information that the comment section said they learn a lot from. So check those out. Hopefully, I can get you guys to learn something new here today also. Starting off at number 1, you can enter the office in the hangar while doing the KO Perico heist. Now, I'm sure a lot of you, like myself, have tried walking up these stairs into this door, and as you can see, it is locked. You can't go in it. So the only way to get upstairs to get the loot is to grab the forklift, get the box, lift the box up so you can jump on over. And a lot of people like myself, when leaving after getting this, they just jump on over just the same way they came up. But did you know you can walk through this door right here? Not only is it a cool little room, you can look around in here. There's a laptop, which would be cool, don't get me wrong, if you could actually use this thing to do some sort of disruption on the island. But it's just a cool place that not many people know about. So you can walk straight back out the door. So instead of getting your loot and then jumping over, you can actually just grab your loot, walk through the door, and then walk out the other one and run down the stairs. Coming up at number 2, you can get buried treasure while doing the setup. Now listen, I know a lot of veterans of this game, especially people that watch my other facts videos, probably already know this one. But you'll be surprised, I have dozens and dozens and dozens, maybe hundreds of KO Perico videos on my channel. And the amount of people that ask me how to do this is insane. So I'm assuming there's some new people that don't know you can do this. Luckily for me, in this clip I have right here, both of them are right next to each other. I typically don't do these when I'm doing KO Perico. You're going to get 50k for doing it, but I don't know. I just don't typically do them. But these are right next to each other, so I thought I'd do this for it, or for you, to show you how to do it. But basically, when you walk on over to them, into the circle, as you can see on the top left, it prompts you how to use the metal detector. Now, I'm using an Xbox One controller during this, so obviously it's the left trigger. I'm not sure what it'll be on PlayStation, maybe R2, I'm not sure on PC, but it'll tell you on the top left. And when you pull it out, it'll have the beeps, right? So as you get closer towards it, it'll be beep, 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 beep. And once you get close enough to it, it'll prompt you to dig for treasure. Now, when you pick up one, it'll say buried stashes, 1 of 2 buried stashes collected, and you'll get 25,000. And then if you head over to the second one, same thing, you'll pull out your little beepy beep thing, go over and then dig up that one, and then eventually it'll say 2 of 2 buried stashes collected. So 2 times 25, you're going to get $50,000. Coming in at number 3, again, this is one that veterans will already know, but if you're newer to the game, it's not that it'll help you really that much at all, but it'll just give you a little bit of insight of where you need to look for the box. So as you can see right here, if we look at our mini-map or pull up our map, there is no guards around the control tower. If there is no guards, again, as you can see right here, the signal box will be on the ground level. It'll always be on the ground level if there's no guard around the tower. Now, as you can see right here, there is a guard around the tower. And if you ever see a guard around the tower when you're driving up to it, you already know as you get there, it is not going to be on the ground level. You're going to have to go up the stairs and climb all the way up. Maybe it'll be on the first level, second, third, but you are going to have to climb all the way up if there is a guard there. Coming in at number 4, you may have noticed when you're doing this setup that there is a barrier. You cannot jump over this barrier no matter how hard you try. On a motorcycle anyway, at least, there's like an invisible wall. And a lot of people, when they actually play the heist themselves after, once they've done the setup, they avoid this because they know that there's a barrier there. I've had a lot of people tell me they didn't realize because when you do the mission, the barrier is completely gone. There is no barrier around this entire area when you do the mission. So just FYI, if you got some loot and you're on a motorcycle from the airstrip and you want to get to the main dock, you can drive all the way up and over here. Speaking of that barrier though, coming in number 5, there's a lot of Easter eggs scattered around KO Perico Heist. If you want to get into this barrier when you're doing the setup, once you've gone to the control tower, if you just jump off the top, you can glide all the way over here and land within the barrier. Once you're within the barrier, you'll see one of the first Easter eggs here I'm going to show you, which is the IAA crash helicopter. You can take a picture of it, and this is what it'll say. And as you walk around the area where the barrier is, you'll see some more signs. We saw this dead body right here. If we take a picture, this is what he says. Now keep in mind, you can come up here and see these when you're doing a mission, so you don't need to worry about the barrier. But when you take pictures, you can't send them to Carville and he won't give you those props. If you do decide to come in here, though, when you're doing the setup missions, since you can't jump over the barrier, you are going to have to jump to your death in order to get out of here, because otherwise you're not going to get out. I'm sure you guys have all seen this Easter egg at some point. This is the route that I used to always take to get to the control tower when I was newer to the game. And if you take a picture of this, this is what Carville says.
I won't spend the whole somebody one of these. Let me tell you, the well-to-do people not to be trifled with.
And there's dozens more Easter eggs scattered around all of Cayo Perico, so let me know if you found all of them. Coming in at number 6, this is straight out of one of my easiest way to do the setup videos. But during one of the setup missions, when you have to come inside, find the board and take a picture, did you know you can just literally, as soon as you walk in the door, you can take the picture right there and then just literally turn around and walk straight on out. You don't have to walk around, look for the board, take the picture. You can just go in, take a picture, turn around, walk out. Coming in at number 7, we have Mark II weapons. This is something a lot of people, believe it or not, ask me so much in the comment sections of my videos. How did I get Mark II weapons in the Cayo Perico heist? Now, I honestly didn't know how I got them. I just assumed everyone had them. And even after doing some research online, the only thing I came up with is in order to get them, the thing that seems to be the common thread here is you have to own a bunker and have your upgrades in the bunker completed. Now, some people say you need to have the operations center. That is not the case because I do not have one of those myself, and I have the Mark II weapons. So it would seem you just need to own a bunker and have all the upgrades done, and you'll get the Mark II weapons. If anyone has any other clues on this, let everyone know in the comment section down below. But I assume the people that are asking me that question most likely got on one of my other videos. I said that the most annoying setup mission you can do for the Cayo Perico is when you get the weapons mission and you have to go to the Merryweather HQ, because it just takes so long. So what I used to always do is just go into an invite-only lobby and just restart and come back in and do it again. It would only take you like 30 seconds. But what most of you said to do, so I'm putting it in this video just in case there's some new people out there that aren't aware of this, is use guided missiles. Now, in order to get guided missiles in your sub, it does cost you 1.9 million. So if you don't have them, I would wait until the Kasaka goes on sale and the upgrades go on sale so you can get it at a discounted price. But basically, if you start one of the weapons missions and it says you need to go to Merryweather HQ, all you need to do is go to your missile silo thing right here, then fire off a mission and head towards the Merryweather HQ. The helicopter is always going to be on top. So just make sure you fly on over there, aim right at it, and it will explode. And on explosion, you will fail the mission. And it'll be instant. All you need to do is get on up out of your seat, go back to the planning board, restart the mission, and you should get a brand new mission. Coming in at number 9, this is more of a quality of life one, not too much of an exciting one for your faces. But you can do the weapons mission stealthy. Now, as you can see right here, I walk in and we just have our silenced SMG and we just start popping people off, just very quietly, very slowly. The alarm doesn't trigger. There's a guy in the bathroom too, but we're going to leave him in there because he doesn't know what's going on. The thing is, and the thing that kind of sucks about this, is even though I believe this is the fastest way to do this mission, as soon as you leave and you grab the guns, you're still going to have helicopters chasing you when you leave. I personally believe if you do this without triggering the alarm, there shouldn't be any helicopters when you leave. But you know what? Maybe that's something that they need fixed. But you can do it without. A lot of people throw like Molotov cocktails in there and stuff like that. It just takes too long. I just like to walk in, pop, 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 and you're good. Now, coming in at number 10, this is an incredibly interesting one.
Get that
and it's the
tail.
only time I've ever heard of or seen this. Now, this is from one of the people in my comment section of one of my older videos, of my facts videos. It's Sam Purk, I believe, is the channel name. And it's the...
You want to see a Batman? Well, then come upstairs and I'll show you.
My team.
That I bought.
Yeah.
Yes, that's how that works.
Macmillan Audio presents I'm Lucky by Janet Ivanovich. Read for you by Lorelei King. Chapter 1. My mother and grandmother raised me to be a good girl, and I have no problem with the girl part. I like men, balls, and cards, not necessarily in that order. The good part has been spotty. I don't steal cars or sniff glue, but I've had a lot of impure thoughts, and I've acted on a bunch of them. Not limited to, but including snooping through a guy's closet in search of his underwear. On the surface, this doesn't sound like a majorly hot experience, but this was no ordinary guy, and I couldn't find any underwear. My mother and my grandma Mauser are really good. They pray every day and regularly go to church. I have good intentions, but religion for me is like tennis. I play an excellent mental game, and in my mind's eye, I look terrific in a little white skirt. But the reality is, I never actually get onto the court. It's usually when I'm in the shower that I think of things spiritual and mystical and wonder about the unknown. Like, is there life after death? And just what exactly is collagen? And suppose Wonder Woman actually exists? If she was discreet, you might not know, right? Today is St. Patrick's Day, and when I was in the shower this morning, my thoughts were about luck. How does it work? Why are some people flat out lucky and others not so lucky? Virgil said, "Fortune favors the bold." Okay, so I read that on the stall door in the ladies' room of the multiplex last week, and I don't personally know Virgil, but I like his thinking. Still, there has to be something else going on.
Yeah, cool.
Things we can't comprehend.
Mom, got you Batman?
I try to leave the incomprehensible in the shower. Life is tough enough without walking around all day wondering why God invented cellulite. I'm a skip tracer for my cousin Vinny's bail bonds agency in Trenton, New Jersey, and I spend my day hunting felons who are hiding in attics. It was a little after 9 a.m., and I was on the sidewalk in front of the bonds office with my sidekick, Lula. "You're a holiday shirker," Lula said. "Every time a holiday comes up, you don't do your part. Here it is St. Patrick's Day, and you don't have no green on you. You're lucky there's no holiday police because they haul your bony behind off to the shirker's dungeon." I don't own anything green. Okay, an olive-drab t-shirt, but it was dirty. I own lots of green. I look good in it, Lula said. But then I look good in all colors. Maybe not brown on account of it blends with my skin tone. Brown's too much of a good thing on me. Lula's borderline too much of a good thing in lots of ways. It isn't exactly that Lula is fat. It's more that she's too short for her weight, and her clothes are too small for the volume of flesh she carries. Her attitude is Jersey times 10, and today her hair was candy apple red. She was packed into shamrock green animal print stretch pants, a matching green sequin-encrusted stretchy top, and spike-heeled dark green suede ankle boots. Lula was a hooker before she took the job at the bonds office, and I was guessing this outfit was left over from the St. Patrick's Day fantasy collection. Truth is, I sometimes feel a little boring and incredibly pale when I'm with Lula. I'm of Hungarian and Italian descent, and my complexion is more Eastern European than Mediterranean. I have shoulder-length, unexceptional curly brown hair, blue eyes, and a nice nose that I inherited from the Mazur side of the family. I was in my usual jeans and sneakers and long-sleeve t-shirt that carried the Rangers hockey team logo. The temperature was in the 50s, and Lula and I were bundled into hooded sweatshirts. Lula's sweatshirt said, "Kiss me, I'm pretending I'm Irish," and mine was gray with a small chocolate ice cream stain on the cuff. Lula and I were on our way to get a Lucky Plucky shake at Pluck in a Bucket, and Lula was rooting for her purse, trying to find her car keys. "I know I got those keys in here somewhere," Lula said, pulling stuff out of her purse, piling everything onto the hood of her car. Gum, lip balm, stun gun, cell phone, a .40 caliber nickel-plated Glock, Tic Tacs, a can of mace, a personal mood candle, a flashlight, handcuffs, a screwdriver, nail polish, the pearl-handled Derringer she got as a Valentine's Day present from her honey Tank, a musical bottle opener, a roll of toilet paper, Rolaids. "Screwdriver?" I asked her. "You never know when you'll need one. You'd be surprised what you could do with a screwdriver. I got extra-strength cherry-scented condoms in here, too. Because you never know when Tank might be needing some emergency quality."
No!
Found her key. We piled into her red Firebird, and she...
I don't want to be here!
She turned off Hamilton Avenue onto Columbus Avenue, and we both gaped at the gray-haired, wiry little lady half a block away. The woman was dressed in white tennis shoes, bright green stretch pants, and a gray wool jacket. She had a white bakery bag in one hand, and a strap to a large canvas duffel bag in the other. and she was struggling to drag the duffel bag down the sidewalk. Lula squinted through the windshield. That's either Kermit the Frog or your granny. Grandma Mazur's lived with my parents ever since my Grandpa Harry went to the big trans-fat farm in the sky. Grandma was a closet-free spirit for the first 70 years of her life. She kicked the doors when my grandpa died, and now nobody can get her back in. Personally, I think she's great, but then I don't have to live with her. The car wheeled around the corner and rocked to a stop alongside Grandma. Don't look like there's anybody driving that car, Lula said. I don't see no head. The driver's side door opened, and a little man jumped out. He was slim with curly, short-cropped gray hair, and he was wearing green slacks. Look at that, Lula said. Granny's wearing green and the little tiny man's wearing green. Everybody's wearing green except you. Don't you feel like a party pooper? The little man was talking to Grandma, and Grandma wasn't looking happy with him. Grandma started inching away, and the little man snatched the strap of the duffel bag and yanked it out of Grandma's hand. Grandma roundhoused the man on the side of the head with her big black purse, and he dropped to his knees. She handles herself real good considering she's so old and rickety, Lula said. Grandma hit the little man again. He grabbed her, and the two of them went down to the ground, locked together, rolling around, kicking and slapping. I wrenched the door open, swung out of the Firebird, and waded into the mix. I pulled the little man off Grandma and held him at arm's length. He squirmed and grunted and flailed his arms. Let me go, he yelled, his voice pinched from the exertion. Do you have any idea who I am? Are you okay? I asked Grandma. Of course I'm okay, Grandma said. I was winning, too. Didn't it look like I was winning? Lula clattered over in her high-heeled boots, got Grandma under the armpits, and hoisted her to her feet. When I grow up, I want to be just like you, Lula said to Grandma. I swung my attention back to the little man, but he was gone. His car door slammed shut, the engine caught, and the car sped down the street. Sneaky little bugger, Lula said. 1 minute you had a hold of him, and the next thing he's driving away. He wanted my bag, Grandma said. Can you imagine? He said it was his, so I asked him to prove it, and that's when he tried to run off with it. I looked down at the bag. What's in it? None of your beeswax. What's in the bakery bag? Jelly donuts. I wouldn't mind a jelly donut, Lula said. A jelly donut would go real good with a Lucky Clucky shake. I love them shakes, Grandma said. I'll share my donuts if you take me for a shake, but you gotta leave my duffel bag alone. No one's allowed to snoop in my duffel bag. You don't got a body in there, do you? Lula wanted to know. I don't like carrying dead guys around in my Firebird. Messes with the feng shui. I couldn't fit a body in here, Grandma said. It's too little for a body. You could be a leprechaun body, Lula said. It's St. Patrick's Day. If you bagged a leprechaun, you could make him take you to his pot of gold. I don't know. I hear you gotta be careful of them leprechauns. I hear they're tricky, Grandma said. Anyways, I haven't got a leprechaun. The day after St. Patrick's Day, I woke up next to Joe Morelli, my almost always boyfriend. Morelli's a Trenton cop, and he makes me look like an amateur when it comes to the impure thoughts. Not that he's kinky or weird, more that he's frighteningly healthy. He has wavy black hair, expressive brown eyes, a perpetual 5 o'clock shadow, an eagle tattoo from his Navy days, and a tightly muscled, entirely edible body. He's recently become moderately domesticated, having inherited a small house from his Aunt Rose. Commitment issues and a strong sense of self-preservation keep us from permanently cohabitating. Genuine affection and the impure thoughts bring Morelli to my bed when our schedules allow intersection. I knew from the amount of sunlight streaming into my bedroom that Morelli had overslept. I turned to look at the clock, and Morelli came awake. I'm late, he said. Gee, that's too bad, I told him. I had big plans for this morning. Such as? I was going to do things to you that don't even have names. Really hot things. Morelli smiled at me. I might be able to find a few minutes. You would need more than a few minutes for what I have in mind. It could go on for hours. Morelli blew out a sigh and rolled out of bed. I don't have hours, and I've been with you long enough to know when you're yanking like Shane. You doubt my intentions? Cupcake, my best shot at morning sex is to tackle you while you're still sleeping. Once you're awake, all you can think about is coffee. Not true. Sometimes I thought about pancakes and donuts. Morelli's big orange, shaggy-haired dog climbed onto the bed and settled into the spot Morelli had vacated.
I was supposed to be at a briefing 10 minutes ago, Morelli said. If you take Bob out to do his thing, I can jump in the shower, meet you in the parking lot, and only miss the first half of the meeting.
5 minutes later, I handed Bob over to Morelli and watched his SUV chug away. I returned to the building, took the elevator back to my second-floor apartment, let myself in, and scuffed into the kitchen. I started coffee brewing, and my phone rang. "Your grandmother is missing," my mother said. "She was gone when I got up this morning. She left a note that said she was hitting the open road. I don't know what that means. Maybe she went to a diner with one of her friends, or maybe she walked up to the bakery. It's been hours and she's not back, and I called all her friends. Nobody's seen her." Okay, so I had to admit it.
What? No, he was sleeping.
Mind, teacher? You mind? Ah, it's good. Very good. Sincere good. Oh, just. Let's stop. Nightclub.
Failed to win. Hi. You miss me? You mine? You mine?
Look at that. This is cool. Boss is here.
It's lost me another client. Fucking amateurs. I'm gonna need me some more meds.
Dad there? Tell him I want my $20 back. I want to hit a
What I would do
later.
for some mother bitch.
That's
inconsequential.
that man's ass when I come home from dinner on Sunday.
Before I hit the child Rico heist, I think we're gonna do all cell missions.
See you around.
Hey! Later! All right.
Hi.
Probably. Are you talking about since you put it on the charger? No. No. Oh, is it plugged in?
Probably not. The sun's gonna.
All right, bring the car in.
One, two, three, four. 1, 2, 3, mother.
As you guys know, Rockstar has added some pretty questionable cars to the game. Like the new SUV literally being named STD. Who at Rockstar decided that was a good idea? And like the new cop car costing $5.4 million. You know what, on a more positive note, today I'm going to review one of the best cars in the game, in my opinion. Because most of my car reviews are on the new cars, and they just aren't that good. So let's review something that's really good. Now, this is the new Ferrari F8. You can get it on Legendary for $3 million, which I know is a lot, but let me explain. It's definitely worth it. And this car has amazing customizations, and there's so much you can do with it. It looks so sick. Now, I did a bunch of forged carbon with a metallic black color and silver wheels, but it looks so cool. There's so many different ways you can customize it, and the biggest plus is it has a Monty-Tech. So right now, I have missile lock-on jammer, so no missiles can lock onto me, which is super nice to be driving around in a supercar that's actually really safe from missiles. But with that being said, another benefit is the fact that it's actually a supercar. So it's of course super quick and it has super good handling, which is amazing. And I mean, first of all, it just looks so cool. They did such a good job modeling it after an F8. Look at this. It looks so good. But I mean, super good customization, super good top speed, super good handling. I mean, what else could you want? So overall, in my opinion, this is one of the best cars in GTA. As you guys know, Rockstar has added some pretty questionable cars to the game, like the new SUV literally being named STD.
Back to the Big Bank Arena. What the hell? Time to disrupt another one of Duggan's halftime shows. This car is in the lineup.
Apologize? Because that's really the only talk I want to hear.
This is
Go do some
literally their
business.
car. They donated it. How sick is
Business.
that?
Is that like code for stealing my baseball cards?
I'm not here for your baseball cards. I'm here. First, let me get more of these.
I don't need to steal this. Get a prescription and go to a pharmacist. It'll be cheap.
I want those capsules empty before they're sold. For those exact buckets.
The place I work doesn't make these. But I could probably get some samples diverted on an R&D request.
So do it.
Why? What's the point?
I want them.
You know, if I don't get them, then what? Are you gonna threaten me? Break my legs?
You get me those pills, and I'm gonna pay you $20,000. Get them.
You are 67 miles an hour in a posted 45 1 month and 1 day ago. He was contacted by Deputy Diaz and Deputy Nino, both great traffic cops, contacted him for 20 over on Hunt Highway, so right by Santan Flats. And he was given a warning. So just another example of how verbal warnings just don't work. But apparently they didn't get the point across to you that speeding is bad, right? How old are you? 16. So you've been driving for like 4 minutes of total time. And you've been stopped now twice in a month by us. So if you continue down this road, your license is going to be suspended. And then you're going to be able to take all of your citations, and you're going to be able to take them to the store and trade them in for a bicycle, because that's the only thing you're going to be able to drive. Yours.
I have a huge announcement. The wait is 5.
It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I gave some tickets to the opera, because I heard there was new plays in town. Someone told me it was Halloween. Well, it's more like Christmas. That's very good. See, my associate and I have come with a proposition. We've seen how you run your empire, and we're impressed. But there's room for improvement. We'd like to offer our services. How about I show you how business is done in my town? You or me? Oh, I've got... By now, you probably surmise that my friend and I aren't from around here. What do you freaks want? New enemies are coming to Chicago, and they will endanger your enterprises. And you're saying you two can help me out? Actually, there's 3 of us. My name is Malcolm Merlin.
Hello?
Not sure what the medic...
What are these?
Cigarettes. They contained a substance called nicotine, which caused an addictive rush. That is, until they got cancer, which at the time was often fatal.
The odor is very interesting. What is it? It is called a cigarette. The aroma is most pleasing. Dr. Finn says is the result of... What are you doing? I was curious to taste it. It is not food. The sensation is wonderful. I have never experienced such a flavor. I feel as if I have been spending my entire life and I just sat down. The tingles. Do you feel them? I do. You must have more. 500 cigarettes.
What are... Where's the headphone jack? It says they removed it the same space.
But he still have you a gangster SP headphone adapter.
That dude's got mad energy. I'm pretty sure we have that in here. Let's take a look.
There's a bunch of junk in here.
There it is.
Introducing the Gamester Game Boy Advance audio jack adapter. Let's get some headphones. Yeah, I needed the beats. The audio adapter plugs in directly on the power port to your Game Boy Advance SP. Just connect it here, plug in your headphone jack. Now you can enjoy Game Boy SP playing through your headphones.
Oh my god! Here's how to become invisible in GTA. First things first, you need an auto shop, so go inside.
Yes? I'm sorry, can I just have another minute? I'll be real quick. Sure. Give me look. I know you are gonna take some time to consider options, but maybe we can settle this. No.
Ah, there it is. You don't keep it in the bag anymore.
No. Why did you keep it in the place that you kept stealing it from?
Yeah, it's in your gaming bag.
Say so.
It was a little worrisome, especially since she'd had the mysterious duffel bag yesterday and had been attacked by the little man in the green pants. Seemed far-fetched that there would be a connection, but the possibility made my stomach feel squishy. This is your grandmother we're talking about, my mother said. She could be on the side of the road hitchhiking a ride to Vegas. You find people, right? That's what you do for a living. Find your grandmother. I'm a bounty hunter. I'm not a magician. I can't just conjure up grandma. You're all I've got, my mother said. Come over and look for clues. I've got maple leaf sausages. I've got coffee cake and scrambled eggs. Deal, I said. Give me 10 minutes. I hung up, turned around, and bumped into a big guy. I shrieked and jumped back. Chill, he said, reaching out for me, drawing me close for a friendly kiss on the top of the head. You just about broke my eardrum. You need to learn to relax. He's all. Yeah. Did you miss me? No. That's a fib, he said. Do I smell coffee? Diesel drops into my life every now and then. Actually, this visit makes it only 3 times, but seems like more. He's solid muscle, gorgeous and scruffy, and he smells like everything a woman wants. Sex and fresh-baked cookies and a hint of Christmas. Okay, I know that's an odd combination, but it works for Diesel. Maybe because he's not entirely normal. But then, who is? He has unruly sandy blonde hair and assessing brown eyes. He smiles a lot and is pushy and rude and inexplicably charming. But he can do things ordinary men can't do. At least that's the story he tells. What are you doing here? I asked him. I'm looking for someone. You don't mind if I hang out here for a couple days, do you? Yes. He glanced at my coat. Are you going somewhere? I'm going to my mother's for breakfast. I'm in. I blew out a sigh, grabbed my purse and car keys, and we trooped out of my apartment and down the hall. Mrs. Finley from 3D was already in the elevator when we entered. She sucked in some air, pressed herself against the wall. It's okay, I said to her. He's harmless. Ha, Diesel said. Diesel was wearing an outfit that looked like it belonged in the GQ. Jeans with a rip in the knee, dusty shirt, a t-shirt advertising Corona beer, a ratty gray unzipped sweatshirt. 2 days of beer. Hair that looked like he styled it with an egg beater. Not that I should judge. I wasn't exactly looking like a suburban sex goddess. My hair was uncombed, I had my feet shoved into Ugg knockoffs, and I had a winter coat buttoned over a pair of Morelli sweatpants and a flannel pajama top imprinted with duckies. We all scooted out of the elevator, and Diesel followed me to my car. I was driving a Chevy Monte Carlo clunker that I'd gotten on the cheap because it didn't go into reverse. Well, Mr. Magic, I said to Diesel, what can you do with cars? I can drive them. Can you fix them? I can change a tire. I filed that away in case I needed a tire changed, wrenched the door open, and rammed myself behind the wheel. My parents live in the Burg, short for the Chambersburg section of Trenton. Houses and aspirations are modest, but meals are large. My mother dumped a mess of scrambled eggs and over a pound of breakfast sausages onto Diesel's plate. I got up this morning and she was gone, my mother said. Diesel didn't look too concerned. I was guessing in his world, and you're gone wasn't all that unusual. Where did you find the note? I asked my mother. On the kitchen table. I ate my last piece of sausage. Last time she disappeared, we found her camped out in line, waiting to buy tickets to the Stones concert. I have your father driving around looking, but so far he hasn't seen her. My father was retired from the post office and now drove a cab part-time. Mostly he drove the cab to his lodge to play cards with his friends, but sometimes he picked up early morning fares to the train station. I drained my coffee cup, pushed back from the table, and went upstairs and looked around Grandma's room. From what I could tell, she'd taken her purse, her gray jacket, her teeth, and the clothes on her back. There was no sign of struggle, no bloodstains, no duffel bag. There was a brochure for Daffy's Hotel and Casino in Atlantic City on her nightstand. I traipsed back downstairs to the kitchen. Where's the big bag? What big bag? My mother wanted to know. Grandma had a big bag with her yesterday. It's not in the room. I don't know anything about the bag, my mother said. Did Grandma just get her Social Security check? A couple days ago. So maybe she bought herself some new clothes, stuffed them into the duffel bag, and got herself on an early bus to Daffy's. Diesel finished his breakfast and stood. Need help? Are you any good at finding lost grandmothers? Nope, not my area of expertise. What is your area of expertise? I asked him. Diesel grinned at me. Besides that, I said. Maybe she just took off for a nooner with a butcher. My mother gasped, horrified that Diesel would say such a thing, and doubly horrified because she knew it was a possibility. She wouldn't leave in the middle of the night for a nooner. If it's any consolation, I don't feel a disturbance in the force, Diesel said. She wasn't in harm's way when she left the house. Or maybe I'm just feeling mellow after all those sausages and eggs. Diesel and I have similar jobs. We look for people who have done bad things. Diesel tracks down people with special talents. He refers to them as unmentionables. I track down people who pretty much have no talent at all. I call them fugitives. Whatever name you use for the hunted, the hunter has a job that relies heavily on instinct. And after a while, you become tuned in to the Force. Okay, so that's kind of Obi-Wan Kenobi. But sometimes you walk into a building and get the creeps and know something ugly is waiting around the corner. My creepometer is good, but Diesel's is better. I suspect Diesel's sensory perception is in the zone ordinarily reserved for werewolves. Good thing he isn't excessively hairy, or I'd have to wonder. I'm going back to my apartment to shower and change, and then I'm going to the office, I told Diesel. Can I drop you somewhere? Yeah. My sources tell me the guy I'm looking for was on Mulberry Street yesterday. I want to look around, maybe talk to a couple people. Is this guy dangerous? Not especially, but the idiots following him are. I found a brochure for Daffy's in Grandma's room, I told my neighbor. She probably took a senior's bus to Atlantic City and will be back tonight. Oh my God, my mother said, making a sound of the cross. Your grandmother alone in Atlantic City? Anything could happen. You have to go get her. Ordinarily, I'd think this was a dumb idea. But it was a nice day, and I hadn't been to Atlantic City in ages. It sounded like a perfectly good excuse to take a day off. I had 5 open cases, but nothing that couldn't wait. And I wouldn't mind putting distance between Diesel and me. Diesel was a complication I didn't need in my life. An hour later, I was dressed in jeans, a long-sleeve V-neck sweater, and a sweatshirt. I drove to the bail bonds office, parked at the curb, and walked into the office.
Me? Yeah. Give me a sec.
Fucking awesome! Dog and security will definitely be missing some of their juice without these.
Knock, knock. Dave here. We're in a bit of a crisis situation here in Paradise. Now, the kind of music lads have been hit with a bad case of the munchies. They're after pizza, specifically. And only something from the mainland will do. I don't suppose you can see your way to flying some over? Business class? cry and shame, be the change you wish to see and all that.
Here, come on. I can't do this right now. I need plates. Hello? Not.
Not what?
I don't fucking know.
Elvis, it's okay, buddy. What's the matter? What's wrong? What's wrong? Come here. What's the matter? What's the matter? You want this? What's the matter? You want your shoes off? You want your shoes off? Okay. You want the shoes? Wipe the shoes off. Come here. Come here. Come up. Here we go. Here. Hey. Hey. Come here. Here. All this. Here. There you go. You want juice? You want a drink?
What's up at DQ? Your choice of 2 sauce and tossed chicken strip baskets. That's right. DQ is serving up your favorite minigame flavors. Like savory sweet honey barbecue or rich and creamy meat parmesan garlic. Yeah, that's juicy all-white meat chicken strips, sauced and tossed in your choice of these wing-famous flavors. That saucy flavor can't be contained. Better hurry in and get in on the sauced and tossed action. DQ. It tastes good.
Yeah, we talked about everything. His hopes, his dreams, his fears, even his secrets.
No.
You see all the way you hold the microphone and talk to the microphone.
Elvis, you're okay, buddy. You're okay.
And it's so helpful to find the right coverage with Geico. On the other hand, from cars to home computer.
Okay.
America first fell in love with Eddie Thomas and Gwen Harrison in the box office smash Autumn with Greg and Kay. They had the most celebrated marriage in Hollywood. Who could forget how they hit one out of the park in Requiem for an Outfielder?
So,
Justice never tasted so sweet as in The Bench.
I didn't do it. I'm innocent. Why would I hold it?
You're innocent. I object to the way my client has been treated. I object to the fact that I allowed my professor executive to study my ideas from the client. Jim, the resolution makes you up easily. I object to it because I love this woman. Their life opened out on the scene. Social and the optometrist read for the Eddie Thomas and Gwen Harrison, America's Sweetheart.
Roll credits.
God, they were great. They made my job pain. Danny, I did the front row in a movie. All thick with them, but over 100 miles. Yeah. They were a tough little theater boys, you know? They're picking up a bit. If you cut them on your friend, always good. If I go oh, yeah, is that big of a rule number 2. Don't take credit until someone actually says thank you. Okay. Okay. Well, this isn't so awkward for you. I know I'll never be able to pull your shoes. Why not?
Ingram's office just called. He's down in the screening room. I want you to take a look at what they're going to write.
Karen, would you please remind me? And then invite him over.
What? You want a drink? Your drink's over there.
Why don't you go to see him? I didn't run that school. We know them every time. Have you seen him? Oh, listen. Could you roll that, please? You would be the perfect school. But only Did the phone break? No. It was fine. It is the I spent $86 million in studios money. And this is a tiger. That's all I said. A tiger. And a note. Dave, you could also do these in blue. Hey, we have to make a Hallmark picture. Man's one prayer. I could tell you. Quick! There's only been one genius in this business, and that was Senior Winters. A little lipstick, thick hair, and his hands. The guy had it for 35 years. Remember? Alright? Remember the crazy guy in the woods? Ed Kaczynski. Who, the guy Fox? Yeah, Universe. Yeah? Remember where we had a little cabin? Sorry. I lied to him. Bought that cabin from the government and had it moved under his pocket. That was the benefit with the owner. That is the original. This is Pickle Up and Kill. Yes, well, let's begin. Hey, Hal! How are you, darling? I've been thinking about you because I wanted to send you a basket or something. How's the movie? Finding its way. You think you find its way to the studio? Because we have a few little things to do with it, like finish it. It's finished, though. Oh, great. How is it? My mother. It's the best thing I've ever done. You must speak to her? Okay. Can we send someone to pick it up, pal? Oh, Dave. You haven't said it. The titles. Oh, I love them. I have no notes. When was the press junket? Weekend of the 21st, right? Good, I don't want the press to be the first to see it. I bring it from the junket. We don't experience it. No. I'm not in the studio. I don't experience things with the press. We gotta go out to the movie, go pressing. The jungle. Yeah, at the jungle. Wait. You're best to do this junket for me. You will pay this up for junket in 2 weeks. I can control for another junket. Yes, no. Please, don't make me beg. You already are. Please, come on. Please. Danny can handle it. Danny can handle it. It's his junket. He can't handle it. I need the rest. When it comes to putting together a junket and working with the press, you're a legend. I consider you made a living legend. Look, it won't do it for me, George Smith. Okay? You guys were here for a long time. You had a real bond. Your father was a psychiatrist. You spoke of his humor. Loved it. You were against that. Please, you can't do this for me. Please. Just do it. Do it. I haven't had it in almost 2 years. I have maybe the last Alien Run movie ever made, and I cannot get my hands on it. Tell you what. Okay, I want only one thing. People think that Eddie and Gwen are going to get back together again. They will go see this movie. I need you to make that. Well, that'll be easy. Well, look, just think about the lady at Dave. She has a restraining order against him, and he's not there. He's not looking at something. I need it. I'm smiling, happy. We can sell the shit out of that Spaniard. Unless I get a script called I Stood Castro, I don't know what to do. So what do you? I want the golf club. No, that was a good thing. I can have anything. Yeah, and within reason. Good job, man. You do. Listen, have a great junket. Drop me a line. Let me know what you think. All right. Yes. If you get Eddie and Gwen back together again, you can have a job. Where are we going? 4 seasons, by the way? Cancel. We need to get these people out in the middle of nowhere. Once they find out there's no movie, they can escape. We need to find a hotel like the one in The Shining. Isolate.
Well, what about the new Friday Friday? It's in the desert and it's just opening.
Now, we have to get the press entertained and on the go. The best junkets are the ones where the press thinks it's a weekend not about the movie, about them. So we have to forward the shit hit them about his hayride circle jokes. Whatever you have to do to keep them from remembering they haven't seen the movie, they're there to review. What are we doing for guess? Oh, well, the movie's about a cop who travels through time, so I did a gun. You're going to give news of the press about it. But wait, son, no, it's a little about the winners. But close all the bad money. Diamond earrings for the ladies, money clips for the men. Move it, gal. Chocolate truffles, the best perfume.
Hey,
listen,
we're gonna need...
I don't want this to be over for you. But I guess it will. How are you going to get in? Oh, listen.
You don't do anything for you. You're just asking. The question is, Eddie, is it one of those parties? Oh, no, it's a publication. Yes, I understand. Yes. Oh, so you can put that out. Please. It's perfect.
Hi there. Get psyched.
Okay, I'm just hoping that it's going to be a bit.
Oh, man.
Okay.
The interview's over. Commercial break. When you come back.
Your wish is my command.
The girls, you look right at that camera.
Sure.
Like you're taking over the door, and I'll look right there.
Right down to.
For 5 seconds.
Okay, let's go to Funtime's New American. White Flames, yes, they are. Well, we do this some Spanish in. Let's go to our next call. Hello.
Thank you.
It's supposed to be very hard to hear from you. These two movies, the ones you did without it, they crashed and burned up the house.
They were very big in Europe.
Still, it's got to be tough. Two successful movies in there. Lots of intrigue, lots of mystery, lots of stuff. What happened? But this one counts.
Hey, I hate him. Do a stupid show. I want to do it. The last two movies crashed and burned. So the children shaken to death with stupid suspenders. So, hates you, and the lighting was great, it was great, everybody said so. Oh, well, you look great. See that? She really pushed it. You just said the same about it. Just that's right, I know they're going to go to place.
Larry said you were
Easy. You. I love Larry. We'll throw him down to the dressing room. Black or white? Glasses. No screens that big anymore. It's like a dog. I can't the girls. I don't want to be with Eddie anymore. It's weird. People get a light. Ow! What's new? I'm just not. Oh, you Larry. You just go. Be different. The public system is video. You doing Letterman, you got so upset because the bunker show up there with the gold room? Yeah. Well, he was there. He can even go English talking. Oh, I remember the English talking. That was great comedy. Okay, well, we'll get you some of that English talking. When you meet with him, because he wants to talk about the job. Do I have to meet with him? Yes, you may. It's not fair. It's all that fresh for me that nobody Eddie is there.
This letter, Edward, is a very important part of the healing process. By writing to your mother, you afford yourself the opportunity to find her, offer, you know. Also, ask her why she did the things she did. Now, we don't mail them, but the
We're not going to be able to drive that car out of the arena.
Allows you to let go. Now, what did you say to her? Fuck you. Okay. We'll try to live with some of it. Are you comfortable now about speaking about Gwen? You should. You understand. There's this place in China. Tiny little place. Used to go. There were bottoms. You know, super down and just sit there, just talking. She took it. She took it. And I followed them and I saw him pulling soon in his life.
Hey, a little bit. Did you get out? Did you get out? You stay in the house.
It was a total accident. Next thing I know, she's crying to the press and I tried to kill her, which is crazy. And she just wants to live. You ever saying that? That's another hell of a
Fuck up the last couple of jammers so I can nail it down.
What does that mean? I don't know what it. It's very. Feel more secure. A lot more secure. Do I seem more secure?
Two times more high stability range than its leading competitors. Wave max control. LC Johnson.
Having your latte for sale.
You've earned this, so hold it up high. No. The 5-star chef's still moving. Sorry. Catch up. Pushing through working hours. Afternoons. After not a rain or shine. Because when you stay hungry, the neighborhood stays filled. You fight. This is your reward. Medella, the market of fight.
There's something in the attic. You're in the door, right? Yeah. Take care of it.
Yeah. I've never seen anything like this. So everything in this place is not interesting. It's cool. It's so cute it gets out, not knowing how dangerous it could be. Those masters fruits of life really get to go to the streets of There's no better time than now for a getaway to Great Wolf Lodge.
You look great, kid. I'm telling you, what the doctors are doing to you, it's working. You got color in your face when you look back there. I'm in love.
They said 2 weeks here changes your...
Yeah. What's it 2 weeks in?
6.5 months ago. But I feel like I'm in closeness.
Hey, I can see. You didn't happen to see Larry's pants.
She has an inflation or something. I don't know how to win.
The reason I bring it up is, Gwen was...
Who?
Oh. She took kind of a beating.
She did what you... Nobody like... Never go anywhere without Eddie. You're nothing. You're nothing. Get ready. Get right now. Nothing. I guess she got what she was doing.
What are you doing? This isn't you. Come on. Let's pack up your stuff. Kiss finally get by. Let's get you ready for the jump.
I'm not going to the junket.
I'm not ready. The studio needs you there. The movie needs you.
I care about the studio. I sure as hell don't care about the movie. What is it?
I've only seen a little bit of the beginning. I gotta tell you, it's fantastic. It's fantastic. They hold the movie up to you. 3 minutes. Gwen's gonna be there. You want to see her, don't you? It's too soon. Eddie, it's a year and a half. Come on, you gotta confront her. Get it over with. She fell in love with another guy, right? It happens. And not with me, but if it did, I would spend the rest of my life hiding out there like some pussy.
You're a pussy, all right? I'm in the middle of a treatment here. This is serious stuff. No wellness guy's not going to let me just go. You can go. Are you sure? 2 months ago, you saw a flower in front of the stream, but the branch was breaking away. You know what that meant? You read so much into it, I said. Don't listen to my words. Listen to your words. You're very funny man. Serious. Don't forget to be grateful.
You be grateful if you get going? Yeah. Very much what you got. Yeah, very good. Okay? We be moving, we be doing. These people do this thing with me.
Life is a cookie. I'm gonna take that as a yes. Come on, Eddie.
Yes, that bypass module will let us actually get the car out of the arena. Now just drop it off at the yard.
Yeah. Oh, excellent.
Not in a year. They did not be there. Eddie was a completely insane. Don't stick up for him.
Look at you. Oh. You look fabulous. What have you told us about this?
It's okay. It's especially when 60 pounds.
You look terrific. 60 pounds. Yeah. That's a backstreet boy.
Right? Can you bear to talk to me?
Yeah. Listen, Eddie is not the one thing. This was a one-time incident. This is a forgive and forget kind of thing.
Sorry to hear you leave. Am I the only person who remembers that? Attempted murder doesn't get people's attention anymore? He was just so angry with you. But he couldn't do it. You know, he had this big hound to do that little things. True. What used to be.
Like that. When your dog just swallowed the window wash.
Not me.
I think it's such raptor. Hey, baby. We'll come to where to be made. Who is?
I'm Nick Phillips. I'm the president of Funtime. And the state of the people of the food.
Cool.
Be good. I'm sorry, ladies.
No problem. That's myself.
Oh.
Okay. We'll call you if you feel more.
You could go to junket for the movie.
We could do that. Or anything. Actually, Hector, we won't be taking up anything. What, I'm not invited to the function? I'm sorry, the studio just said, hey, what do I get with the studio? I don't give it to you. Okay? I go with one girl. I'm with one. With a couple. So we're gonna go to the function together. Okay? Next something is over.
You're not going, Hector. Eddie's gonna be.
We're not going to go to our funky because of him? Usually, we're going to go. And the first thing we protect in case that I think a small bastard tried to kill you.
We're not going.
Oh my God. We're going to go.
Everybody wants to go to the junket, but nobody cares what I want. Nobody cares. Don't you know that's everybody hates me. Everyone wants a piece of me. My therapist is out of the country. I wasn't nominated for a Golden Globe this year. Leave me.
You think you can? You can't even enjoy my job. The public will be cheap. Really totally. You try to your sister. But the only ones who pretend to listen to. Yes. What is it?
You really need to go to this junket. Go see Eddie. Do this. I think Max. And I feel guilty. All
always thinking about other people. I know you are. Awful if we only person cares about other people's feelings. If they see Eddie and he's down, depressed, they're going to pity him and blame me. So what you're really worried about is you. Others. Does everyone hate you?
What's up?
A little bit.
I was in the store the other day, and they wrote store memorials, and there was a baby in the stroller, and he was looking up at me, and he was judging me. The whole world is judging me for what I did to Eddie. I would think it's adorable when your child brings in all the passion by those events, but that's just one more reason to go to the blanket yet. I'm with Eddie for the weekend, and it's been good. Yes, I do. So I give Eddie the divorce papers, and what to do. Okay, I'm sure. Why are you still questioning me about this? Because it's Eddie. Eddie would say, yellow separated the make you glad. Eddie would say, the mango was fruit salad for you. Eddie. Exactly, Eddie. You're just a romantic thinking. You don't know anything about mango. Back for another clown person?
Hook and book.
So meet the devil. To meet it now. So many ways to say it. No problem. Well, that's 365 by Whole Foods Market.
You've earned this, so hold it up high. This isn't a hobby, it's a lifestyle. You find diamonds in the ruts. You put your own stamp on stock parts and turning metal into murals. And detailing every detail. Because it's the things you know that show what you know. You are a fighter. This is your world. Medell, the mark of the fight.
Together, we are better than ever. Hulu and Disney Plus are better together in the Disney bundle. It's the perfect pair at the perfect price. Better together. Hey! These new pants. Hey, get the paper. Please. Come on.
Don't let me interrupt.
What happened?
Well, I'm going to go pack her things. Because we're going to China.
Really? You're a great sister.
I'm a great assistant.
your herbal medication. Okay, you're probably ready to keep a magazine that on Zoloft. It says this is the listing. You got a lot of it. If you go up the road, please. Bobby. Yep. Just down the road. Yeah, okay. Why are we stopping? Just doing what I told you to. So, how you doing? I'm fine, great. What do you need? I got it ready for you. My lady walked out on me for some other guy. I'd have a gun down my throat. I just drank off my ass, and then I go lay down on the track and wait for a train to finish me off. You can please help Father on that. And you know something? People say I look like you. It's not that I look like you. It's like I project you. You know, like I project the essence of you, like a uniqueness. Can you put that partition up? Yes, sir. I'm fine. Okay, great. We're just getting a pep talk from the gentleman. Listen, I have to orchestrate your have a pep talk. You want to pull up to this? What do you want to do? Hey, where did you come from, man? Yes. Yes. So, we want to like first listen.
Oh, that's green and white. Here, I put our tacos together in one plate.
All these tacos for me?
You can go second.
For me?
For the best.
What?
Eat all those tacos.
I'm not going to be able to eat all these tacos.
I know, but that's the deal.
Oh, okay.
Then we should be able to see the next step in the bag. Okay. Okay.
Great. Second. We're all set.
Great.
Yours. Yes, I do. I'm going first.
I don't care. Why is this an issue? I'm just trying to facilitate. I don't care. Can we just get to the hotel? Second. We can't. You don't know. Second. Ready? You're going second. That was easy. I don't know where we are. Just do the time!
All right, bring the car. We'll salvage the parts and get paid in no time.
This is certainly a happy night for Eddie and Gwen fans. It's been over a year since the Miracle Sweethearts went bust in dramatic fashion. Here they come now. Gwen, she's a see how she Okay, here we go. You're looking great.
Thank you.
What's it like for Danny Glenn?
Step back, please. No, no. Thank you.
Oh, man.
Eddie, that was so good. It was just great. That had to feel good to you, huh? It was good that we went second. See, I told you. You walked in, everybody loved you. Didn't that feel good to you? What is all this?
This is my Serenity Tea for the Wellness Center.
Okay.
I don't know what you're doing. It's calm.
I can't do this. No, lock in the phone.
Mistake. She's very close to me now, isn't she? She's in the next room. I can feel her.
No. She's in the cottage on the back of the property.
I sense that.
No, she's not. The cottages are way back on the property. Way back.
It's just so shocking. I mean, she was somebody and You think you're going to spend the rest of your life? Oh, no, you feel she gets a cottage and I get this shitty little suite. She has an entourage. What about me? You have an entourage? I'm a paranoid schizophrenic. I am an entourage. You want? Let me move. I don't want to. It's unimportant. It's not important. I'm grateful. I'm grateful for the suite. Grateful for the mini bar. Cottages are probably small anyway.
Well, no, absolutely. Tiny. Sure.
Good.
Should I get some room service? Well, just
no. You know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to take some more, get a numb out, have a shower, go to bed with myself.
in 5 minutes tonight.
What do you mean? What do I do?
Sure. That's enough for me.
Okay.
Get some rest. I don't want you lucky.
Okay. Hey, Steve. I think we got a guy whacking it down near cottage number 4. Oh, that's disgusting. You don't have to deal with this now. Every time I get this shit, there's always some signal like this. I can't even catch a break around here. Like, sir, I'm sure that things are different in Los Angeles, but here in Nevada, masturbating in public is a punishable offense.
Excuse me, I have spent time in Las Vegas.
We saw you on our cameras, Mr. Thomas.
I was pulling out the pricker.
Hey, Eddie, come on. Trying to put out a fire.
I fell into a cactus.
He fell into a cactus. That's it. Come on. So unless you're in the habit of arresting people for bumping into suckers, I suggest we go our separate ways and let's call it a night. Okay, guys.
We still have to file a report, Mr. Phelps.
No. I'm not supposed to do this, but I happen to have some really beautiful bags that are exclusive to the press here. Do your girlfriends, wives, anything? Because we have earrings, real diamonds, beautiful, very tasty, actually very delicate. Sign the box. Nice.
Very nice. Highest quality.
Mm-hmm.
I just didn't go up there and get answers.
Because I didn't do anything, you moron.
Diet milk. Usually he's like a pussycat.
All right. All right?
Okay.
All right.
Thank you, guys. All right. Fellas, I'm going to leave the tape on the security camera, just in case something gets out. All right? Okay? Okay, listen, Danny here's going to go with you and get the tape, all right? Okay.
Oh.
Okay. Thank you, fellas. Appreciate it a lot.
Where are the cops? Got me right on the edge. I could go either way.
All right, Eddie, what were you doing there?
I just wanted to look at her again. I saw her standing by the pool, and she looked so fantastic. Yes?
Oh, no. Don't give me that look. I know that look. That look means trouble. Listen, calm down. Let's go to your room, put you to bed, and stay out of trouble, okay?
I wasn't getting in trouble.
No,
I mean,
no,
it was,
just
yeah, I guess.
locking off on the campus.
I wasn't doing that.
Just in, it looks as if Eddie Thomas may have to change his middle name to Peeping after an incident tonight at the Hyatt Resort. Now, this tape from the hotel security cameras clearly shows Thomas, in the words of one hotel security guard, doing himself a big favor outside the cottage where the actress' strange wife is staying.
Oh, God. Oh.
Okay, Elvis?
Thomas and Company are in town attending a press junket for the long-awaited new Eddie and Gwen movie. And sources tell us this latest incident comes as no surprise given Thomas's delicate mental state since his split with wife and co-star appearances. Any idea what this movie's about, Thomas?
Haven't heard yet, but by the looks of it, Sean, we're looking at a remake of Full Hand Blues.
It was on the news, Lee. He was outside my cottage doing something not good.
Well, everybody does it.
I know everyone does it. That's not the point. What is going on, Lee? Is he trying to kill me again?
Well, given the weapon he had in his hand, I tend to doubt it. Relax, we're at a Hyatt. People don't kill people at a Hyatt. Other chains, yes, but the Hyatt, no. Gwen, get some rest. Somebody has to be beautiful tomorrow, and I think that somebody is you. Listen, I have to go. Good night. Lee.
Eddie, I am so pissed off. I have the tape right here. They must have had another copy.
Bastard. Yeah, well, you know, everybody's got a price. You know what? Hold on just a second. It's room service. Hold on. Eddie, hi. No, it's just, yeah. Hold on one second. You put it over there. That is Beluga, right? Yeah. Eddie, we're fine. No, it's all local. Nothing national. Plus, they're going to issue a retraction. Plus, it's what you said. It's in the past. The beach grass grows towards the sun in this universe that you're grateful for. You know? Get some rest, because somebody has to look handsome tomorrow, and I think that somebody is you. Okay, Mr. Big Time? I'll see you in the morning.
You like Eddie, don't you?
I love him.
But you leaked the tape.
Survival rule number 3, kid. You're not here to love anybody. You're here to promote a movie. That's it. Period.
American sweetheart.
Say you're here and you get word that your mother died. You know, like hit by a bus or something. You go downstairs, you shed a tear, and you say, it's a shame. She would have loved this movie.
Lavender latte. Sit down.
I like that. Handsome. Huh? So adorable with that haircut.
The first rule of adventure is anything can happen out there.
Guys, there's a dog.
Hey, buddy. We embrace pain.
You found a new partner in suffering.
We push and we win. Come on, Arthur. This is our time. Arthur the King, rated PG-13.
Ordinary is the opposite of beauty. Because beauty excites. It energizes. It drops our jaws. Dilates our eyes. Makes us look twice. A beautiful home, a beautiful life, is something we create. And we can start right now at Floor & Decor.
It's your anniversary today.
A little bit.
A fact you remembered 127 minutes ago on the flight home. You could have a lot if we had. But you're just in a world where it's easy to get flowers this fresh. Your door to better relationships. DoorDash. Well, Wyndham is waiting.
But yeah, I don't like anything on the bed anyway.
Check it. Points need redeeming. Work trips need crushing. Or anniversaries need. You are where you're going or why. Your Wyndham is waiting. Get the lowest price at WyndhamHotels.com.
To Eddie, I'm worried about him. No, you gotta go dinner for me. Me? Yes, I have to talk to him tonight, otherwise I'll be up all night and not gonna stay really, really heavy. Oh. I can't. What?
Why not? Because I'm sleepy.
Your octopus is in the hole.
Anything myself.
Alright, let's talk. Hey, let me know if you have any questions.
Better than
Mommy got you?
All right. You told Daddy about falling out of
The barbershop chair?
no, in the car, out of the truck.
Other shit. While I was moving?
She said anything? Wow,
Perfect.
Yeah. Your mom threw me out. It's like the hard too.
And dragged me underneath the car.
Your fault.
Not my fault. You're the one that took off bad out of hell. Tried to kill me.
You were a great guy. And she can't see
Had PTSD after that.
Everything okay?
Couldn't work on vans for a month.
What?
Couldn't work on vans for a month. Couldn't go underneath any car without thinking I was going to get ran over.
You're so full of crap.
No, I'm not with you. Good friend.
Okay. Uh-oh. That's DJ.
Hey, what's up? I'm gonna need you to head down to the terminal by the docks.
Brown chicken, wow, wow. Brown chicken, brown cow.
You were good.
I mean, you can, look a little late or something?
Look too much.
What's going on? Get on your brother.
What's wrong? You're going to see you.
You gotta you want your phone. You want your phone. Go.
Did anything in a present and forgive me?
Sure, yeah.
You know, I mean, you guys went to the whole day and said no to something. I really love it. Without documenting something, there was something open. And I just looked over this wall, and there she was. She was standing by the pool, just in the way. You're supposed to go. You should have talked. You know, play well. That's the thing. Yeah.
I'm here.
That's what we did.
Good.
That is a window. Get
Your ass in the car.
Okay,
You get your ass.
I am in the car.
Don't tell me what to do.
I'm talking to you. Talking to the client.
Well, the way you're talking to me, I don't appreciate it.
Felix, this is the monkey is in daycare. Repeat, the monkey is in daycare.
Shut it down! There it is! I see him!
Actually, it's a go. It's like a shack up or something.
Bye.
But that's really it.
You knew we were doing a movie.
You're right. You've got no right to ask me that. And no, for your information, I wasn't fooling around with anybody else. Are you out of your mind? What the hell's wrong with you, Gwen? I can't imagine what. No, it wasn't.
Yes, it is. Look, tomorrow, let's just be professional and promote this movie because let's face it, at this point, we both need this movie to do well. And if they ask for the breakup, we just say that they just took me and they can't do it. And that is the movie.
Let him.
You need a booty change so you can do the booty dance, the happy booty dance.
Booty, booty, booty. Rock around, bro. Booty, booty, booty. Rock around, bro. Booty, booty, booty. Rock around, bro. Booty, booty, booty. Better yet. Booty, booty, booty. In the back, please. Let's go to there. Concerned with needles. Want it somewhere where you can easily access it. Granted, they're sealed and everything, but you never know how crafty these kids are.
Is this a scene from their new Time Over Time? No, that's when Harrison and Eddie Thomas dancing in the moonlight were real. Hard to believe that America's sweethearts were like we've never seen them again. Passionate embrace. And nobody's again.
Life is so stressful. People have no idea what it's like being me.
Good to see you, boss.
Yes.
What do you need? So long.
Yes, here we go. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, here they are, Eddie and Gwen, together again.
What? Getting ready for bed?
I'm only getting 5 and then yes, I mentioned the jerking.
A nice car.
Hey, Hesse, you want to join?
Yeah. It's a pleasure. Here we go. It's all yours. Make it Byron Allen, 52. Entertainmentstudios.com. Strap yourself in because I'm sitting with America's sweethearts, Eddie Thomas and Glenn Harrison. Are you ready for this? They're not trying to kill each other. So guys, what's going on? Are you two guys together? You look very comfortable.
Buddy.
So I'm going to look. It's going to pay. She doesn't. She said yes. It's really unique.
Where did the paper go?
So easy to work with. Eddie, you had a nervous breakdown recently, didn't you? Do you think audiences will ever be able to watch you again without remembering the sensational impact on Miss Harrison? And that's 5 minutes. Thank you, guys. So great meeting you guys. Huge fans. Lunch?
Get down! Now!
Why is he getting me for? I don't know. Hello? You're my two, thing.
That woman. I'm going to believe her. Hello again, sir. Bush. I'm going to go to the movie base.
And that 10-second City Mania.
That popcorn needs butter. Lunch is in. It's time to go to Bob. We can. Have the multiplex.
Eddie and I are good.
You should see something. You've also done some. Not many stories. Who's like that in 3 words? And this guy, she looked like. But I can't think. Happy with this situation. I think but after having spent some time in the South with them, you see them in 5 minutes. And I have to say, for them, they're going to suffer. Oh, that's fine. Thank you so much. Hey, hi to everybody. So.
It's very funny.
What? What that kid thinks? You give me 110%. You really? It's been a great day. Hey, that's small thing. No. 45 minutes now. Yes, I needed a dinner with Glenn. Dinner with Glenn? Yes. Dinner. It'll be great. You'll see. It'll be great because I'm not doing it. You should do this. I'm going up tonight. I'm going to give me a dog. Spend time with myself. Anyway, just do it. Jealous for the film hostage. We have nothing. You understand that? Nothing. But what I do have is you. You and Glenn. You two together with fresh spaghetti. It was all film. I've never seen anything like this. Roses blooming, flowers flying, big red pudding. Are you on something? Easy panic. Listen, you have to order salad, officer. Just order an entree, 2 little big smiling eyes. No. Have a delightful pork tenderloins. No. 8 o'clock. Thank you so much. No. It was Glenn's idea. Really? Absolutely. I can't believe he said I'd have dinner with him. You hear they serve a very nice pork dinner? I'm not going. Here. I'm living enough today for the rest of my life. I have to give him the divorce papers.
What's that? You just need a pow-pow?
When are you going to do that? Just for fun.
Maybe, yeah.
What are you going to do? Toss him out the window at him and
warm it up.
You don't understand. It's very complicated. I'm trying to be nice to him because it'll be easier when I give him the papers, but if I'm nice, he thinks there's hope. Is that your foot? Pedicure. Hello. So when you're nice,
You act up, baby gets the pow-pow. If he acts up, you get the pow-pow.
It's so hard being someone people just don't get over. I'm telling you I have a headache or something. Oh, dude. You lie to me all the time. Not to him. You know what this is? This is high school all over again. Nothing's changed. You wanted to break up with one of your boyfriends in high school. Did you do it? No, you made me do it. I did not. Oh, please. But just remember. Oh, God. Toby Franks, hack a lacrosse team, ring a bell, huh? By the end of the year, I was the most hated girl in school. That's not true. My quote in the yearbook was, hey, we have to talk. I was despised.
How can your pants run backwards? You know they're on backwards? Hey, that's my drink. And 9.
How are you, Lee? Where's the film? What are you talking about? Film that's in his canister, waiting to be shown, waiting to go into history. There is no film, is there? What have I seen 5 times? It made me laugh and cry and have the best feeling I've ever had in a movie theater. You're gonna have a great time. You'll see. See you later. Doomed. We're dead. We're doomed.
What?
Hey, look at you. Wow, you clean up good, Keith.
Thanks.
What's going on?
Gwen isn't feeling well, so she's not going to be able to make it.
She isn't sick.
No. It's, I just didn't want you to sit here wondering.
Thanks. You want to join me? Kiki, come on. Haven't you read the papers? I'm very unstable. Don't let me alone with me. Have dinner with me. Come on. We'll catch up.
A few minutes.
Yeah.
We've been understudying. Boy, they never make it easy, do they? Got a house full? Thank you. Hello, darling. Can I have Holly go Lively's cottage, please? Who's that? It's Gwen's code name. It's from Breakfast at Tiffany's. Let's see. It's a movie. It's a great movie. Oh. Hepburn? Right. Catherine. Let me tell you something. Don't tell anybody you're in the movie business, okay? Thank you. Okay. Hello? Hey, Gwen, it's Lee. Listen, I'm at the restaurant, and guess what? You're not. Are you okay? Oh, that's too bad. No, Eddie's fine. He's with Kiki, and she looks unbelievable. And it may be a little hello, young lovers, for me, and I may have some fires to put out later, but hey, that's my problem, isn't it? Have a nice night. Feel better. Okay. 5 minutes.
You're amazing.
Take notes, kid.
This is Larry Flanch for Let's Go to the Movies. God damn it, I'm sitting here with the lovely and the talented Miss Kiki Harrison. Kiki, let's talk about the movie. You play a lesbian firefighter on an oil rig in the North Sea. One word comes to mind: typecasting. Your thoughts?
Oh, my thoughts? Really, my thoughts.
Yeah. Larry.
Larry? Okay, Larry. The truth is, after playing Madame Curie and discovering radium, I just thought it would be a hoot, to strap on those big rubber boots and kiss my favorite gal goodbye and go fight some fire.
That was a very personal role for you.
Personal, very close to my heart.
Yes. That's funny. You're funny.
I am.
Remember we were in Carolina doing Silent Run?
Right.
And we rented that go-kart, and then you attacked the director. And you had the cart
No,
race.
excuse me, no, I did not attack. There was no attacking.
You rammed him repeatedly. And then you rammed me.
You tried to cut me off.
You rammed
Ramming
everybody.
you was a different thing.
Then you rammed Glenn.
No. Yeah.
And she was not laughing, and we were laughing.
She wasn't too happy.
No. I don't know why that memory kept popping in my head.
Those are good times. I'm sorry I didn't call you.
Hey, she's your sister. I mean, I totally understand.
But you're my friend, and I just let myself get kind of...
It's good to see you.
No!
It's good to see you now.
Pop out
It's
here.
a nice necklace.
It's not really mine.
I know.
It's Gwen's.
I know.
She gave it to me.
And I gave it to her.
I know.
Looks good on you, though.
Thank you.
What are you thinking about?
I am thinking about something that I should have said.
You too. What were you thinking about?
Elvis, turn it off. Fucking pow pow.
No, I don't.
You're just gonna pow pow DJ for good measure.
Just dream about bread.
You know, I've been going through a lot of dream analysis. It's
Pow pow.
cracked up.
Big pow pow.
Bread.
Big pow pow.
But you can't. What are you thinking about?
Well, I think that when I dream about bread, that would represent
Fair enough.
bread. Pretty much. What are you thinking about?
Glenn. It's here.
Sorry, I'm late.
Thought you weren't feeling well.
Oh, better. Just like that. Thanks, Kate. You can go.
No, she didn't have to go.
No.
Just think about it. Stay up there.
I need some of. Okay. So what's good? I hear they have great pork tenderloin. Yum.
She didn't have to go.
Thank you, honey. You look great too.
Excuse me, is Holly Golightly here?
What is the name?
Holly Golightly. What the hell is he doing here? Get a camera, film, tape, anything. Go. It's Gwen Harrison. Do you know the actress Gwen Harrison?
Right there. Lee Phillips. You met at the house
Where
the other day.
Huh? I want to see my
All
Gwen.
right, listen, I don't want to get in the middle of a personal situation. You're all adults, people in love. How can you stop?
What are you talking about now? Where is Gwen? I want to see her now.
I can't cover for them anymore. They're in a restaurant, they're having dinner, and that's all I'm going to say on the matter. They're right over there. See, she's in the red dress. Right over there. Yeah. Hi, Hector.
Here.
Jesus.
That's all right.
Mm-hmm. Eddie, I can walk any of this.
I know.
It's part of the mix.
I apologize. I'm sorry.
Hector.
Yes, I apologize for Hector too.
Hector's here.
What is going on? Why are you sitting with me?
Oh, yeah.
Because I can't feel it. Take that sign. What am I doing?
What are you doing here?
I'm protecting the woman I love. What are you doing?
I'll let you two catch up.
No, why don't you be quiet? Okay? I'm going to get to you in a minute.
Don't point.
Don't tell me what to do.
Don't you trust me, Hector?
I trust you. I trust you implicitly. It's this one I don't trust. I don't trust you. What did you say? I hope he's not making fun of my accent. That's all I hope.
Okay. You guys enjoy it. Discipline.
Okay, Pussy Boy's leaving. Oh, what's the matter? You don't like that? Huh? Maybe you want to take a swing at me, huh? Huh? Tall boy? Come on. What is it?
Hey!
What is called? Please, make my day.
Lee, you're a genius. Beyond my wildest expectations. Look. The tracking is up. Spielberg has moved off of our date.
Oh, this is good. Hit him. Oh.
Anybody?
I'm not going to fight you.
Because you're the pussy boy.
No, I'm trying to find some peace.
You want peace? Okay, you want peace. Pussy boy's leaving.
Don't you do that.
Hector, don't.
Don't tell me don't. Maybe you want a piece of me, huh? Okay, you see? Okay? Okay? Huh? See?
You know, I really think there should be some problem here. After all, you stole my wife and I tried to kill you, so I think we're pretty much even, okay? You
I love your work.
Oh, God.
Eddie, you forgot something. You think him go down?
Shut
What?
up.
Get
Why'd you have to do that?
No, I don't think you
Keep with it in there.
keep going to my place. Eddie, everybody back, please. Get back to the kitchen.
I can feel my nose in the back of my throat. It's that bad.
Can you hear me?
Eddie? Everybody's in house.
Swear to God, Glenn can be just horrible. How can you be in love with someone and not even like them at the same time? It's strange.
Please, Mom.
Try sitting down.
Don't do that to Dad. I'm so scared of Papa on that booty.
Good. Good.
I'll whoop you.
I thought I needed another humiliating photo of a friend of mine.
And fucking crap.
So I hit him in the tray with my face. I should have just walked away. I don't know. For some reason, these days I always do the stupid thing.
Make it out with her again.
Stupid, windy, virgin, crazy.
There he is. The master! Bartender, I'll have whatever he's having. Yes, sir. Well, Lee, to say, you have completely outdone yourself. In 24 hours, you have given us a walk in the woods, a romantic dinner, and a fist. I can't wait to see what happens next.
Maybe I can get him to commit suicide. Would you like that?
I don't know, let me think of it.
I mean, it won't help the initial release, but it'll rent like crazy when it goes to video. Put into a box like a coffin, maybe wrap it in a little black ribbon.
Oh, yeah. No. Imagine if he killed himself at the premiere.
I'm joking. I mean, I'm thinking of it.
Good night, Dave.
Hey, good night, Lee. Good work.
No. Wow. Hi.
Do it.
Good morning.
Go ahead, Mom.
How do you feel?
Feel good. I feel weird, but I feel good. You?
I feel something along those lines. Good, weird, good.
Listen, here's what I was thinking. Why don't I order some breakfast? We'll take it from there.
Okay. Let me order some breakfast. I'll brush my teeth first. Can I use your toothbrush?
Yeah, it's in there.
Okay.
Oh.
Good. Can I get some juice? Kiki! Kiki!
Just toast.
Don't do it.
You buttered my toast.
Leave it.
Yeah.
No one's ever buttered my toast.
There you go.
I mean, I don't actually eat toast with butter. I don't eat toast. I just... Stop talking now. Make an exception.
It was cute.
Thank you.
Yep. Hi. No, I'm fine. I look like half a raccoon. What's going on? Now's not such a good time. Can we do it later? No, don't come here. I will come there. How's Gwen? She wants to talk before we do the interviews.
About what?
I don't know. She didn't say. But I better go over there.
Why didn't you say you'd see her later?
Well, I did, but she said she was going to come over here, and I thought, that's not a good idea, so I better just go over, give him the situation.
Are you going to tell her about last night?
I don't know. I think I'm just going to let her talk, Keith. It sounds like you've got something important to say, so I figure I'll just let her say it. I'm going to go do this dumb interview, come back, and you and me will have lunch. That sounds good. Keith? Kiki! Kiki!
Dog. Got out, right? Bad dog.
You're terrible. Does it hurt?
I don't know what I'm
He's not here, by the way.
That doesn't matter. Kiki here, though.
Kiki! Kiki! I don't know where that girl is. That girl is here. Nice of you to join us. Where have you been? Got up early, had some things to do. Nothing important. She made me some scrambled eggs. She makes great scrambled eggs.
I remember.
Would you like some?
No.
2 scrambled eggs and make mine.
But you don't order room service or something. She doesn't have to
No. Everything.
What do you want to talk to me about?
Yeah.
Hey, so,
Shit! We got crooked cops knocking down the door of the warehouse.
Hello, this is Morse Mutual Insurance. I'll look into it.
That is messed up. You need something? Laters. Hey!
Hey, see you around.
Hey, the club is very cool.
Well, so
nice
what?
seeing you got here.
Got the new security system online, boss.
Oh, God.
I wanna lick your
If I had a
face
euro
all
for every
over.
time someone called me ironic. Such a boring insult.
The one and only. All right, let's talk. Stay strapped.
Everything okay?
Hey.
Tell me you're in. What the fuck are you looking at? Ah! You! You ain't got nowhere to go! I'm reloading!
Good shit.
Got some cool stuff here for you. What can I get you? Stay strapped.
Anything you need, boss. Hello. How can I help you?
What's up?
Alright. Bye.
All right, we just gotta strip this bad boy, and then the money is all ours. I mean yours. Okay.
Take care.
Wake up! It's game day! Go pick up the LS panic truck and let's hit the arena. I'll call you back in a few. Man, I know this car, and I know the Duggins couldn't appreciate the work of art like that if it was reversed on their asses. This is a freaking rescue operation. Seriously. I hope you don't get stage fright, because you're about to see an incredibly valuable, completely unique car from a notorious crime family in front of thousands of people. Man, how are you so chill? Okay, that truck and the outfit should get you into the stadium. But get that VIP pass ready to get up to the private box. Just walk in there like you're ready to see a lot of shit blow up. And it should all just go fine.
¿Qué pasa? Just up there. Yeah, we hooked up. What?
Just have your pass out and ready.
Hi.
Okay, there should be an elevator that goes up to the private box. Now, once you get in that box, get your weapons out. They Man, you want to watch some Arena Wars? Because not gonna lie, I'm craving that shit now. Hey! Catch you later. Almost here? Nice! We can get the car ready to be disassembled, which means payment won't be far behind.
Got some cool stuff here for you. What can I get you? Stay strapped. What's up, boss?
All right, look, homie. Who'd have thought an upstanding arms dealer would need his ass rescued? But that's just the kind of world we live in. And I know...
My new thing is 1930s Bulgarian cinema. I ain't got time for bullshit. That's right. What's happening? Hello? There's the boss. Oh, hi. What can I do for you? We're having a little trouble with that stuff. Can't do it now, but maybe later.
Take
Okay,
care.
we'll strip that thing to pieces and get the deals done. Catch you later. Time to get paid.
How you doing? What? Hey,
I was starting to worry that you had forgotten me. Just when I'm about to fly down to LS and slap Jamal, you come through and deliver the goods. What is it this time? No, don't tell me. I want this one to be a surprise. And I want the next one to be a surprise very soon. Keep it real. Keep it real, baby. Baby, keep it real. What's up? I say holla, use So, you have been busy. And Ines. Oh, that's the real shit. You know, I have a rapper friend of mine. Well, I pay him to be seen with me in public, but I think I will lend it to him for his next music video. It'd be very tasteful, don't worry. Lots of girls, many guns. We will be the patrons of the arts, you and I. Keep it up. All right.
Okay, we need you to take this route to the buyers. The cops will be trying to intervene, so we've allocated a big rig with scoop on the front to keep them off. Sound good? Great.
What do you need exactly? Okay, I can deal with it. There, you'll have a minute.
Looks like you sold out. To the right people, too. Only the good war's being fought with those guns. Promise.
It's sale day. Okay, we're throwing this stuff out with the trash. And pick up the product and get it to the drops. Everything good?
Hey,
Take it easy. Hey.
Almost here. All right, bring the cart in.
Good to see you.
Okay, tune in, cause I'm about to blow.
LJT with some urgent...
Hello? What can I do for you? Oh, hey, you're in trouble. Okay. I'll deal with it.
In-house.
Nice lighting.
How you doing?
Okay, time to offload some of this stuff. You're making 2 dead drops, and the third is a face-to-face with the buyer's people. They seem pretty paranoid, so look out for trouble along the way, okay?
Get back! Out of the way! Police business! Give it up! Watch out! You fucking loser!
Yeah, if it isn't my creepy silent friend. How can I help? So you don't want to get in serious trouble, huh? Okay, leave it with me.
All right, well, the buyers...
Politics or toxic? I went to the dentist.
You're as lame as shit.
Hey,
Of course I wore a condom. Can you and Mom go
Loser!
Yo!
You're getting on my fucking nerves,
Mooresville.
alright?
Yes, it's him. I
watch it, ignorante!
Stupid dick!
I thought we were getting started this week.
Oh, you are right.
¡Qué pendejadas!
What should be?
I run this shit.
Are you rude or what?
Hey, Jefe. Right here. See you later. All right, sale time. The goods are loaded up at Los Santos International. The buyer wants you to make airdrops at a number of locations around the city. You ready for this? Let's go.
Hey, what's up? Oh, how can I help? Okay, my friend. I'll take care of the LSPD. Leave it to me. What service are you looking for? Call back when your brain has started working. What's up, pal? Okay, keep in touch.
Hi.
Everything good? Take it easy.
Can't wait to see the next episode of Duty Dog this weekend.
I can't even think of...
Oh my!
That's some internet shit there.
Almost here? Nice! We can get...
Bye.
All right.
There you are, Capitan. The finest field operative I have ever had the pleasure of coordinating. You wish to set course, Capitan? be, yes? Good. I have sent you coordinates. It is a long journey south, but you are familiar by now, yes? There will be clothes on the plane. I suggest you change on the way. And leave your weapons on board. After what happened to Mr. Rubio, if the guard finds you have come armed, this will end very quickly.
Paren, esperen ahí. Why can't you assholes be on time for once, eh? Arms out, let's go. Okay, wait over there. They will bring it soon. Go on.
Once you leave the airstrip, do not let the guards get a good look at you. The disguise is not perfect. They see you clearly while you're in the wrong place. They will put two and two together and make bullet, yes? Cash, good to know. I will mark on planning screen.
cuentas? Hola, ¿qué cuentas?
It's on your planning screen now. I have connection. You can use it with the app on your phone. Now, what do we have here? Let's have a look in the vault room, in the basement. Over there, in display case, do you see the size of this necklace? Must be worth a fortune. Let us find out exactly how much, huh? Getting through the case will be a challenge. Use the wrong tool and you destroy what is inside. I will do some research. Remember, you are not a pack mule. There is only so much you can carry. You want more? Bring friends. Gold. Now this is worth noting down. Okay, position logged. Location noted. Adding to planning screen. A painting. Possibly very lucrative. I will note down where it is.
Capitan. That was a master class in clandestine reconnaissance. And you have a tan, too, no? Now do business. Come over to the screen, and I will give you the tour. how many pearls were on this necklace, Capitan? And each one worth a fortune. Goodbye.
If we are going to get into Mr. Rubio's bulletproof display case without breaking what's inside, we will need very specialized tools. Plasma cutter. But tools such as this is very easy to trace, and this is very bad for us, so we borrow it from someone. A gang who was planning the robbery of their own. I have been given tip of their safe house. That is where we start. You know, Capitan, I look back at my career and ask myself why. The robberies conducted, the assassinations carried out, the insurrection supported or crushed, the late nights, the early mornings, the fatigue, the diet of red caviar and navy wine, the endless vitamin D supplements. But of course, you ask yourself the same question, yes? And you give the same answer. Money! Okay, you are in location, but not in gunfight. Nobody home? Perhaps they have started the job sooner than anticipated. Look around. There must be some plan, some document that will give clue to where they are. Something I can cross-reference. All I need is a photograph. That should work. Okay, give me a second. There they are. Updating GPS now. Find a computer terminal. We will hack it and locate the archives. I know what you're thinking. Hacking into a cybersecurity system is like pissing into the wind, yes? Well, if I were American, I would agree with you. It worked! We have the location of the archive.